A very good morning to all of you who have come very early today to the launch and the conference. All our guests are now here and we are about to start. So kindly switch off your mobile or put it in silent mode. We will be having an inaugural session for 1 hour, a very intense discussion on the subject. And I think all our dignitaries have arrived. So my name is Prabir De. I'm working at RIS. So I'll be the session you call MC, but MC is Ministerial Conference. My role is just to coordinate the session. So may I request Professor Sachin Kumar Sharma, our beloved DG, to come on the dais. Please take Professor Virmani, sir, Ambassador Sudhakar Dalelaji, to also the dais, Ambassador Virmani ji, Ambassador Jayan Das Gupta, sir. Sir. I request our DG to welcome our guests with a flower bouquet. Can you bring one? And may I request DG to hand it over to Arvind Virmani ji, our chief guest. Also to Sudhakar Dalelaji, to our special guest. Also to our special guest, Ambassador Jayan Das Gupta. We have a special guest online, but we can't send in the flower bouquet in person, so we will be bringing him online while we go on. Today, we are having an international conference, the Multilateralism Under Pressure. This conference is always a run-up to forthcoming ministerial conference on WTO, MC14 in short. RIS has a tradition to come out with reports in the past. World Trade Development Report in Cancun during 2003, then 2025 at the time of Nairobi Ministerial Conference, and in 2021 when we had the conference in the Geneva. So I invite all our guests here. Please put a big round of applause to all of them, and before we start the conversation. So may I request the DG to give his welcome remarks?
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for being here. Thanks a lot. On Saturday, so much people here, the research scholars, trade practitioners, policymakers, all are here. Thank you very much for being here today. Thanks a lot. And if you see this gathering, what we found that we have the negotiators, policymakers, trade practitioners, students who are doing their masters, their PhD, the faculties from different universities, as well as faculty from Delhi School of Economics, from Delhi University and JNU. Thank you for being here. Thanks a lot. And I also would like to welcome, first of all, Dr. Arvind Virmani, member Niti Aayog, Ambassador Sudhakar Dalelaji, Secretary ER, Ambassador Jayan Das Gupta, member RIS Governing Council, who was also the former ambassador to the WTO, and Dr. Senthil Pandian, he is the ambassador to the WTO at present, and he's online, he's with us. And unfortunately, Mr. Amitav Kumar not able to join due to some meeting, but I hope he's will join online if I requested him. And all other distinguished panelist, chair, and respected member of RIS Governing Council. Let me begin with a very simple question. Why more than 250 people are here at present? Because what we are going to discuss about the future of multilateralism. What is the future of the WTO? What is happening at present world over, we are going to discuss today, the whole day in different 4 sessions. And you know that WTO, with the face of the multilateralism, is facing a lot of external and internal challenges. External challenges means if you see the international trade, when we read through theory that trade is governed by efficiency and comparative advantage, but nowadays it's not like so. So things are moving and things are changing. It is increasingly shaped by geopolitical rivalries, strategic competition, aggressive industrial policy race, and supply chain disruption. So these are the challenges that WTO is facing at the external front. And it leads to fragmented world order, and then it results into unpredictability and uncertainty. So this is the external challenge the WTO is facing. Now, what are the internal challenges the WTO is facing at the moment? We see that for a long time we have not seen any substantial outcome on negotiation. There are deadlock, or you can say stalemate in the negotiation. Dispute settlement body is not working at the moment. And when we see the recent GC and many of the negotiating committees, what is happening, an attempt also being made to sideline the development agenda. So these are some of the internal challenges at the moment. And in this context, we will have the 14th ministerial meeting in Cameroon next week, where more than 166 trade ministers will come together. They will discuss about the future of the WTO. They will discuss about the rules which are governed international trade. So these are the very important, you can say, next 5 to 10 days where all countries will come together and they will discuss issues which are very dear to, you can say, many developing and least developed country. And why the developing and least developed country need to, at least they need to see this negotiation very seriously, because it will have impact on their policy space to pursue their trade or economic policy as per their socio-economic situation. This is the first. They also have to take care about the historical asymmetries, what is in the existing trading system. And third, they also need to ensure that development agenda should remain at the center stage. So that's why developing and least developed countries need to come together. Now, in this context, RIS is coming with a flagship report, World Trade and Development 2026. And what is the objective of this report? To further the interest of Global South, and as well as to provide a reference document for all the stakeholders. I know that when we go for the trade negotiation or many issues, we will have even internally as well as externally very divergent view. But this will provide a reference point. And why this report is important? Because more than 39 authors come together. It is the example where academician, trade practitioner, and policy maker, former policy maker, they come together to write each chapter. It is really a teamwork that happens. This is the one thing. And for this, we organized 12 sessions on each and every topic. It's not like one-day program. For 3 months, we did rigorous exercise, and many of our former ambassadors, academicians, and authors are here who have participated in it and enriched this discussion. So this is extremely important report, and it's not theoretical, but it will give the practical insights about many of these issues. Yes, opinion may be different on many of these issues, but yes, it can provide a reference point. And this report, I hope that it will provide perspective, it will provoke readers, audience, and it will also try to give some direction towards what is going to happen or how we can pursue the negotiation in future. And what this report cover? This report cover 13 chapters, and report is divided into two broad sections. And two broad, I can say that it have the broad objectives or broad papers and then specific papers. Broad papers means WTO reforms, dispute settlement mechanism, special and differential treatment, trade and sustainability, joint state initiative. Then we also have specific chapters which deals with some specific issues, like agriculture negotiation, public stock holding for food security, fishery subsidies, investment facilitation, e-commerce moratorium, and industrial policy. And together, these issues, to a great extent, will define the future architecture of the global trade governance. Now, how we are going to proceed today? After this inaugural session, we will have two more sessions on WTDR report, where lead author will come and they will provide why they have written, what is the context of this issue, what we are expecting in the MC14, the ministerial conference, which is going to happen in Cameroon, and what we also expect beyond MC14, how we can take it forward. So there will be two specific sessions. One session will deal with the broad issues, the second will deal with the specific issue. Now, after that, we also have very important session on negotiating strategy. What are the lessons we can learn from our past ministerial meetings? How we can build coalition? What are the issues if these are the issues, how we can address in the ministerial meeting and beyond it? So these are important, that is a very important, you can say, session. And after that, we will have one specific session on agriculture, which we are organizing with Delhi School of Economics. And so overall, we have totally packed day. We will discuss a lot of issues. And I'm looking forward for very thought-provoking, insightful discussion. Before I stop, I will just leave with you a few questions, what we are going to deal or discuss this. And which maybe in next few sessions, maybe we will get some answer. That how we need to ensure that multilateralism remains relevant. Second, how can we also ensure that developing countries remain and also play important role in terms of as a rule shaper rather than rule taker? And the third and important, given the fact what is happening around the world, how we will ensure that development agenda remain at the center stage. So with these questions, I close my remark. Thank you once again for being here, and thank you, Professor Prabir Dey, for anchoring this. Thanks a lot. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Sarma, for the introduction, giving the background, and correctly laying out the background of the preparation of the report and what's going to happen in the ministerial conference next week. So may I now request Ambassador Dasgupta to give his initial remarks. Sir.
A very good morning to all of you. Dr. Virmani, Professor Sachin Sharma, and friends. The theme for this session, the whole conference, is multilateralism under pressure. And you are all well aware of the developments since early 2025, since President Trump came to power. He's violated the commitments that the US made to the WTO members by way of the MFN treatment, by imposing different duties on different countries, that too based on various kinds of arguments which really don't hold water. He's also fixed these duties way beyond the bound rate commitments of the US, which is another violation. These two are the foundational principles of the WTO. The MFN principle that all member countries will be treated on a similar footing, and two, that a country will remain within its bound tariff levels. So the US has been violative of both these foundational principles. This is the most serious challenge that multilateralism has faced since the GATT days, since 1st January 1948, when GATT was signed, which later on transformed to the WTO in 1995. Now, there are two submissions which I'll focus on, and on the systemic concerns that have been raised by these two submissions. One of them is by the US, and the other is by the European Union. As far as the US is concerned, it has raised some very significant demands. The first one is that multilateralism, the time for multilateralism is over. And the basis for this is that it is very difficult to arrive at a consensus amongst 166 countries, many of whom are way below on the ladder of development. So their concerns, their aspirations, etc., don't really match. So the time has come for plurilateral agreements. And it should be a coalition of the willing. That is, if a certain number of countries, it has not been specified, but the US would not like the numbers to be very large. If they agree to negotiate an agreement, that should be adopted by the WTO. So plurilateral should take over from the multilateral nature of the organization. That is the implicit proposal that the US is making. The second one is that the consensus-based principle should be done away with. Because if the launch of a plurilateral agreement does not have to depend on a consensus decision by all the WTO members, then the path becomes much easier for the big powers, the economic powers, to have their own way in the WTO. So consensus, and in this context, I'll just mention that the European Union has also spoken about abstentions, about not allowing countries to have say in the consensus or block consensus if they are not really affected by a decision or by a set of rules. So on this, again, there is a concerted attack on consensus principle. The third one is about MFN, that a country should be at liberty to impose any duties on any country, irrespective of the MFN principle. So that is the third thing which the US has put forward. The other point which is of significance is that the US wants the security exceptions. Many of you will remember that in the first Trump administration, tariffs on steel, aluminum, and aluminum were put at very high rates, 25 or 50%. In this administration also, it has been put at 50%. Now, for that, Section 232 of the Trade Expansion Act of 1962 was invoked, and the national security exception was invoked. It has been upheld by the US domestic courts, but it is yet to be tested by the dispute settlement system of the WTO. So, if the US proposal were to be adopted, it would mean that if a country says that I am putting this tariff, very high tariffs, let's say, on a particular product, it would be beyond challenge in the WTO dispute system. So that is something which will put most tariff actions of countries beyond challenge if this security exception issue is allowed as proposed by the US. The last point I wanted to mention is that only 2 agreements have been signed since 1995. One was the Trade Facilitation Agreement, and the other is half of the Fisheries Subsidies Agreement. Beyond these 2, no other agreement of substance has been really signed in the 30 years, 31st is going on of the WTO, which means that as it is, there is a problem in the WTO in coming to a consensus, in forging together an agreement. And in this context, I think the Trade Facilitation Agreement showed the way. It had differential commitments from countries, especially developing countries and least developed countries, depending on their level of development and the technical assistance and support they needed to implement provisions of the agreement. So this had showed the way way back in 2013, but the developed countries are not willing to follow this path any longer. So if the dispute settlement system also, which has been in limbo since 2019, because the US administration, especially the first Trump administration, refused to nominate new members to the WTO appellate body. So if, for instance, India is aggrieved at the high tariffs put by the US on Indian imports, if India were to approach the WTO, a dispute settlement panel would be set up. It would give its ruling. In all likelihood, it would say that the US has violated its WTO obligations, so it must bring its measures in compliance. 2, that does not put any pressure on the US, because it would say that we are entitled to an appeal, and the appeal would lie to the appellate body, and the appellate body is not functional since 2019. So the incentive to get into a new agreement also is, in a sense, very directly related to the issue of revival of the dispute settlement system, namely the appellate body in its old form. The 2-level dispute settlement process which had been incorporated in the WTO. So I will stop at this. There are issues about, for instance, the investment facilitation agreement for development, about 128 countries which are supporting it, and whether the others are justified in stopping it from becoming a part of the Annex 4 agreement of the WTO. There are issues about agriculture, about public stockholding for food security purposes, which is under attack. And third, a very significant thing about the special and differential treatment, whether all countries which at the moment a country is a developing country if it declares itself to be so. Now that is what is sought to be changed by both the US and the European Union. And they want the self-designation to go, and there should be, the basic target, of course, is China, and China has already mentioned that it doesn't want to have any special and differential treatment benefits from now on. But whatever it has got in the past, it will continue to use them. So the basic targets for graduating many countries from the fold of developing countries are India, South Africa, Brazil, Argentina, Nigeria, Kenya, Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, etc. So this is again about divide and rule. And this will pose a very serious challenge for not only India, but other developing countries also, if this were to go forward. My final point is that this ministerial is not a negotiating ministerial like the Hong Kong ministerial of 2005, where it took place over 10, 12 days. And many texts were negotiated by the ministers and their officials. This is going to be ministerial from 26th to 29th, and only the way forward would be discussed and possibly form part of the ministerial declaration. And the point that the developed countries, the EU and the US want is that plurilateralism should get a nod to go ahead as the main form of negotiating an agreement in the WTO. MFN should be given the go-by, that is the US. Security exception should be beyond legal challenge. That is where it more or less stops, because there is no talk of fisheries subsidies. The second part in which India has put a proposal forward, and there is no discussion. There is no discussion on the dispute settlement process or undertaking reforms. So it is all loaded on one side, and the proponents would try to get something out of it in the ministerial declaration. So over the next 2 years, they can pursue their agenda single-mindedly and get what they want in the next ministerial. Thank you very much for your attention.
Yeah, Professor Dasgupta's speech is very refreshing, and he very well articulating the subject in today's conference, and very well said on the background, starting from other ministerial conference and so on and so forth. So RIS, out of the 166 members of the WTO, RIS is the only organization who thought for a global report on world trade and development cooperation. So this is very unique. You won't see other members just coming up with such a report at all. Well, let me now invite Ambassador Sudhakar Dalela, sir, for his special address.
Dr. Arvind Virmani, eminent economist and member Niti Aayog, Ambassador Jayant Dasgupta, with whom I had the privilege of working in the Department of Commerce long time back, Indian PR to WTO, Dr. Senthil Pandian, who has joined us virtually, other eminent panelists, Dr. Sachin Sharma, of course, the head of the RIS, ladies and gentlemen, and of course, a number of students who have come today to participate in this discussion on very important matters pertaining to WTO and trade. A very good morning, everyone. Thank you, Professor Sachin Sharma, for inviting me to the inaugural session of this important conference. I congratulate the RIS for the launch of World Trade and Development Report 2026, focusing on matters particularly relevant to the upcoming ministerial conference of the WTO and beyond. The report, I am confident, will provide valuable inputs, insights, and enrich policy discourse in shaping a more balanced, credible, and development-oriented multilateral trading system. Indeed, the evidence-based policy analysis by eminent scholars and trade experts can inform and enrich the deliberations at MC14 and beyond. I would like to, I think Dr. Sachin mentioned that you have a very packed program for today, and all the lead experts who have contributed in this report would be discussing different themes which are before MC14 or before WTO. So I would like to focus on perhaps giving you a broader context which is animating the international discourse on trade, technology, and global economy. We, of course, are in the middle of global churn. Indeed, the global economy has been navigating through an extraordinary sequence of shocks, from the COVID-19 pandemic to geopolitical conflicts and consequential disruptions in supply chains, energy, and trade flows. The downward trend in global economic growth and investment flows, heightened policy uncertainty, and Ambassador Jayendra Gupta spoke about it, supply chain disruptions have come to define the current international economic landscape. Artificial intelligence, digital economy, green transition, climate action are rewriting the rules of competitiveness. The road ahead is fraught with considerable turbulence. The WTO forecasts global merchandise trade volume growth to slow sharply to less than 2% from 4.6% in 2025. And this was, I understand, before the ongoing Middle East-West Asia conflict. The manner in which we respond to the challenges of our time will determine whether international economic compact remains a stabilizing force for peace, progress, and prosperity, or whether uncertainty and fragmentation will continue to prevail. Against this challenging backdrop, we are also witnessing a significant realignment of the global economy, the contribution of the global south. Developing economies like India have emerged not merely as participants, but as principal engines of world growth. Over 42% of global GDP is contributed by the global south countries, up from 21% in 2000. UNCTAD data shows that the developing economies now handle nearly half of all global exports. Developing economies now central to global production networks. South-South trade continues to expand as emerging economies diversify their partnerships. This structural transformation makes it, I would say, urgent and imperative that the institutions of global governance like WTO adjust to these realities. The voices that represent the majority of the world population and an ever-increasing share of global economic activity must play an important role in shaping the rules that govern international trade. For nearly 3 decades, and I have been myself spent some time, about 7 years in Department of Commerce on deputation, spending both times in Geneva in our WTO mission and in Udyog Bhavan in Delhi. I can say that WTO has supported trade expansion and economic growth across regions. However, the multilateral trading system today stands at a crossroad. Trust has eroded, and the development dimension has been insufficiently prioritized. As DG WTO has emphasized, MC14 must deliver concrete outcomes on WTO reforms. This is crucial for the organization's relevance and effectiveness in an increasingly fragmented global trading environment. The question before us is not merely what outcomes we achieve at the upcoming ministerial conference in Cameroon, but how those outcomes will shape the future trajectory of the WTO. And in this context, Ambassador Jayendra Gupta very sort of eloquently highlighted the challenging issues that are before WTO, before trade ministers at Cameroon. Reform exercise, to my mind, must be anchored in restoring trust or rebuilding trust among governments, among business community, among people in general, I would say. A strong, predictable, and equitable multilateral trading system must remain at the core of economic multilateralism, ensuring that the trade flows are open, balanced, and beneficial to all. I also believe that no quick fix or shortcut solution will help restore this trust, but we need more deeper reflection. India stands committed to engaging and will continue to be an active participant at the WTO. With these words, I once again congratulate the RIS for the timely launch of the WTDR 2026, and I'm confident that today's discussion will contribute meaningfully to the ongoing dialogue on the future of the multilateral trading system. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Very crisp, very powerful message. That's what I can say. Okay, our next speaker, because Mr. Kumar could not make it, so Dr. Senthil Pandian, our ambassador, and he will be giving his special address online. So may I request to connect him? So Dr. Pandian, over to you. Your special address, please.
Thank you so much. Respected Shri Arvind Virmani, member Niti Ayog, seniors, broad seniors, the DGRIS, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues and friends. Good morning to you all. It's a pleasure and honor to make my comments alongside such a galaxy of erudite members and participants. At the outset, I take this opportunity to thank Professor Dr. Sachin Kumar Sharma, the DG RIS, for having me today. I also congratulate him and the RIS team for their World Trade and Development Report 2026 publications, which will be launched today. We are all aware that WTO plays an important role in maintaining stability and predictability in the global economy, and the rules-based system is a cornerstone of the global trade governance. It lowers risk associated with the international commerce and supports the long-term economic planning. For developing countries, particularly the LDCs, this does provide a platform to defend their trade interests against economic coercion. Though in the current climate, I may have to make this statement with a pinch of salt. WTO also provides an important structured forum for negotiating trade agreements, and I have heard important successes through the Trade Facilitation Agreement, the Bali Peace Clause for food security purposes, and the Fisheries Subsidies 1 agreement, as Dr. Jayendas Gupta sir mentioned. WTO contribution to maintaining rules and transparency and notification for harmonization of standards is reducing the uncertainty for governments and businesses alike, encouraging economic growth, though for some more than the others. Despite these advantages, the multilateral trading system of the WTO stands at a critical juncture. Concerns persist over the WTO's ability to deliver fair outcomes for developing and the LDCs. Push for flexible consensus approaches, that run risk of opening the door to power brokerage, particularly concerning for organization envisioned to represent the true democracy through one member and one vote. In many instances, these questions and challenges are positing the fundamental principles contained in the Marrakesh Agreement and also the covered agreements. Some of these include, as the earlier speaker said, the non-discrimination principles embodied in the most favored nations principle and the national treatment. These ensure that the trade advantages afforded to one country are extended to all WTO members, and imported goods are treated no less favorably than the domestic products. Others include decision-making by consensus, developmental ethos of the organization, ensuring balanced outcomes, etc. Many of these fundamental provisions are treaty-embedded rights and achieved through concessions and the single undertaking approach. Taking the case of developmental ethos of the organization, the interest of ensuring a focus on developmental goals is contained in the Marrakesh Agreement. These provisions have been carefully inserted to address the asymmetries in the initial economic positions of different countries. However, majority of the developing countries and almost all LDCs did not reap the benefits expected from the agreement, with the ministers too calling for making the SNDT provisions more effective in achieving these goals. These principles are therefore essential for sustaining open, fair, and cooperative global trade for not only for India and other developing countries, but for the global world order. Colleagues, India has played an important role in bringing these and other countries of the global south to more attention. These include the push for transfer of technology under the TRIPS agreement, extension of NVSC moratorium, balanced agricultural provisions, reducing the cost of cross-border remittances, etc. However, the continued failure of these and the non-implementation of the past mandates, including for food security, has led to a trust deficit creeping into the organization, which needs to be addressed in a holistic manner. Steps like evidentiary analysis, including through an audit or a stock take, should be the first step towards bringing back the trust in the system. Additionally, previous commitments encapsulated as ministerial statements, including on important issues like SNDT, the special and differential treatment, increasing policy space under the covered agreements, restoration of dispute settlement reform with appellate body, strengthening of committees under the General Council, etc., have not taken off as many countries have hoped it, and it needs to be a key priority. While a dynamic reform process which promotes inclusivity through an open member-driven process should be the main focus of the organization, by bringing all countries representing divergences in developmental status, industrialization, manufacturing basis, per capita incomes, these priorities and objectives are difficult. But the solution is not throwing the baby out with the bathwater. Rather, it involves a mature and constructive approach for which India stands. We look forward to continue to lend our voice to these efforts at MC14 and beyond. To conclude, let me once again congratulate the entire team of the World Trade and Development Report for their tireless efforts, and wish them all the success. I also remain confident that this report will be a useful tool and reference for all stakeholders on this topic. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pandian, for your special address. Let me now invite Professor Arvind Virmani, member Niti Aayog, for the keynote address. Sir has a PowerPoint, so we will be benefiting from his wisdom and presentation.
Okay, already on. So, dignitaries on the dais, ladies and gentlemen. I usually don't accept ceremonial occasions to speak. And, over the last 3 years, I have kind of refused many invitations. But this was different. Even though I was asked only very recently, I thought, given that so much trade work is done by RIS and there'll be other people working on trade, even though the time is short. I'm kind of also professorial, though I've spent all my time in government, most of my time. So I thought I'll take the opportunity to lay out some approach and thinking. And why I did this is that when I interact with foreigners, whether they are investors, governments, etc., very few have a real idea of our approach. And I thought it's necessary for you to have some understanding and to propagate this to all the people you meet. So let me start with, before I get to the specific thing, because I'll have to be very brief even on this, but the context in which I'm speaking is Viksit Bharat. So it's a medium long-term context. I will not touch on the immediate issues which you're discussing. We've had eminent people speak to you already, and I'm sure you'll have many other discussions. So I want to give you a little bit about a sense of what our approach to trade is and what is the logic of it. But before I do that, I should say that it's in the context of Viksit Bharat. For me as an economist, the macroeconomist who's supposed to think in the Niti Aayog about these issues, I have a one-line sentence which is kind of my goal or objective, which is sustained, fast, inclusive growth. And the issues, opportunities, challenges which come in the way of achieving it. For those of you who are interested, there's a working paper which was convenient. There is no official, we don't have any planning now. So we don't have any planned document, but there is a working paper of mine which is titled Viksit Bharat, Unshackling Job Creators and Empowering Growth Drivers, which those of you who are interested in the broader question. With that, let me come to the topic of my current 15 minutes. The title, as you can see, is Demographic Trends, Comparative Advantage in Trade Policy. Now, there are many aspects which I do not have the time to talk about, but I'll focus on two of them. So these are, so the way I approached it is I looked at the trends in international what is going on, and the two of them I will mention here which are relevant to trade policy. So one is the trend in manufacturing goods, and I will show you how much the concentration of manufacturing in the world has increased over the last 15 years or so. I'll talk briefly about the global demographics and how that influences the comparative advantage of us relative to the developed countries, and then in that context how these trends shape our trade policy. So the first trend which is very important is concentration. So globalization of trade is over, as you all are aware of, but I'll show you a simple graph. Global concentration of manufacturing, both in manufacturing value added and manufactured exports, has increased tremendously. We all know about what is happening in exports, but what few are aware of is this trend is even stronger in manufacturing value added. It's getting concentrated in one country. And therefore, the implication of that, people have been talking about diversification or de-risking, but I think it's much, much stronger than that. Whatever one president or one country may be saying in 2025 or 26, my personal view is that these trends will assert themselves. Countries cannot afford, whether it is India, the EU, UK, or any other country, they cannot afford to have this trend of concentration continuing. And that has implications for our policy, which I will tell you. And finally, I will not have time to talk about economic security, but that also is an element. So here is the globalization of world trade. This is the trade GDP, merchandise trade GDP ratio, and as you can see at the end over there, since the global financial crisis, it's basically flat or declining. The ratio is declining. Globalization was already over before any actions taken by, if you define it in these terms, any action taken by the US or others. This trend is equally strong in manufactured goods GDP, which we don't normally look at, and the focus of a forthcoming paper of mine will have all the details about all this, but the important point here is again the same. But this is the graph which we, oops, it's just gone all back. Sorry, I don't know how that happened. Just jump. Okay, yeah, we're back. It's not going to the next one. Right. So concentration of manufacturing value added. This is a number we don't look at. So you can see the red line there. That is the share of China in total world manufacturing, manufacturing value added, manufacturing GDP. This is an incredible graph. The first time I looked at this issue, it's amazing. Over a period of 20 years, the share of China first overtook Germany, which is the green line, then the USA, and now it's almost double that of the USA and 3 times that of Germany. Okay. So the China's basically share went from 8.6% in 2004 to 22.7%. And USA's went down by 10. Basically, if you do the numbers simply, the increase in China's share has really come from that of US, Japan, and Germany. So it's almost correspondingly the totals match, positive and negative. This is a similar graph for the concentration of manufacturing exports, and the same thing, okay? Rapid increase of China's world share. So is it just a matter of looking at graphs? No, we have constructed the HHI index, the Hirschman-Herfindahl index, and on the left you have the concentration of world exports, manufactured exports, and on the right of manufacturing value added. And actually the concentration has increased by 40% in exports, but 60% in value added. So all the manufacturing in the world is getting concentrated in one country. It's an amazing development, not happened in history, and what I am asserting, this is my personal view, don't take it as the government's view or even the Niti's view. I think that countries cannot have this happen. They are going to do something about it. Okay. The second important trend is in global demography. I'll just show you a few graphs to make this point. The working age population shares, global share of India is rising or stable. Those of high income countries is falling. Similarly, the labor force projected, we have done the projected labor shares, which will also be in our paper, forthcoming paper. You'll see that in India's labor force will increase, high income countries will decline, and therefore what I expect is that India will become implicitly, directly or indirectly, a labor supplier to the high income countries. So, and I have this little slogan, I call it the skill for India, skill for the world. Whether it's indirectly through trade, but the key point here is that it is not merely low skill, it is going to be across human capital. So we will become we must become the human capital supplier to the world in the next 15, 20 years. So here are some graphs to make the point. It's not moving. Which side do I point? Point this side? Okay, I hope it didn't jump. Yeah, okay. So here's the global labor force. On the left is the change in working age population projections, and on the right is the world labor force. And the main point is you can see all the negatives going down and all the positives going on. The biggest positive there on the blue graph, on the left you have China declining. Everybody has talked about it. What they don't talk about is the next one, EU, Japan, South Korea, Russia, everybody. Labor, working age population going down. And on the right side, basically, India is the last graph there. There are some other sets of countries there, but I won't confuse you with all that. On the right is the labor force. The position is even starker. It's really India is the only one which is going to have an increase in the labor force. Everybody else, China, of course, is the one which is everybody has noticed is a huge decline which is going to happen. So, but it's not all just low income, low quality labor. We have made projections of the school and college educated labor force, and that is shown in the changes in what I'm representing here is the school and the college educated. The green bars are the school. So these are the changes. So again, you will see some of our, what I call the MIC 4 or 5. These are kind of the competitors you generally think of for India, which is Vietnam, Malaysia, Thailand, Mexico, etc., which are the middle income countries which in some categories will be competitors. They are also increasing. China still will have an increasing labor force, but India will be the largest, the last graph on the right. Okay, I think I've got yeah, this is just another graph for the same thing, so let me just move on, okay? Okay, so there's an education and skilling challenge. We have done a deep dive. I have just yesterday put up a working paper on this, all that we need to do. So I will not go into it. There are issues of what we call minimum learning proficiency. The new education policy, I will point, is a really very, very good document. So one of the challenges which I'm struggling with is how to make it happen. Of course, challenge, I don't mean, I mean ideas of how to make it happen. I don't make it happen. The Honorable Prime Minister makes it happen. So that is so said. I'm just talking as a think tank thinker who's charged to think about these issues. And the job skilling issues, all the details. There's a 160-page paper, which is working paper on our website put up yesterday. So if any of you are interested, I thought I'll mention this because everybody says, you're going to have a labor force, but what are you going to do with it? Well, we are going to educate it, okay? So what is it? So the third point which I want to make is the relative comparative advantage, Okay, this is before we get to the trade policy. So the implications of all this is that, as we know, the high-income countries have a comparative advantage. We will have a comparative advantage in human capital, in future demand. They have a comparative advantage in technology, risk capital, and current demand. This is something people forget. You know, we only think of technology and risk capital, but you need scale. You cannot scale up unless you have current demand. The future is in the future. You can build in anticipation, but you cannot support a large, efficient plant without current demand. And this is an element which basically the MNCs have brought to Southeast Asia. They've developed because they got the scale quickly by getting the MNC to shift their demand. So the demand element is often forgotten. It's very important. Okay? So they have the current demand. So the need is to combine the relative comparative advantage of India and HICs for mutual benefit. And that is where the trade policy is critical. So the point of all this was I don't know, are we running out of time? Then I will just go quickly over these. So this is just the manufactured import demand. What I try to show here is that people say, oh, all the demand is in the East. No, it's not. It's not in China and Southeast Asia. The demand is in the developed countries. Whole bunch of data there, I won't go through individually. But EU, USA, that is where the manufactured demand is, not in China. They don't import. They don't import. You have to export. What does it matter what they do inside? For you to develop your manufacturing, somebody has to buy those manufacturing goods. The demand is in US and EU, not in China. So this RCEP business, which I totally disagree with, that it's not moving again. Okay, FDI. Where is the investment coming from? It's again the developed countries, US, EU. Okay. Okay, so the final point here. So what is the implication of this? Industrial strategy. So clearly economic reforms is a very important part of it. You have seen the changes in labor code, things are happening in the states in land laws, etc., procedures, the income tax reform, competitiveness, cost, and quality. There is something, again, people have this impression about increasing protectionism. But the Prime Minister is 100% clear. When he talks about competitiveness, he's saying it's not just cost, but also quality. It's not a matter of producing low cost. You must produce the quality goods which can be exported, which will be exported. That is the only measure. If you cannot export them, then you're not competitive. Okay? So this is a big change in attitude which I have trouble explaining to foreigners. I hope you will carry these messages to the foreigners you meet. Take a guarantee. I can guarantee you the Prime Minister's instructions to us are very, very clear. Reforms for increasing competitiveness. What amazed me a few days ago, I was away on tour for a while. I came back. I was told that the Prime Minister for the first time has used the word cost-benefit analysis. Now, you youngsters, some of you youngsters may not know the importance. I've been in 50 years. I've never heard a Prime Minister talk about cost-benefit analysis. Okay? Now, he is not an economist. Please don't get me wrong. Okay? He's a man from the bottom. He knows everything that happens on the ground. And for him to use a word which we economists love, it was really amazing. So what's the point? The point is not to praise him, but this message, the amount of reforms which are happening, there are these committees going on, it's going to continue. Okay, that is the message I would like to give to you, and hopefully you can carry it. So trade policy. So what is the result of all this analysis? The FTAs with the developed countries are critical for us to benefit from those trends. That's the main point. There are other trends which I have not talked about. There are 2 or 3 others. You know some of them, the green economy, etc. But the FTAs are for this purpose. They are not for trade alone. This is the second important point I want to make. This is not an issue of only of trade. It is to set up a structure in which investment will come. Investment which will be competitive. Okay? There are supply chains which will be competitive with the monopoly, that you can compete on a sustained basis, not on the basis of subsidies. Subsidies is the third point, transition support. The way we see subsidies, or all of you heard of PLI, etc. Okay, for us this is a transitional issue. Okay, how to get that train started in a way, if you will. But let me. I think I made the point. I wish there was time for Q&As. I always like it, but I never get the chance, but it's okay. You have to inaugurate your report. So let me conclude by, instead of repeating the conclusion, what I want to say is now link it to your discussions. So lots of things are happening. In India, in the world, you have talked, you've heard eminent experts who I respect. We have, many of them I've interacted with over the last 30 years or more. But I think there is a need for realism. Okay? There are certain trends which are happening which will not be reversed. And we have to get out of our conventional grooves. I know it is very comfortable. You know, I have traveled all over the country over the last 3 years that I have been in government again, in NITI. And everywhere I see new things happening, but the structure has not changed. Okay? And my request, plea to all of you who are going to discuss these things, that please, you have to be realistic. We are not saying give away, or I'm speaking purely personally here, please let that be 100% clear. The plea is that we need not give away all our principles, but you have to be realistic, otherwise you are not effective. Okay? So please try to take account of what is happening in the world, what is happening in India, and then see whatever your principles, whatever your goals are, how can we actually get them done rather than just keep talking about it. So thank you. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, sir. As usual, we have been looking at reading all the working papers and journal publications for, I know personally Professor Virmani from his days of career. And thank you once again, sir, for setting the tone to this conference. Let me now go ahead and announce for the launch of the World Trade and Development Report. I request our guests to give the reports, and also we have with us to join. Yeah. Dr. Chari, sir, please come on the dais. Oh, sorry. There is one video, right? Before we start the launch, there is a very 1-minute video. Kindly bear with us. May I request to show the video and switch off the lights so that it's come visible? Yeah.
Trade has long served as a foundational pillar of economic growth and development. It has enabled economies to expand productive capacities, access wider markets, and integrate into an increasingly interconnected global system. For developing countries, trade has been an essential pathway for structural transformation and sustained development. Anchoring this process is the multilateral trading system, with the World Trade Organization at its core. Over the past 3 decades, the WTO has provided a rules-based framework that has underpinned predictability, transparency, and stability in global trade relations. However, the system today is confronting multiple challenges. Intensifying geopolitical tensions, the growing recourse to unilateral and selective measures, and the gradual fragmentation of trade are reshaping the contours of global economic engagement. At the same time, long-standing issues have remained unresolved, even as new domains of rule-making continue to emerge. It is against this backdrop that the 14th WTO Ministerial Conference represents a critical juncture. Its outcomes will carry far-reaching implications for global trade governance, especially for developing and least developed countries. Over the years, RIS has remained actively engaged in shaping policy discourse on trade and development. Through its flagship World Trade and Development Report, it has consistently highlighted issues of particular relevance to developing countries. The World Trade and Development Report 2026 builds upon this engagement. Situated within the present global context, it seeks to contribute to deliberations at MC14 by bringing a development-centered perspective to key issues under consideration, with a particular focus on the concerns and priorities of the Global South and the policy choices required to safeguard their interests. The report is the outcome of in-depth research and an extensive consultative process. A series of thematic roundtables and brainstorming sessions were convened, bringing together policymakers, trade negotiators, scholars, and practitioners. These interactions facilitated informed, candid, and analytically grounded exchanges, drawing upon both policy experience and academic insight. 13 chapters of this report engage a range of issues central to contemporary trade debates, including WTO reform and dispute settlement, special and differential treatment, and the interface between trade and sustainability. It also examines agriculture and food security, fisheries subsidies, and emerging areas such as investment facilitation, digital trade, and industrial policy. Collectively, these themes reflect the evolving contours of global trade and the complex challenges confronting the multilateral system. By synthesizing diverse perspectives and grounded insights, the report seeks to inform and enrich discussions at MC14, while highlighting how India and the broader Global South can engage constructively and safeguard their developmental interests. At a moment of uncertainty, it underscores the continuing importance of dialogue in shaping a more inclusive, balanced, and development-oriented multilateral trading system.
Thank you very much. And also put another round of applause to the person who actually worked very hard and driving this, coming up with the report, our Director General, Professor Sachin Kumar Sharma. So for his all the support. Yeah, so now we are going to launch the report, and may I also request Dr. Chari, Dr. Kaushik, Atul Kaushik ji, Ambassador Amar Sinha ji, Professor Mahanti, and Mr. Rajiv Kher Sahab, please come on the dais, also join with the dignitaries for the launch of the report. May I request all of you, Mahanti ji, Rajiv Kher ji, Atul Kaushik ji, sir, Chari Sahab, yeah, please. Sir, आइए. Yeah. So may I request, Mahanti ji, आइए. सबको एक-एक करके दीजिए. Once the report is released, you don't have to worry about to collect the report in print copies. It is QR code is there. It will be active. It's already activated, I'm sure. And you can download the report and freely circulate. Yeah. I request all of you to unwrap it and show the audience the copy of the report. I think we have enough photographs. So thank you very much. Now may I request to our guests to take those who have joined from the audience, please take back and seats. Yeah. We have just a short vote of thanks. It is a ritual. and just less than a minute, and won't take a more out of a time because we have already exceeded by 10 minutes. So it's a great pleasure, receiving all of you and all the students in particular to joining in RIS conference on and release of the World Trade and Development Report. We are very grateful to our chief guest, Professor Virmani, despite it's a holiday, it is an auspicious day, coming here on the weekend, joining, helping us in releasing the report, giving a good support and solidarity to the cause for which the report has been written. And also our guest, Ambassador Jayandas Gupta ji, Ambassador Sudhakar Dalela sir, and person who joined from the online, our ambassador in WTO in Geneva, Dr. Senthil Pandian, and all other dignitaries who are here. I cannot take their name, from Pradeep Mehta ji to Professor Mahanti to Pranab Kumar, Professor Marwa, and many others, Rajiv Sudesh Ratnaji, and all the authors who have contributed. 39 authors continuously worked over, many, many months, 12 consultations, as our DG said, and the video that has been indicated to you, and the review process, all the chapters. It is not written, very cold chamber. It is just reviewed, all the chapters. So that's what this report has been come out. There is a QR code. Please download, freely circulate, send your comments if you would like to have. And we thank to all, all our guests who had joined online. Yeah, all our online and those who could not were watching us from other rooms, particularly our authors, our RIS faculty, and everyone who have joined the team under the leadership of our new Director General, Professor Sachin Kumar Sarma, who has shown a new dimension, in the activity of RIS. Thank you very much. Now I have a request to to give us token of appreciation to our guests. I request DG to give it to our guests. First to Professor Virmani, sir. Yeah. Next to Sudhakar Dalela ji. Next to Ambassador Jayandas Gupta, sir. We now go for a tea and coffee break. There are 3 counters, so our guests, please join, all our participants join for tea and coffee break. We started 2 minutes late, so we'll be back here by 11:35. Thank you. Sir, cha coffee. Fantastic, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. I will ask you.
request everyone to kindly get inside the hall. We'll begin our next session very soon. So request our colleagues to kindly ask the guests to get inside the hall. We are a bit delayed, but we would definitely like to start the session now. So, So we are soon going to start the session without further delay. So request all our guests to kindly get inside the hall, and you may bring your tea inside. So that's not an issue. In the next hall, if you are still there, please get inside. So once again, good morning to everyone. After the very intense inaugural session, we are now moving to the first plenary session on broader issues at the 14th WTO Ministerial Conference. We have a very eminent panel who are also part of the report, who have contributed to the report, the World Trade and Development Report 2026, led by our chair, Mr. Rajiv Kher, Professor S.K. Mohanty, Dr. Harshavardhana Singh, Dr. Atul Kaushik, Mr. Abhijit Das, Ms. R.V. Anuradha, and Professor Shailaja Singh. So I request all our panelists to please come on the dais. We have a very distinguished chair to lead us in this session today. Mr. Rajiv Kher is currently Distinguished Fellow at RIS, as you all know. He has spent over 37 years in the Indian Administrative Service, of which 20 years were spent in the Government of India, in the Ministry of Environment, Commerce and Industry, as well as other prominent institutions. He has been the lead negotiator and has been leading the trade policy front for India, and also he is an expert on environmental policies. So with this, I request our chair to take the proceedings forward, and over to you, sir.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope I am audible. As you would have seen from the agenda, the discussions here are divided into two very well-crafted sessions. The first one is what is being called as broad issues. These issues are, if you look at the one-liners below the name of the panelist, are some, we can call them as foundational issues. The framework issues which are the basis of multilateralism as it exists in the area of trade, international trade. And the second are very specific issues which deal with those issues which are on the table of the WTO for discussions. Now, I have a very distinguished panel here. Actually, none of them really needs introduction, but let me try and do that. Nevertheless, because some of you who are not familiar with trade-related area might be just impressed with what they are going to listen to, because they're all the best words, best names in the areas that we are going to talk about. On my right is Dr. Harshavardhan Singh. Dr. Harshavardhan Singh is a very distinguished expert. He's chairman of ICDHWJ Advisors, which is a trade consultancy, industrial policy consultancy. Dr. Harshavardhan Singh himself has been Deputy Director General of the WTO and is a very distinguished trade expert. On his right is Abhijit Das, a very distinguished name in trade policy and related areas. Abhijit has been for a very long time part of the Department of Commerce and thereafter headed the Center for WTO Studies in the IIFT. A very distinguished expert. Thereafter, I have R.V. Anuradha, a very distinguished trade lawyer who sits on the interface of, works on the interface of international trade, sustainability, and a variety of policy and law-related area. On my left, Dr. Mohanty is Distinguished Fellow RIS. Dr. Mohanty is a long-time expert on international trade-related issues in the RIS. Dr. Atul Kaushik is a practitioner, a theoretician, and academician. He has worked in the Department of Commerce and India's mission in Geneva in the WTO. Atul is an expert on dispute settlement issues. And thereafter, we have Professor Shailja Singh, who till very recently was part of the Indian Institute of Foreign Trade in the Center for WTO Studies, but is now a professor in the General Law School. So we have a very distinguished set of panelists. My task is made much easier because each of the panelists has already been assigned a specific area to address. And this area essentially is drawn from the WTDR, which has been launched earlier in the opening session. Now I have been asked to specifically pose 3 very brief and very basic questions to each of the panelists. In the context of the fact that we are holding this conference as a sort of a precursor to the ministerial conference later this month. So for the first question that is addressed to the panelists is, in their perspective, what is the importance of this particular issue that they are going to address as far as MC14 is concerned? The second is, what is their expectation out of MC14? This is going to be extremely tricky because the global environment in which we are sitting, I think you really have to, you don't actually have to take wild guesses, but nevertheless, I'd love to hear all of them. And the third one is, what do you follow up after MC14 on that specific issue? What happens thereafter? How do you work towards getting the international community to discuss and conclude some of those issues? So these are the 3 broad questions that we have in mind, but of course, it doesn't preempt any other areas which they would like to allude, but please keep in mind that we have been assigned 8 minutes to each speaker. We have about an hour and 15 minutes, so that takes away about 48 to 50 minutes, and then we would love to follow up the presentations with discussion or question answers and so on. So to begin with, I'll go in the order in which the names are printed here on the agenda, and would request Dr. S.K. Mohanty to please make his presentation on the changing global landscape of trade and investment. I have very consciously avoided speaking on the substantive dimensions of the discussions now, because it would take time and it will have no sense, because we have been, as a matter of fact, trade as an academic subject never had the going so good. Because today, almost right from the morning, everything starts with trade. And therefore, everyone is so well infused with the variety of discourses which are going on. But we are listening to experts and we expect that they would distill the essence of what these issues are. Dr. Mohanty, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to everybody. As you have seen in the inaugural session, that the focus has been on the world economy, which is under stress. The growth rate has gone down in 2025 to 2.8%. This year, expected that it would go further down to. further to 2.7%. If this is the case, then things would really be difficult for the rest of the world, and how to bring reversal of the declining process is the sole concern. So therefore, the chapter would focus on that, how to really focus on the growth drivers, which are trade, investment, and also development aid, that would really push the global growth to more than 3%. In the different forums, we have got a Council for Trade in Goods, again Council for Trade in Services, and also we have JSI dealing with investment. I think in these three different areas, I think these issues would be discussed. As we know, in WTO negotiations, countries global south is again seen in a different way. That there is divisions within global south, like emerging countries without China, other developing countries, LDCs. Similarly, within the global north, there are also different. You can have North America, the Europe for Europe East, Europe South, and other European areas. So that way, there are divisions within the global north and global south, and in the whole analysis of trade investment, we try to focus on all of them, how they have performed, and what mandates that these regions are having. By 2024, the world economy has reached $110 trillion of GDP, gross world product, around $35 trillion of trade, and around $1.7 trillion of FDI. So that is the situation that we have seen. In 1970, the share of trade in global GDP was just 7%. And by 2023-24, it has gone up to 37%. So that means constantly trade and also investment pushing the GDP to grow in the global economy. So what empirically we have shown in the chapter, that goods expanded more vigorously than that of the services. One interesting thing we see, that between global north and global south, the growth of the global south is much faster than of the global north, and therefore there is growing convergence between global south and global north, both in terms of trade and trade in services. And that thing also happening in FDI, for indirect investment. During the last 5 and 6 decades, this process has really expanded over the years. And what we see, that in trade in goods, there is greater convergence between north and south. By 2024, the share of the south has gone up to 45% of the total trade of the world. But in trade in services, the convergence is slow. Convergence is taking place, but it is slow, and there is dominance of the north that we can see. In FDI, generally the idea is that convergence is very little, but it is not correct. In outward investment and inward investment, we find convergence between north and south. In inward investment, there is 7 times there was convergence between north and south. That means more than 50% of the global inward-oriented FDI started flowing into the developing countries. And also, in case of outward investment, the same thing happened twice, including that of 2023. But this convergence is not permanent. It is happening, and also divergence is also taking place. So in this, there is a need for just negotiation in the MC14 to ensure that the real flow is there to the southern countries. That would really help. And in 2024, what we have seen that FDI has gone down drastically. In 2024, it was just half of what it was in 2015. So that means FDI has gone down substantially in research assistance. And also the development assistance has gone down drastically in this regard. In the trade sector, you can see that there are various components. For example, in intermediate trade, also in final goods trade, there is greater degree of convergence between different components of the South. So there is the LDCs and other transitional economies and other developing countries are doing much faster growth than that of emerging countries and the global north. So also in technology intensive goods, low, medium and high, there is a considerable significant progress done by the global south, particularly by LDCs, transitional economies and other developing countries, better than that of emerging countries and emerging countries without China. So the whole idea of central periphery theory is somewhat now diluting over the years. So what we see in the global north, generally in the literature we say that global north is homogeneous, but that is not correct. Within the global north, it is primarily the Europe 4, big 4, UK, France, Germany and Italy. That's one group. Then the West and the North Europe and Asia Pacific. These are the three significant segments within the North, other than that of the North America, the South America, South Europe, and the Eastern Europe. So these are the three growth drivers from the South. To the question that what are your expectations for MC14, we say that I think MC14 should focus on leveraging on the trade and investment to ensure that growth rate, what is expected in 2026 as 2.7% should go beyond 3%, the pre-pandemic growth rate of 3.2%. So that is one. There is a need for, again, seeing that how to invigorate the growth potential of the global south, which is the growth driver of the world economy. Third is that this process should help in terms of convergence between north and south in different areas, and also should discuss more on the issue of development aid that would help particularly less privileged groupings within the south. So to the question that what need to be done on the issue beyond MC14, I think the response could be that implementation issue is the core issue which we generally lack. And naturally, immediately after MC14, we have to ensure that proper implementation of the outcome should be there. And for that, there is proper coordination between North and South should be there. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mohanty. Thank you very much for keeping that time limit. So, and laying the ground for subsequent chapters, essentially landscaping the situation that exists in the area of international trade. So let me now request Dr. Harshvardhan Singh. He would take up the next chapter, WTO Reform for an Inclusive Multilateral Trading System.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, RIS, for this opportunity. The title of the report which was launched today is Multilateralism Under Pressure. And it's for that reason that WTO reform is a very important issue at present. That's going to be the primary focus of the ministerial conference, which is starting next week. The authors, my co-authors and myself, we took a deliberate decision when we chose the title as WTO Reform for an Inclusive Multilateral Trading System. Why was it decided that inclusive multilateral trading system is what we should try and emphasize? Because when WTO, which is the multilateral trading system, was established, and before that when GATT was established, there were some foundational principles. What was emphasized was inclusiveness, fairness, open and predictable trading system. So inclusiveness, as Dr. Jayan Das Gupta in the morning explained, is embodied, for instance, in most favored nation treatment, MFN treatment, where when even two countries, suppose they negotiate a particular tariff rate and lower the tariff for each other, those lower tariffs are applied to all. Similarly, the decision-making process is consensus-based. Consensus doesn't mean that you have to explicitly agree. It just means that if you are in a meeting and an issue is being discussed, you don't disagree. So there is manageable discomfort at most. Then inclusive also means that those who have lower capacity to take on the disciplines are given a flexibility, i.e. lower levels of disciplines which they can feel more comfortable with. So development and special and differential treatment aspects. And predictable because the rule-based system defines the limits of the flexibility of the policy you can take, and a dispute settlement system is there if you breach one of these rules. So dispute settlement system today is without the appeal part of the system because of United States, as was explained to you. But inclusion and fairness are covered in the system by most favored MFN, consensus-based decision-making, and by special and differential treatment. The ministerial conference has a number of proposals, and it's important that some of these proposals are trying to change these foundational principles. For example, the US proposal, as was explained, says MFN should go. EU proposal says MFN should be amended. So there is an effort to change one part of inclusiveness in a way that it has sustained the system till today. There are two important reasons for this. One is that these countries feel that a non-market economy, read China, has used the system, it has gamed the system, and since there is no reasonable way to control that, we should not provide MFN to that economy. That's one perspective. Second is that there are 166 members of the WTO today. Getting an agreed, negotiated agreement where all of them agree to sign on the dotted line is extremely difficult. Therefore, if a large proportion, they don't say it in that way, but if a large proportion of the membership negotiates an agreement, which is a plurilateral agreement, less than full membership agreement, then there should be a possibility of including it without necessarily the strict conditions that prevail today, which is exclusively consensus. In fact, the United States has gone further than it doesn't emphasize the number. You could have 10 members, you could have 20 members, you could have 50 members. As long as they decide on an issue, it says that that should be accepted. So once that happens, the predictability of the system gets very badly affected. And the inclusive nature of the system is also impacted. So the other side is consensus is manageable discomfort. You don't object, but you are not exactly comfortable, but you are not uncomfortable to an extent that you say no. And the concerns, the reasons why the members are not reaching a consensus are not being directly addressed, while a focus is there on pushing through the ideas of making it easier for you to have a plurilateral agreement. Now, plurilateral agreements, as defined in the WTO, are in general, if they are not multilateralized, which means if they do not have MFN, they are part of an annex called Annex 4, in which the agreement doesn't give MFN to non-members. The agreement can be changed without reference to the impact on the non-members. So these are some of the concerns which are there about plurilateral agreements. And once you are in Annex 4 and you suppose I said the starting point of foundational principles was an inclusive system, a fair system, and a predictable system. If plurilaterals are there in Annex 4, imagine, say, 10, 20 plurilaterals with different memberships. So the trade relations between members will vary. And another plurilateral infuses more uncertainty about what the trade relationship will be. And that agreement can change without any reference to the non-members. They don't give MFN, so that part of inclusiveness will go. They don't give consensus emphasis because non-members will not have any say. And the nature of different plurilaterals, suppose they become a critical mass, a system which was created to be inclusive, fair, and predictable will become non-inclusive, not fair, and completely unpredictable. That's the kind of range of issues the WTO reform process is dealing with. And this chapter is suggesting ways in which the basis of the foundational principles can be maintained to the extent possible. And some suggestions are provided there. I don't have the time to go in detail on that. So the questions which I'm going to now address very quickly is, what is the importance of your issue for MC14, Ministerial Conference, which is starting next week? This importance of these issues is fundamental because the whole system is defined by the foundational issues, which, if they change, will have a completely different multilateral trading system with significant part of the membership being denied the inclusiveness which defines the system today. And therefore, the importance is immense. Expectations at MC14. I think the membership does want change. But how to go about that change and achieve some kind of a balanced landing zone requires agreement on some fundamental principles. A discussion on plurilaterals in Annex 4 has to be there. Either the scope of plurilaterals has to extend beyond Annex 4. Today, there are only two options. Either once less than full membership negotiates an agreement, either you make that agreement multilateral by giving MFN, and there's this process of scheduling where you actually promise in a multilateral system that what you have agreed will be offered to all through MFN. The other one is Annex 4. So Annex 4 is going to cut the ground under the foundational principles. That has to be, the plurilateral coverage has to be defined in such a way that perhaps we'll need an Annex 5. To the extent which includes multilaterals, but with lesser, with MFN, but provision of plurilaterals for subject areas which are not possible to be scheduled. So, to the extent those who want to upturn the fundamental principles stick to their approach, MC14 will not have a conclusion. My expectation is that it will have a conclusion at least in terms of a framework for addressing these issues. And the chapter actually talks about how to address them. And the third question is what needs to be done on the issues beyond MC14. I would say one of the components of the steps ahead should be to read our chapter. And have the approach which we have taken, that it's possible to get a solution provided you, with trust and engagement, look at the issues and for solutions. Some of those solutions are in the chapter. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Singh, for very cogently and very lucidly presenting, summarizing the chapter and answering those last three questions. I will now move to Dr. Atul Kaushik for his presentation on the chapter relating to the dispute settlement reforms.
Thank you, Chair. I will try and respond to the questions straight away to save time and repeat what the previous speaker said about the chapter, that please go to the book, the report, and read it. So the first question is posed to us by the chair is, what is the importance of this particular issue? Businesses across the world want just one thing from governments, and that is security and predictability of the multilateral trading system. This security and predictability is enshrined in the dispute settlement understanding of the WTO, which is one of the WTO agreements, and it has very often been called as the crown jewel of the multilateral trading system. The fact that an automatic, binding, enforceable dispute settlement system was agreed as a part of the Uruguay round, which transitioned from GATT to the WTO, shows that it was a novel idea for the membership, and therefore the membership wanted an opportunity to review its performance. And this review started just within 4 years of the coming into force of the WTO agreements. But it has not been concluded so far. There have been various avatars of this review as a part of the mandated review under the Uruguay Round agreements, as well as under a specific negotiating mandate outside of the single undertaking that was agreed at the Doha Ministerial Conference. Around the change from the first to the second decade of this century, the United States felt the heat of some losses in the dispute settlement mechanism and found that the interpretation that they had meant to have from certain treaty terms in some of the WTO agreements is not the interpretation that is accepted by the rest of the membership, or more importantly, by the adjudicative bodies, the panels and the appellate body. And therefore, they started looking at options. Since WTO has a consensus-based decision-making process, however, in the dispute settlement mechanism, there is an automatic binding mandated process for dispute settlement. They were constrained in finding ways to stymie the whole process until they found that if they start disagreeing with the selection of appellate body members after the expiry of the term of the existing members, they would come to a situation that they can render the appellate body dysfunctional. So this process started around the middle of the second decade of this century and was completed in December 2019, when less than 3 appellate body members existed in the WTO appellate body and therefore could not constitute a division that could take on appeals. So this has therefore targeted the security and predictability of the multilateral trading system, which the businesses across the world want, and that is the importance of the issue. So that's the answer to the first question. Now, what is to be expected in the MC14 on this issue? The previous speaker, Dr. Harshvardhan Singh, has talked about WTO reform. When you look at the most recent conversations in the WTO, in the General Council, you find that those who control the meeting rooms there are saying that a WTO reform is incomplete without a dispute settlement reform. For example, the facilitator appointed for WTO reforms, the Norwegian ambassador, he said many members say that deeper institutional reforms will have limited value without a functional dispute settlement system. The chair of the General Council, which is the highest decision-making body of the WTO in the absence of the trade ministers, said, I hear members loud and clear that a reformed WTO is a WTO with a reformed dispute settlement mechanism. The chair of the dispute settlement body, which is one of the 3 hats that the General Council wears and adopts the decisions of the panels and the appellate body, said that while there is a broad recognition of the difficult context surrounding the dispute settlement reform, many members support the resumption of this work after MC14, when the time is right and all members are ready. So here lies the answer to the second question, Chair, that whatever is going to happen on dispute settlement reforms in MC14 is going to be a part of the conversations on WTO reform. However, After MC14, when the members are eager and willing to resolve this dysfunctionality of the appellate body and of the dispute settlement mechanism, they would have to come up with solutions. One way in which these solutions were proposed was by the United States back in 2022, just after the previous, the 13th Ministerial Council, facing a flack for being the lone dissenter to the selection of appellate body members. The United States called some members outside of the WTO and said, okay, let us have interest-based conversations on dispute settlement reform rather than position-based conversations. So everybody wanted he wanted everybody to express their interest. So more than 300 proposals came, more than 70 interests were identified, and eventually the conversation was handed over by the United States mission to a facilitator, the deputy PR of Guatemala, and he came up with what he called as a consolidated text. This text takes up a lot of issues and elaborates the procedures that may find ways towards solution of the imbroglio. However, did not touch the two main issues on which there was contestation within the WTO membership. One is the needs of the developing countries and resource-constrained members to be able to access and effectively participate in the dispute settlement mechanism. And the second was what form should the second tier or the appellate mechanism of the WTO dispute settlement mechanism have. On these, after the next ministerial conference, the 13th ministerial conference, this was just after the 12th ministerial conference, another facilitator, the ambassador of Mauritius, was appointed, and she looked at, among, in consultation with the memberships, these two issues, the access issue as well as the form of appeal mechanism issue. On both these matters, a number of reform proposals or ideas have been put in a paper, which is called the progress report, and there are some minor areas in which text is also available. So this is what post MC14 the membership can start with, and bring in any other proposals that the memberships may have, and thereby, after MC14, begin to try and resolve the imbroglio. So I have partly answered the third question also, Chair, but I must add that text-based negotiations cannot begin until there is conceptual clarity on how the WTO members want to make the dispute settlement mechanism more inclusive. And that is a development issue. It's an issue which is key for getting the developing countries on board. And for that conceptual clarity, we need to see what has happened until now. One argument that is made by several members is that most of the developing countries don't even participate in the dispute settlement mechanism, so why bother? What is the outcome of these conversations? My answer, and the answer in our report, is that it is not the ability to go to a court to resolve an issue alone that determines your faith in the system. Look at the national jurisdictions. We have courts, and therefore we feel secure that we have a door to knock if we have a problem, if we have an injustice that we need addressed. We don't necessarily, all of us, go to the courts. Similarly, the developing countries who are aiming to benefit from the multilateral trading system, which is the raison d'etre of the WTO agreement as per its preamble, want this system to exist, and you cannot count the number of times that they have been parties in disputes to determine the legitimacy of the system. So this is one point that has to be kept in mind. And the other point is that what kind of a process in terms of a final adoption of a decision by the entire membership does the WTO membership want? So in the GATT days, we used to have panel processes. The panels used to come up with their reports, and parties had the freedom to accept or not accept them. There are several reports which have been, of course, adopted because the parties wanted to agree to them, and some which are not adopted because there was no mandated, binding, automatic system. So we want that mandated, binding, automated system for the system to restore its credibility as the crown jewel of the multilateral trading system. Once these two conceptual areas are clarified by the membership, we can move to text-based negotiations and hopefully have a much more useful text for the ministers to decide at MC15. Thank you.
Thank you, Atul. Thank you for very succinctly bringing out the elements of the paper and answering those three questions very categorically. Clearly, as you would have noticed, DSM is the heart of the WTO process. And therefore, though it might be a separate chapter in this case, but essentially it's part of the reform process. Our fourth speaker is Abhijit Das. Abhijit would speak on another very critical area, special and differential treatment provisions.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Chair, for the session, and let me compliment RIS, particularly Professor Sachin Sharma, for putting together this report, conceptualizing the entire series of meetings. So kudos to Dr. Sachin and his team. Dr. Harshvardhan Singh mentioned how one of the foundational principles of the WTO is special and differential treatment. By way of quick information, when the GATT was established in 1948, it was based on the principle of reciprocity. It did not have special and differential treatment. And subsequently, after a prolonged battle by developing countries, special and differential treatment entered into the GATT rule book sometime in mid-1960s, whereby we have something called less than full reciprocity, whereby what was agreed was that in trade negotiations, the developed countries will not expect reciprocity from developing countries. And one of the reasons for this less than full reciprocity principle was the recognition of the gaps in standards of living between developed and developing countries, the different stages of economic development of the GATT membership. Now, how did special and differential treatment get articulated? First and foremost, under the GATT and WTO regime, there was complete freedom for countries to self-declare themselves as being developing. What were some of the benefits of being a developing countries? Some of the obligations were softer for developing countries or least developed countries. Countries got longer period for implementing the obligations. Countries became eligible for technical assistance as well. In certain cases, in some agreements, particularly the Trade Facilitation Agreement, implementation of certain obligations was contingent on the WTO member receiving financial assistance and technical assistance. So what did special and differential treatment really do? It tried to, in a very limited way, balance trade liberalization with preserving some extent of policy space for developing countries. What it also tried to do was to facilitate the process of negotiations. If all countries had to take the same onerous level of negotiations predictably there would have been log jams in negotiations so how to reduce that possibility? Have a base level which is pretty high of obligations, and if some countries are not able to take on those obligations, then, and if they declare themselves to be developing, then maybe softer obligations for them. So this system has worked well according to a large number of developing countries. However, over the past few years, United States, European Union, and now UK, they have been questioning the continued relevance of special and differential treatment. Their argument is that some of the largest economies of the world, such as India, Brazil, Indonesia, Argentina, Thailand, Malaysia, etc., have self-declared themselves to be developing. They are benefiting from special and differential treatment provisions, whereas these are some of the largest economies. So the attempt which is being made through the process of WTO reform is to do away with the system of self-declaration. United States is very clear. Special and differential treatment provisions henceforth will be confined only to the least developed countries, and that also being confined only to transition periods. The European Union has a more nuanced approach whereby they are willing to look at maybe criteria-based access to special and differential treatment provisions. An important point to bear in mind is that recently China has said that, well, it continues to be a developing country, but henceforth, in ongoing and future negotiations, it will opt out of special and differential treatment provision. Now, at the forthcoming ministerial conference, there will be a significant push to include aspects around having a relook at special and differential treatment provision, having a relook at the system of developing countries self-designating themselves as developing countries and hence having access to special and differential treatment. There'll also be a push to see if criteria can be introduced for determining access to special and differential treatment. There could be other approaches such as developing countries being required to justify why they need access to special and differential treatment. Another approach which some countries have suggested is that in certain sectors, countries can have access to special and differential treatment, but in other sectors, they would not have access to special and differential treatment. Another approach which has been suggested is that countries could have access to special and differential treatment in times of crisis, through waivers from generally applicable rules. So that is the landscape of the likely work program which can arise through the process of WTO reform on the specific aspect of special and differential treatment. Now, what should be done post MC14? If indeed a work program on WTO reform commences, which has special and differential treatment as an issue for discussion, then certainly for a large number of developing countries, particularly larger economies among them, such as India, Brazil, Indonesia, what they need to do is to come out with rigorous analytical reports justifying the need, why the present system of having access to special and differential treatment through self-declaration is relevant. They also need to come out with detailed analysis on another aspect. Any debate on special and differential treatment cannot be delinked from the reality at the WTO, whereby in certain agreements, especially agreement on agriculture and agreement on subsidies and countervailing measures, there are certain provisions which on the face of it appear very objective, neutral, but dig deep, and these provisions have been crafted in a manner to particularly favor the developed world. So in the post-MC14 phase, once the discussion and possible negotiation on SNDT starts, it will be incumbent on developing countries to get a commitment from the developed world that they will give up their access to these reverse SNDT provisions. And finally, if push comes to a shove, the post-MC14 work should also include identification of relevant criteria which captures different stages of economic development, which captures economic vulnerabilities, so that if countries go down the route of criteria-based SNDT, we don't focus our attention on GDP, but we focus our attention on other parameters, whereby it becomes important that access to less onerous rules, implementation of rules over longer transition period, continues to remain available for countries who meet that criteria. But the most important part in post-MC14 phase really will be to come out with analytical work which will reinforce the present system, whereby access to SNDT continues to be based on a self-declared basis by developing countries. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your very kind attention. And let me also thank my co-authors of the chapter. Very grateful for all the support received from them. Thank you.
Thank you, Abhijit. Thank you for very simply explaining the remit of special and differential treatment and how you expect to discussions unfold over the MC14 and what follows thereafter, in your perspective. We now have Anuradha to speak on trade and sustainability at the WTO.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much to RIS for this opportunity, and a special thanks to all my co-authors, Dr. Rajiv Kher, Dr. Anshuman Gupta from RIS, and Lakshmi, I'm so glad you managed to reach here on time. Okay. So this topic, trade and sustainability, is one of the most, I would say, critical emerging areas, not just in the context of multilateral trade, but also in the context of all our bilateral trade negotiations. The approach that India has taken has been to look at it with a far more open mind in the bilateral negotiations, whereas we've maintained a very, very cautious approach in the multilateral negotiations. The underlying reason being that, to begin with, the linkages of an area as environment or labor, which are two of the fundamental components of sustainability and sustainable development, are really the remit of other international agreements. So we have a range of multilateral environmental agreements under the aegis of the United Nations, and we have the labor conventions and recommendations which are negotiated through a very unique tripartite approach of the International Labour Organization. And India is a member to both. The nature of agreements, the rights and obligations, therefore, are very contextual. The attempt that has been made since the beginning, actually, since the birth of the WTO, at the first time the issue really came to an head was in 1999 during the Seattle Ministerial Conference, when there was a significant nature of discussions on the inclusion of environment and labor as core issues. Prior to that, there was, during the Singapore Ministerial Conference in 1996, this issue had come up, and as far as labor-related issues was concerned, there was a very clear mandate that the members agreed to, which is that the comparative advantage of countries on grounds of differential wages, for example, shall not be put into question. And that has been the standard approach. There has been increasing the nature of deliberations between the International Labour Organization and the WTO. There has been a mapping of issues relating to labor provisions in free trade agreements that ILO has been compiling and presenting to the WTO membership. But in terms of discussing this as a core issue of the WTO, that push hasn't emerged to the extent that the second pillar, which is that of environment, has. And this is an area which is at a slightly different plank. The WTO agreements, to begin with, recognize that environmental issues can be considered as exceptions to trade obligations under very, very limited circumstances. And GATT, which is the Agreement on Goods, GATS, which is the agreement relating to services, as well as standalone agreements on technical barriers to trade and sanitary and phytosanitary measures, have elements relating to environment which can be used under certain circumstances. With the rise of environmental concerns, higher costs of production linked to environmental measures emerging across countries, the goalpost, however, is shifting, because clearly a higher investment towards greener development would mean higher cost of production, which needs to be offset through certain countermeasures. And the nature of measures that are emerging is that of the border measures relating to carbon border adjustment. EU is the first that brought it into to the fore. UK will soon have it in place by next year. And India, interestingly, has entered into bilateral agreements with both. With UK, we have a side letter, which keeps certain, I would say, negotiating space for us to reopen the issue of competitiveness and the impact that it will have on the FTA itself. With EU, we seem to have acknowledged that carbon border measures is something which is part of EU's policy, and the nature of interventions is, to a certain extent, limited. Given the nature of the engagement in the free trade agreements and the increasing clamor for discussions at the WTO, my expectation is that this is an issue which, even if it does not see anything concrete at MC14, it is going to be one of the core issues that will have an impact on discussions going forward. At the WTO, there is the issue of in terms of the substantive subject matter issues which I just outlined, but there is also a very critical issue in terms of the forum, the right place where this ought to be discussed. And this flows from the overall underlying theme that has been discussed since morning in terms of the multilateral forum for the negotiations. There is actually a standalone dedicated committee called the Committee on Trade and Environment, which has been discussing these issues. But at the same time, close to 72 members or more have got together, and they have been pushing forward the negotiations in another a joint informal group called the Trade and Environmental Sustainability Structured Discussions. The TE-SSD discussions have been evolving at rapid pace. They cover a range of subject matter issues, from unilateral measures to the nature of the obligations that countries would have in recognizing carbon measures as part of trade strategy, as well as preferential tariff for environmentally sound goods and services. India has been playing a far more critical role in the Committee for Trade and Environment, the Multilateral Forum, when we are completely opposed to any kind of discussion in the joint informal. The importance of this issue at MC14 cannot be overstated, because this is going to come forward. We, in fact, have TE-SSD also coming up with some kind of a joint declaration, which of course will not have the endorsement by the WTO membership, but it certainly means a significant portion of WTO members which would be parties to it, which may come out with some kind of a declaration. India does not as yet have a concrete proposal on the trade and environmental issue as a standalone declaration, but this will certainly have a significant reference in the overall outcome document that emerges out of MC14, and how we carefully craft and influence that is something which I would imagine would be one of the challenges and key asks at MC14. This issue will also need further push. India, in fact, has already proposed a ministerial declaration on transfer of technology. While not focused on trade and environmental related issue, it has a wider ambit, but the transfer of environmentally sound technology is one of the core components of that proposed declaration. For it to have any traction at all, we need to have the support of other members. In fact, during MC13, there were a group of almost over 70 members, developing country members. India was not a party to it at that time, but they had come up with a proposal on first emphasizing that there is no room at all for unilateral trade measures, but at the same time, trade has an important role to play in ensuring the greening of development and sustainability. And that WTO, through the CTE, needs to take up that role. I think coordination with similarly minded countries is critical to have support for India's proposed declaration, which has one of its core elements, as I mentioned, the transfer of environmentally sound technology. Post MC14, to take Sachin's words from the morning session, I would think that India really needs to step up and take the role of a rule shaper in this regard. We actually had a very interesting paper in October of 2023, which continues to remain a restricted document, but this needs to be publicized, and perhaps that can drive what Sachin was mentioning in the morning as that of shaping the rules in this area. The messaging in that was actually a very clear set of principles. One, the fact that WTO could be an enabler for transfer of environmentally sound technologies by leveraging on already existing repositories of such technologies, identify which of them are proprietary technologies and whether IPR is a barrier for that transfer, what are the financial costs and challenges, how could that really be matched, and how could that be addressed? And in that sense, play a clear and a more proactive role in the transfer of technologies itself. So this again dovetails very nicely with India's current proposal on transfer of technologies, which is the declaration it hopes to get through at MC14. So yes, I think this conversation is just beginning. It just needs a lot more momentum and a lot more coordination with other like-minded countries to take it forward. Thanks.
Thank you, Anuradha. Trade and sustainability, as you would have noticed, is something that is coming in for the first time. In the WTDR, in the domestic discourse like this, where there are sporadic elements of sustainability across various WTO related initiatives. But I think India has never addressed it in the manner in which a composite consideration needs to be given to the whole gamut of issues. So this is first effort, and I must compliment Dr. Sachin Sharma for bringing in this subject here, because this is something which will bring in critical challenges. It has already started doing so, and if you want to build up a reformed WTO, I think this will turn out to be an important area to look at. We have now our last panelist, Professor Shailja Singh. She would now speak on joint statement initiatives at the WTO. Dr. Shailja Singh.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, let me begin by extending my warm thanks to RIS for this opportunity. And also, I'm grateful to my co-authors, Dr. Priyadarshi Dash and Pragyan Agrawal, for contributing to this chapter. I would attempt to address the issue of joint statement initiatives around the three strands of discussion that the chair posed to the panelists earlier in the session, which is the importance of this particular issue, what we are expecting at MC14 and what we are expecting beyond MC14. Thanks to Dr. Harshvardhan Singh for providing a very good context and background on different issues pertaining to WTO reforms, which includes plurilaterals and JSIs. So let's start with the threshold issue of joint statement initiatives and why we are really here discussing this particular matter a week before the ministerial conference is scheduled to be held next week. There are two primary reasons. First, of course, there is an immediacy of the matter itself, which is that we have two joint statement initiatives in queue for incorporation as a plurilateral trade agreement under the Marrakesh Agreement. If we recall the history of joint statement initiatives, they were launched in 2017, again on the sidelines of a previous ministerial conference at the WTO, where a subset of WTO members basically decided to pursue discussions which led to negotiations on specific issues. So in 2017, 4 JSIs were launched, which dealt with investment facilitation for development, services domestic regulation, electronic commerce, and also MSMEs. And where we are today is basically the services domestic regulation related JSI, the negotiations concluded, and the participating WTO members decided to bring in the conclusion and the rules that emerged from that particular JSI as part of their schedule under GATS. But we also have 2 standalone agreements, one on electronic commerce and one on investment facilitation for development, where the negotiations have concluded. And for the past several months, and for some of them, for instance, IFD, since last ministerial, there have been attempts to integrate them and make them part of the WTO's Marrakesh Agreement as an Annex 4 plurilateral trade agreement. India has been one of the objectors of having these kind of agreements included as part of the plurilateral trading agreement. So the basic question really before us is that, what is really the broader concern around these kinds of agreements, and why has India been objecting to it, and why is it that we are discussing this just before the ministerial starts? The primary concern that relates to these kinds of initiatives is, of course, that they are plurilateral in nature, right? We know that the WTO is the multilateral trading organization with a multilateral mandate. It does recognize that there can be plurilateral trade agreements, but there are differing opinions on how these kinds of negotiations are to be launched. While the Marrakesh Agreement is very clear that the incorporation of any of these plurilateral initiatives, the agreements that come out of it, can only be done through consensus as decision making. How these negotiations are to be launched, there is considerable divide in the opinion, with the proponents of JSIs basically saying that there is no need to have consensus when these negotiations are being launched, whereas we have India, and for the longest time very vocal supporter was South Africa and some other countries, where the common thinking and the common rationale for objecting to these kind of negotiations was that even to start negotiations on plurilateral, if you look at the letter and spirit of the WTO's Marrakesh Agreement, you really do need consensus to bring them on. Why is it so important to have clarity and have some emergence of agreement on how JSIs or plurilateral should be launched? because what these plurilaterals are really doing is, or attempting to do is, change the very nature of the organization that we have, which is a multilateral trade organization where 166 countries are bound by the same kind of commitments. Having JSIs gather more and more momentum is putting a big question mark on this very basic fundamental feature of the WTO, of the organization as we know it. And India and other countries' concerns have not been unwarranted, because what we are seeing now, the second strand of why these issues are important is because as part of the WTO reform proposals, now we have concrete suggestions on plurilaterals sort of becoming the mainstream way in which negotiations are conducted at the WTO going forward. And we have at least 4 proposals that point in this direction. We have the proposal from United States on WTO reforms, where they have very clearly indicated that they don't really see a multilateral future for the organization. And plurilateral is the way to go forward if the WTO is to survive and flourish. We have the European Union, which has recognized that there is now a possibility of returning to a variable geometry kind of system that we have pre-WTO, where, during the GATT era, we had an a la carte system of, codes and agreements which countries could pick and choose. Of course, the whole idea of creation of the WTO, one of the major drivers was to do away with this fragmentation of an a la carte system and have an integrated multilateral trading system where same rules apply at the multilateral level, within the WTO's realm. So the European Union's position is that we have to perhaps head back to this kind of an a la carte system. We have China's proposals, which admits and acknowledges that plurilaterals are going to play an important role going forward, but it also calls for certain safeguards or guardrails that may be needed if plurilaterals are to gather momentum and become the mainstay of future negotiations at the WTO. So all of this put together, considering how fundamental JSIs and plurilaterals have become in talks of reforming the WTO, the issue is very, very critical and at an important juncture. Leading to this is the second part of the question that was posed to us, which is what really are we expecting, or what is likely to happen at the upcoming ministerial. My guess, calculated guess, is that we are going to see first and foremost a strong push to have the 2 e-commerce and IFD-related JSI agreements to be incorporated as Annex 4. There have been sustained efforts to get them and become part of the WTO for some time, and this effort is surely going to gather momentum at the next ministerial. We have also seen South Africa, which has been for the longest time a strong opposer to integration of these agreements as Annex 4 along with India, dilute its position a bit. In the minutes of the recent General Council meetings at the WTO, South Africa has indicated a more engaging and conciliatory tone, that they are exploring and they are considering the issue, and they have moved away from their staunch opposition to these initiatives. So the 2 JSIs that are lined up, that is going to be one of the critical questions. And of course, just to update and share with all of you, we do have considerable number of WTO members behind some of these initiatives. For instance, the JSI on IFD has 128 out of 166 members that are party to it. So there is incredible momentum and support to have them incorporated. So some movement around that would be expected, especially from the proponents. And the second likely outcome is that whenever, or in whatever form rather, we have the WTO reform related decision adopted at the ministerial or thereafter, there is definitely going to be some reference to plurilaterals just to legitimize the entire process. And I think I've used this word many times during my intervention today, which is mainstreaming. So the attempt would be to mainstream plurilateral initiatives as one of the key ways to propel negotiations at the WTO. And of course, I didn't go into the historical reasons of, why we have plurilaterals being pushed, because of course the multilateral negotiations trade record, the track record has not been very good. But coming to the final strand of my talk here today, which is on what are we really expecting beyond MC14. So if there is, a reference to plurilaterals within the outcome document or in some form as part of an exploratory agenda even relating to WTO reform, it is important to have clarity on a number of issues concerning plurilaterals, which would address, issues and problems that have been raised by many countries, including India, and to ensure that these plurilateral initiatives do not really dilute the multilateral nature of the World Trade Organization as we know it. And the paper tries to come up with some of these possible guardrails or safeguards, whatever term you would like to use for them, that can be considered when these discussions take place, because we really cannot have a system where going forward, it's the plurilaterals that are hijacking the multilateral trading agenda. We need to have some checks and balances. And the paper attempts to classify these guardrails that can be imposed right from the pre-initiation of the negotiation stage to the negotiation stage, to the incorporation stage, and to the post-incorporation stage. I don't have the time to go into each of our recommendations, but some of the key highlights of our conclusions are that it is very important that before launch of a plurilateral initiative or a JSI type of negotiation at the WTO, there is a procedure in place to check if the topic or the issue that is being pushed for as part of the plurilateral initiative, there is already an existing multilateral mandate. This is to ensure that plurilaterals do not undermine existing mandates that might be there at the WTO. For instance, the JSI on services domestic regulation, one of the criticisms that a number of developing countries, including India, presented was that there is a mandate under GATS to negotiate domestic regulations. So why are we bypassing that to have a plurilateral attempt to discuss the same things? So it is important to have, that check before you launch your negotiation. It is also important to have clarity around, whether what is being negotiated is actually a trade agreement, because if you look at the Marrakesh Agreement, the possibility of incorporating Annex 4 related agreements is only limited to trade agreements, and that controversy has emerged when in relation to investment facilitation for development agreement, which I think there is a separate panel that will be looking into it. And beyond this, we have certain other safeguards and checks, for instance, on budgetary allocation, on how to ensure that even after incorporation, if any change is being made to the plurilateral trade agreement, which fundamentally changes the nature of such an agreement. You can do it as of date without going back to the membership, because you'll be guided just by the provisions of the plurilateral trade agreement. But how to check that and to ensure that there is some sort of membership oversight or control even after these agreements have been incorporated. Because at the end of the day, the agenda really, or the objective really is that the WTO should continue to be first and foremost a multilateral trading organization where these kind of agreements may or may not be incorporated. Obviously, it would depend on the outcome at the upcoming ministerial, but the multilateral nature of the organization should really be preserved. So with that, thank you very much.
Thank you, Shelja. Thank you for explaining not just the concept, but the whole process of how you expect the JSI's plurilaterals to unfold much beyond MC14. Well, with that, we have come to the end of the first part of this discussion. The panelists have made their presentations, and I am grateful to all of them for making very succinct and very clear responses to the 3 questions which had been specifically raised, and giving you a very sort of a layman's understanding of what the issues are and how they are contained in this publication. Let me now open the floor for a few questions, clarifications, comments. Please introduce yourself, and if you are addressing the question specifically to a person, to a panelist, then please say so. Sorry, we can't hear you.
I myself, Ravinder Prasad, in the morning session, Ambassador Jan Das also talk about the plurilateral system. So my question to Dr. Harshvardhan, what field and which area India had to do in Gulf country or Gulf and Asian country regards of plurilateral system agreement?
Okay.
Second question.
No, please, one at a time. Just note down the question, please, and we will collect a few and then we'll come back. Yes, please. Microphone.
Thank you. I'm Professor Reena Marwa. My question is to Professor Shelja. You mentioned that the initiative, the plurilateral, which is for investment facilitation for development, has 128 members, and these are mainly developing countries and less developed countries, I believe. So is this, being initiated by China? Because that really provides a momentum to its outreach and development agenda. And is that one of the reasons why India is opposed to it? Is there any possibility that India could also, sort of join it or give its, okay to it or affirm it? Yeah, thanks.
Yes, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think very interesting panel discussion, and my question is to you, Chair. I mean, it's more to do with the digital trade part of it, which I found it kind of missing in the discussions, and the other part is on the moratorium. I think these are the 2 aspects, again, which are likely to be discussed at MC14. Thank you.
Yes, Pravash. We'll take 5 and then there will be responses.
Yeah, my question is to Dr. Singh. You talked about the fear of plurilateralism in terms of fragmentation of the WTO. But don't we already have fragmentation of the international trading system because of so many FTAs and RTAs? So if we have plurilateralism, will it really add to fragmentation, or is it something that international trading community is already already capable to take care of?
One more. Yeah, Pranav.
Just a thought which came into my mind. Of course, it is on the GSI and plurilateral. So I am Pranav Kumar, representing industry. Since, as per the WTO agreement, the new agreement comes into force when 2/3 of members ratify it, whether it's a trade facilitation agreement or the fisheries subsidies agreement. So if at some point of time, because Salja has also mentioned that JSI initiative also have substantial number of WTO members who are supporting it. For instance, the investment proposal, which has support of 128 members, which is well above the 2/3 members of WTO. So can we agree on that? And just it is hypothetical, that if unilateral agreement has to be agreed by India, India is opposed to it, I know, that any unilateral agreement can go through only when it has minimum support of 2/3 members.
Well, we have taken 5 questions. We can start with Dr. Harshvardhan.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's on the Gulf countries plurilateral. Actually, India doesn't need to do any plurilateral with them. We have negotiated and we are in the process of negotiation of free trade agreements. So whatever interests India has with them would be covered in that context. A plurilateral is required when you want larger number of countries in areas where the free trade agreement kind of agreements can't be really managed. Because free trade agreements are with a few countries. Of course, the submission of US is that even if few countries have plurilaterals, then it should be allowed. But that's a concept which today is being pushed if you have limited number of subject areas to cover in that agreement. We are already covering a lot of areas through the free trade agreement. So I don't think plurilateral is relevant for that. So on fragmentation due to plurilaterals, what I was trying to do is that to show where the system has started from with aspirations of inclusion, with aspirations of fairness, etc. And to the extent there are deviations from these foundational principles, they are agreed deviations. And free trade agreements are agreed deviation. For example, when I used to, many years ago, the reason I'm saying many years ago is because I used to lecture on GATT. GATT is a thinner document than WTO. So I used to talk about foundational principles. So MFN, national treatment, bound tariffs, no restrictions at the border kind of thing. And then I used to say all these would come within 5 to 6 pages. Why do we have a much thicker book? Because the rest of the GATT is conditions under which to break those promises. Only thing is, it is structured with disciplines, with information, and taking into account the implications of those deviations on the rights, existing rights of WTO members. So if you, for example, there are basically 2 kinds of plurilaterals which start as plurilaterals. But to the extent the result can be multilateralized with MFN, with scheduling, it is effectively a multilateral agreement. You're giving the benefits to all members. The concern arises for plurilaterals which are Annex 4 agreements. You don't give MFN, so there goes your inclusion. You actually don't, by definition, have consensus. There goes another pillar of the inclusion. And if you decide to change the text of that agreement at any point of time, which might have an impact on existing WTO rights, and those who are non-members don't have a voice in bringing up the concern to that agreement. So the Annex 4 agreements actually, in terms of plurilaterals, are a concern it's not just fragmentation. Fragmentation is when you are breaking the system up, or there are sub-parts of the system. It is transformation of the system from an inclusive, fair, predictable system to a non-inclusive, not fair, non-predictable system. So that's the difference between an FTA kind of thing and Pranav, just one particular thing. You made a very important point of 2/3. Only thing is, 2/3 becomes relevant when there is a consensus among WTO members that we agree to the framework and content of this less than full membership negotiated agreement, plurilateral. But there won't be that agreement if any existing WTO rights are either evidently or potentially adversely affected. And that is not limited to numbers which support it. Each individual member has the right to bring that to the attention of the negotiators so that its existing rights are not violated. Only when that is addressed do the numbers become relevant.
Shelja, there was a specific question. Yeah.
Yes, thank you so much for your question. Yes, the IFD is a China-led initiative at the WTO, and yes, 128 countries have participated in the negotiations. But what we have also seen is that this number has come down a bit now because there is some internal rethinking happening. So it's not 128 as of date. Did India not join it because of China? I don't think that is the case because India has an in-principle opposition to plurilaterals, and which includes all plurilaterals, so it's not specific to the IFD. And could India join IFD in the future? I mean, it would really depend if there is any change in this in-principle position. And if you look at the content of the IFD agreement also, it is quite expansive, covering different levels of government. So it would also depend on our ability and willingness to take on that kind of obligation. So yeah, I hope I have answered your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wants to respond to any of these? Okay.
A small point to make on the fragmentation through FTAs, in addition to what Dr. Harshvardhan Singh said. In the WTO, there are these foundational principles that are protected through the provisions that allow you to break rules given certain provisions. So we have a provision in the GATT which allows you to have FTAs, provided you meet certain conditions, substantially all trade and all. So you have recourse to dispute settlement in the event that your FTA is fragmenting the multilateral trading system. If you do what you are planning to do through the plurilaterals, you are removing those foundational principles, and therefore you are fragmenting the multilateral trading system itself, and there is non-existent multilateral trading system. With FTAs, it still exists. With plurilaterals, it doesn't. Thank you.
I think we can take 2 more questions. You spoke about why we are not taking digital. No, there is a session devoted to, and one of the elements is moratorium. And Shelja has already made the presentation on JSI. One of the plurilaterals that is waiting for the members to address is on e-commerce. So there is no separate discussion on e-commerce because that's already culminated into a sort of an agreement. India has been opposing it, as you must have heard of, on grounds which are far more foundational, fundamental than specific to that particular agreement. So that's already there. Yeah.
Thank you. On digital, now actually e-commerce plurilateral or potential plurilateral is facing a different situation, because there was a time when the members asked for its inclusion. Now there are about 3 different kind of submissions. One is saying, at present in MC14, we don't want this plurilateral to be absorbed. We would rather prefer that a committee on digital trade is established and we take forward the various issues in that. So there is a difference of opinion amongst those who were pushing for it, and today it's not a priority item for them. Second, on moratorium, there is a, so then yeah, okay. So maybe they'll go in greater detail.
So I think I would retract my idea of 2 more questions. We have already come to a point where we must close it now. I think you have heard the panelists on the foundational issues which are faced by the WTO. These are areas where we were discussing very fundamental understanding about multilateral trading system, which is under challenge. And each of the presenters has given you a sense of why these elements have come in for challenge and what's likely to unfold over the next, the ministerial and thereafter. Now, the position of India has been alluded to by each of the presenter. Many learnings can be derived out of these chapters. I would draw your attention back to the opening session where Mr. Virmani mentioned about the realism and practicality of what we do in an emerging trade environment. I think this is where the critical challenge that the Indian negotiators face is primarily as to should they continue to oppose wherever they are opposing, should they pursue whatever they are pursuing, or there is a scope for a deliberated modification in their positions. We have gone through a very significant turbulence and will continue to be turbulent for the next, God, one doesn't know how long. But I think there is a very sort of the morning we discussed about cost benefit, and I think this is where India will have to go deeper into the cost benefit dimension of the positions that it takes today. Because there are positions which are evolving over time, and we may not have the final word. In fact, as a matter of fact, there are several issues where there could be a rethinking. And how do we draw lessons out of what is happening? How do we build coalitions with partners with whom possibly we have not started, or maybe we haven't intensified to the extent that we should be? I think all of this will drive the manner in which India will put its next foot forward. One thing which I could, at least for my own sake, derive, that MC14 appears to be something which is not going to give very definitive results on most of the things, but is certainly an opportunity where India can put forth its own position in several areas which are tending out to be extremely challenging and would be the lead motive for many issues in multilateral trade. So with that, let me conclude. Let me thank all the panelists for very lucid and very definitive presentations. Let me thank the audience for participating in this discussion, listening to the panelists and bringing out questions, and their observations. And let me thank the organizers for giving us this opportunity to bring up this discussion.
Thank you so much, sir, for steering us in this session, and thanks to all the panelists for their very substantive and enriching remarks. So I now request Professor Prabir Dev to please come up on the dais, and we'll have share some token of appreciation with our guests. So, Mr. Rajiv Kher. Yes. Mr. Harshavardhan Singh. Professor Abhijit Das. Madam R.V. Anuradha. Professor S.K. Mohanty. Shri Atul Kaushik. Professor Sailaja Singh. So, please, we will also have a group photo. So please stand in the front. So we are breaking away for lunch now. We'll come back at 2:30. So please don't delay because we'll have to start the next session on time.
Dear all, good afternoon. We are going to start our post-lunch session. Kindly take your seats. Good afternoon, all. May I would like to request Ambassador J.S. Deepak, former PR of India to WTO, kindly come on the dais. I kindly request to our panelists, Professor Sachin Kumar Sharma, DG RIS, sir, kindly come on dais. Dr. Suyan Niyogi, Consultant Center for WTO Study, kindly come on dais. Mr. Mukesh Bhatnagar, sir, he will join online. And my colleague, Dr. Pankhuri Gaur, kindly come on dais. And Mr. Anwar Hussain Sheikh, he will join online. And I request to my colleague, Dr. Pankaj Vasisht, Associate Professor, kindly come on dais. Mr. G.D. Lohani, he will also join online. And I request to my colleague, Dr. Amit Kumar, and Dr. Pritam Banerjee, Head of Center for WTO Study, New Delhi, Industry Policy and Siddhi for this session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you and good afternoon, everybody. Let me start by congratulating RIS and DG Sachin, Dr. Sachin Sharma, for this wonderful event. And let us start this panel discussion on the most specific issues which are on the table at the WTO, which may or which may not be discussed at MC14. Now, the topic of the conference, the title of the conference is Multilateralism Under Pressure, Roadmap to the WTO Ministerial. Now, multilateralism has been under pressure for some time. We always have been saying that the WTO is in dire straits for various reasons. And primarily the reason used to be that progress was slow because of need for consensus and agreements were not getting done and the rule book was not getting updated. But lately, the main reason for the multilateralism being in danger has been the role of the US. The US, which was the creator, protector, promoter of the WTO, has turned rogue. And they have, as has also been pointed out in the previous panel, transgressed WTO rules, whether they're related to MFN, national treatment, bound rates, and of course, paralyzed the dispute settlement body. Winston Churchill, the former Prime Minister of UK, who dealt very closely with the Americans, has very profoundly said that the Americans can be trusted to do the right thing after having tried everything else. But unfortunately, in the WTO, that's not proving to be accurate, and even Winston Churchill is in danger of being proved wrong, because they keep on firing shots, each of which is a gash on the WTO. So let's see which way we proceed. So this is multilateralism under tremendous pressure for various reasons, including the attack by the US. As far as the roadmap to the WTO Ministerial is concerned, I mean, I'd like to make two basic points. You know, to paraphrase Robert Frost, you know, the famous English poet, from his book, Road Not Traversed, what he said is, there was a fork in the road, and I took the road less traveled, and that's made all the difference. Now, the WTO is at a fork. There's one group who's saying that it should continue to be the protector of the multilateral trading system and follow its mandates. There's the other side which says abandon consensus, SNDT, throw the mandates out of the window, plurilaterals should be in, MFN should be out, security exception should not be challenged, and so on and so forth. This ministerial, which is likely to be more a talking ministerial, but will take decisions on some of these things which will have long-term effect. Which way the WTO decides to go at MC14, which will have a long-term impact. And why is this happening? I mean, to me, in my mind, there may be various reasons, but the chief one is that this is basically to kick the development ladder, the one which China used to become a trading power from being utilized by countries like India and South Africa, Brazil, Nigeria, Indonesia, to become trading partners. If you remember the growth of China after it joined WTO in 2001, it was the poster boy of the Americans. its trade policy and trade opportunities in China were promoted by the Americans. American companies benefited immensely by getting the Chinese market. They were able to make investments, huge profits. And they were able to leverage the strengths of China. But China then became a competitor, and today the discourse is to change the WTO rules, the multilateral trading system, so that other countries cannot move on that path. George Bush, as well as Bill Clinton, who were responsible for China entering the WTO, used to say that there's no way that you can import goods and services and block ideas related to democracy and liberalism at the borders. That has not happened, so they are disillusioned and they don't want others to go that way. So in this background, we are having MC14. It's the shadow of the above, and there are certain issues called specific issues for which we have a distinguished panel which would be taking each of them about. Most members of the panel don't read any introduction. I will start with Dr. Sachin Sharma, who will make a statement on WTO agriculture negotiations ahead of MC14 as DG RIS and an expert in agriculture issues with long years of scholarship. Sachin has most insightful understanding of this issue. Over to you, Sachin.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Okay, about on agriculture, before I start it, let me also confess that I was not supposed to present this chapter. It was my co-author, Tala Kamal Akbar. He's supposed to give this presentation, but it was because this is the day, Happy Eid to everyone. And due to this, neither Tala Kamal Akbar and Mr. Anwar Sheikh able to come to in person to this event. But happy Eid to everyone. I also would like to thank my other co-authors, Alisha, Yogeshwari, for this important, as well as the Kamna Chaudhary, for writing this chapter. On agriculture, why we are discussing agriculture, just for the students, like India government implement a minimum support price policy. We also give a lot of subsidies in terms of fertilizer subsidy, canal irrigation. So these issues are also being discussed at the WTO. Now in WTO, the negotiations going on for more than 2 decades. And the main objective of this negotiation, agriculture negotiation, is to discipline agriculture subsidies, also reduce the market access barrier. So these are some of the issues are there. Now what has happened that within the WTO, in 166 member, there are divergent views about how to address the agriculture issues. One of the issues is the agriculture subsidy. Second, public stock holding for food security. Similarly, cotton subsidy, export restriction, export competition, transparency. So a lot of issues are there. Now, when we are going to Cameroon, next week the Cameroon ministerial meeting is going to happen. What about agriculture? What are the real issues for developing country or the global south? There are 2 things, very in a simple way, if I put it very straightforward. There are 2 points. One, how to approach those issues. Second, specific, if we go specific issue, why the countries have the divergent position. Now, overall, what is happening that when we go for this agriculture negotiation, the 2 approaches are comprehensive approach, second is a sequential approach. What developed country, especially US, European Union, Keynes Group, what they are saying that if we are discussing agriculture negotiation, then we need to deal all the issues together. What it means that whether it's food security, whether it's domestic support or export restriction or export competition, all issues or cotton subsidy need to be addressed in the same way. Whereas the developing countries are saying no, rather than going for the comprehensive approach, first we need to address the mandated issue. What is the mandated issue are there? See, there is one Article 20 under the Agreement on Agriculture. For information, Agreement on Agriculture deals with the issues related to agriculture. So within that, there is Article 20 which deals with future reforms of the agriculture. And it is there when this WTO came into existence. Now the mandated issue came later part, whether it was cotton subsidy or special safeguard mechanism or public stock holding for food security. So at the moment when the negotiation, even the last Committee on Agriculture special session happened, so some countries are saying we should address all the issue in one go. Whereas developing countries are saying that because these are the mandated issues, and these mandated issues were decided by the ministerial meeting, despite the fact that Article 20 was there, so therefore mandated issue need to be addressed first. So what these mandated issues include, as I mentioned, SSM, cotton, and public stock holding for food security, which Dr. Swain will deal in a more he will go more detail in this aspect. Now the second issue, the specific issue. For instance, agriculture subsidy. In agriculture subsidy, what is happening that some countries had made proposals, and if we accept these proposals, then we will not, many countries will not able to safeguard the interest of their farmers. For instance, the Keynes group made few proposals, and if we accept those proposals, then it would be even very difficult under the WTO rules to implement minimum spot price policy. This is the fact. Second, the major issue is about development box, where the government of India provide input subsidies to low income or resource poor farmers. As per the WTO definition, the way we define the low income or resource poor farmer are those farmers who have the land holding up to 10 hectares. And it means 99.45% of farmers we have defined as low income or resource poor farmer. And this gives us flexibility to provide input subsidies without constraining ourselves within the WTO rules. But there also a lot of attacks is happening at the moment. Countries are specifically are saying that we need to address this, you can say, spatial and differential treatment which we are given to the developing countries. They wanted to dilute it, whereas the developing country wanted to strengthen it. And this is a key issue within domestic support. The second issue, very important, is that there are historical asymmetries within the agriculture subsidies. For instance, US can give 100% subsidies to its rice farmer, its corn farmer, without violating its rule. Whereas India can't give more than 10%. And most of the developing countries, whether it's African countries or Asian countries, they can't give more than 10%. If that is the case, then developing countries are saying that please address these historical asymmetries. About the cotton subsidies, nothing is moving ahead. US has taken a very rigid approach. They are not addressing it at all. The next issue about export restriction, that many countries impose export restriction on agriculture goods. There are some demand by G10 countries to curtail this flexibility, but at the moment, on many issues, specific issues which I had mentioned, no convergence is there. Now, with this background, we are going to MC14. What is at the stake at the moment? At the stake, nothing much we are expecting in the, this ministerial meeting. But one thing is that there are two specific things which there are attempt to going to make by some countries. One, attack on spatial and differential treatment, which will impact policy space for many developing and least developed countries to implement their agriculture policies as per their socio-economic situation. Second, they will also try to dilute the mandated issue of public stock holding as well as cotton and SSM. So these are the two things where they try to give the equal weightage to give all the issues equal weight. And so therefore we are not expecting it much at the MC14, but these are the two issues which we need to take care and we need to be very cautious about it. But what about after MC14? After MC14, there are already a lot of push for agriculture reform. But this agriculture reform, the kind of proposals are on the table. It means that developing countries, they need to take very stringent obligations which are not compatible with the socio-economic situation of even Indian situation. So there we need to take some precautions that how we can take this forward. For this, G33 and many other developing countries, they come together, they made intervention in the Committee on Agriculture. But still, I think we need to strengthen the coalition on agriculture. Otherwise, some of the mistakes we did in the Uruguay round, it may happen that it may be repeated again unintentionally. So here, I think we need to, developing country and least developed country need to come together. There are, last point, there are also attempts like divide and rule things as well, where the proposals are specific that we give some flexibility to LDC country and NFIDC countries, and then to separate other countries, developing countries. So they are saying that we will give the special and differential treatment to only few group. So there is also a lot of things is happening at the moment. So here the negotiators and the policymakers just need to take note of these things. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Sachin, for covering the whole gamut of issues likely to come up in agriculture. It is a worrisome prospect that agriculture is way on the back burner. There's not likely to be any outcome. There may not even be a work program. And as he mentioned, we need to be careful that the mandate is not thrown out of the window and divide and rule does not break even the fragile coalitions which do exist in Geneva. No. He's okay. Yeah, the next speaker would be Dr. Suvyan Yogi. He is consultant in economics at the Center for WTO Studies, a scholar on this issue in his own right with lots of work and publications. May I request you to cover in your statement also, as in the morning panel, how do you see this specific issue being addressed at MC14? What outcomes do you expect, if any, at the ministerial? And what should be done to take this issue of great importance to developing countries in India forward after MC14? 8 to 10 minutes max. Thank you. Dr. Suvyan, the floor is yours. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Before starting my speech, I want to say warm regards to RIS for today's this stage to initiate this program, and also over the 3 months for the MC14, and also to thanks my co-authors on this issue who write with this PSH issue, to Palkin Ratna and also Pabni Mathur. Yes, and also the guidance from Professor Sharma and also Professor Das. They are invaluable guidance in our paper. So thanks to all of you. So thank you, Chair, for highlight these questions to the basically what will happen on the PSH issue, particularly for the MC14. This is the already Professor Sharma already said the dais for the agriculture negotiation and what is happening. Already he mentioned that public stockholding is a mandated issue. Why it is important? Because public stockholding for food security purposes is one of the most important issue under the WTO's agricultural negotiation. For why this is important, there are several reasons on this. Because of that, firstly, there is a very simple reason that if we will see the several data of the FAO, whatever they had mentioned, that over the, for the 2024 data, if you'll see that over 670 million people suffered from hunger in 2024, and their projection also indicate we are far away from our global commitment of achieving zero hunger. Secondly, for most of the developing country, public stockholding is beyond just a technical matter within the agricultural negotiation, but a critical development priority that directly impact the fight against hunger and the food insecurity. Thirdly, the public stockholding programs have been a fundamental in ensuring food security at the grassroots level. This program play a multifaceted role in the rural development in ensuring food access, stabilizing the domestic price, and safeguarding the livelihood of the millions across the globe. So, this is, if we'll see the why this is important also, there are things that particularly after the COVID pandemic, why public stockholding program is important, we have proven this program, why it is important particularly for developing as well as the LDC countries. Furthermore, given the ongoing polycrisis, such as geopolitical conflicts and the climate-related shocks to the agriculture, these programs serves as an essential policy instrument to managing risk arising from the resource constraint, volatile international market, and livelihood uncertainty, while ensuring the basic food needs are met. And furthermore, I feel that PSH is also a crucial for the MC14, is a scope of the demand, because as nearly more than 75 WTO members who are representing more than 2/3 of the global population, they have been backing a joint proposal for the public stockholding, So this is also one of the side is a demand for their country. And lastly, also one of the important that PSH has, what Professor Sharma has mentioned, that PSH has been long-standing mandated issues. Since a Bali ministerial decision a decade ago, WTO member already decided there will be a permanent solution, and we will waiting for it. So I see, or I feel that MC14 is a critical juncture, as it is now must for the WTO to deliver a decisive outcome on this. So now I'll come to the next point. What are the we are expecting from the MC14? So as I have already recalled that despite WTO ministerial mandate, a permanent solution to public stockholding purposes remains unresolved. Even its importance for food security continue to grow. In terms of the expected outcome, what Chair also mentioned and also several discussions also come, it is realistic to anticipate that a fully consensus-based permanent solution on public stockholding is unlikely to be achieved at the 14th Ministerial Conference. So this is because although there is a broad recognition among members that food security is an urgent global concern, but significant divergent persistence regarding the appropriate approach to addressing PSH. If we will see that the 2002, one of the joint proposal by the members by the G33, ACP group, and also the African group, that have called for the standalone permanent solution as guided by the Bali ministerial and the Nairobi ministerial decision. While contrast, some of the members from the Koreans group and also USA, they are preferred to address PSH within a broader framework of domestic support reform rather than as an independent standalone issue. So also the recent submission ahead of MC14 reaffirmed the importance of PSH, that's true, and indicates here the understanding of the urgency of the food security challenges. However, given the continued difference in the position in MC14, is more likely to result in a reaffirmation to the existing mandates and the commitment to continue negotiate rather than a concrete outcome. So, if we'll see the third question, that what will be the beyond MC14? So let me begin with a clear fact that the delays in reaching a permanent solution are not without consequences. Such delay risk aggravating the hunger and may lead to irreversible impact on human lives, including loss of life, particularly in the vulnerable and food insecure regions. Hence, further action beyond MC14 should center on reviving the negotiations and delivering a credible pathways, a permanent solution on public stockholding on food security purposes, while addressing the broader stalemate and the agricultural negotiation. I see that present proposal for the African group, MC14, provide a guidelines for us to work after the MC14. For developing countries' perspective, most pragmatic steps should be building a stronger coalition right now. Also, as a developing country, should continue to ensure that a special and differential treatment remain the integral part of the negotiation. So let me end my my speech with the great quote by the former UK Prime Minister by George Canning. Indecision and delays are the parents of failure. If WTO MC14 stays indecisive over PSH issue, WTO would failing faith and trust of millions of people across the world who sleep hungry today. So this is the crucial time to take some credible pathways for the PSH, for the future, for us, for the developing country, as well as the least developed country. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sovayan, for that very lucid and incisive presentation on a very important issue. There are lots of students with interest in trade present here. You need to realize that, as he pointed out, that hunger is increasing. It continues to remain a problem. It's a growing problem. And elimination of hunger and poverty are important sustainable development goals as well. So the priority to public food security solution is a permanent solution for food security has to remain. Now the problem is that after the Bali Peace Clause was made perpetual in 2014, developing countries want a permanent solution which is even better than that. The US, on the other hand, believes that their constituencies have never forgiven them for going beyond a 4-year peace clause. So there is a stalemate. And this is proving difficult to resolve. However, the issue is, that, as the former UN rapporteur on hunger pointed out, food security needs to be addressed directly. It's too important, and food security rules cannot be allowed to tiptoe around trade rules. That's why developing countries keep giving it a priority. And that is why it's on a separate track. With these words, you have a question on this, something? Just comment on it. Can we wait till the end? It's so compelling that it has to come. Please, in a sentence, please.
Got our own fault line within our own system and government, where for decades together no decision is taken. Thank you.
That's not a best practice for the WTO to adopt, I would think, but let's go on. And now let me invite the next speaker, Dr. Mukesh Bhatnagar, former professor at the Center for WTO Studies, who's joining us online. Mukesh has long experience of backstopping the fisheries negotiations at the WTO. Over to you, the floor. The floor is yours to present the chapter, which is co-authored by Dr. Pankari. Mukesh.
Thank you, Chair. Very good afternoon to all the participants in the auditorium, and thanks to RIS and in particular to Dr. Sachin Sharma for inviting me to join in this session. And I also compliment RIS and Sachin's team for doing this formidable task of putting together WTER and organizing this international conference on all pertinent issues for MC14. Chair, I'll try to respond to the 3 questions which have been outlined for us. And as I'm going to speak on fisheries subsidies, those are live negotiations going on in the WTO for now close to 24 years. We had done Fish 1 in June 2022, which has been ratified by more than 2/3 members, and Fish 1 has come into force on 15th September 2025. Now, the Fish 2 is currently being negotiated as additional provisions for achieving comprehensive disciplines in the area of fishery subsidies. What is going to happen at the 14th MC is that the NGR chair had circulated a document RDTN RL 196 on 6th of March 2026, proposing a draft ministerial decision to be adopted at MC 14. And that was a result of proposals made by about a group of about 11, 12 members who wanted to have a ministerial decision to be adopted at MC 14 to continue to work on the additional provisions, work for which had started post MC 13. And these members are very much in support of further continuing the negotiations and don't want to give it any let up to these negotiations with a view to achieve the comprehensive disciplines by MC 15, because Article 12 of AFS says that comprehensive disciplines have to be concluded by within 4 years, that is by MC 15. And if that does not happen, there is a possibility that Fish 1 can get terminated unless otherwise authorized by the General Council. So there is a strong need and urge and also persuasion and pressure to continue these negotiations with a view to conclude by MC 15. So that will be the reason why this subject is so important in the MC 14. And there is a draft ministerial decision, which by and large, which was presented to the General Council also before held about 2 weeks back. And it's most likely that most members would be willing to work around that draft ministerial decision at MC 14. In that draft ministerial decision, it is also said that appropriate and effective special and differential treatment for developing countries must be an integral part, which has been the mandate right from the beginning when the negotiations were launched way back in 2001. Now, what outcome do we expect from the MC 14 on this matter? MC 14 is not going to be a negotiating ministerial, as there is a possibility of that draft ministerial decision to be put forth before the ministers to take a call on how that the draft decision is going to be really adopted. Most likely, members will stay their stated positions during the ministerial, and they may find a way to converge to endorse the draft ministerial decision. In fact, even India's stand would have been that we will continue to have negotiations post MC 14. No member is saying that a negotiation should not happen, so everyone will converge. What will be the basis to negotiate is a matter of discussion and further debate. So, in most likelihood, a draft ministerial decision is going to be adopted to continue these negotiations beyond MC 14 and in a time frame to be worked upon by the members and the NGR chair. Now, what further action should be pursued beyond MC 14 to address this issue effectively? After the MC 13, a draft negotiating text W285 was under negotiations in Geneva. That was developed in November 2024. That has been under negotiations for considerable long time. Many members had shown support to continue negotiations based on this text. It was a weak, compromise, hybrid approach to address subsidies that contribute to overcapacity and overfishing, based on demonstration of sustainability by the subsidizing member. Now, India had made attempt to have much more stronger disciplines outright prohibition on the subsidizers, historical subsidizers, but it did not meet wider support. So this weak sustainability-based hybrid approach has emerged, sort of gaining support. But at the MC13, the outright prohibition of subsidies for distant water fishing was diluted to a considerable extent to accommodate the interests of few countries who were engaged in distant water fishing, which was troubling for many, including India and Indonesia. So post MC14 efforts will be to tighten the discipline to ensure that the historical subsidizers are not allowed to continue to have a flexibility to grant subsidies on the pretext of showing sustainability. Then the special and differential treatment, which is so integral to these negotiations, must be meaningful. So what was in the text W285 to have an exception for artisanal and small-scale fisher when they engage in low-income, resource-poor livelihood fishing without any geographic limit, that S&D component must be preserved in the future negotiations, which is a sizable SNDT. The other SNDT of interest to India is a longer transition period, which will be of interest to India, Indonesia, Vietnam, Philippines, Morocco, and a longer transition period to enable us to have our fisheries development program to be taken up has to be ensured. But here we'll have to show pragmatism also, and seeing to the statements made in the earlier sessions, hearing from Dr. Virmani, and I think Ambassador, previous Commerce Secretary, Mr. Rajiv Kher also mentioned about realism. So now we have also to see that we also have an equal commitment and responsibility to contribute to the multilateral trade rule making. So we'll have to do our bit also to show, agreement, to compromise, to show flexibility, and to reach certain outcomes by the MC15, to show outcomes in OCOF discipline, while ensuring that the SNDT for us is substantial and significant. And also, we should also ratify Fish 1, which is awaiting a formal approval in the form of submitting our acceptance protocol of acceptance to the WTO, which will also show us in good state that we are committing to the multilateral rulemaking. So here I'll stop here, and probably Pankhuri, and I'll also acknowledge that this paper which was done by us on fisheries subsidies was co-authored by Ms. Pankhuri Gaur and Ayush Tiwari from IRS. And I thank them for their valuable contribution in preparing this paper on fisheries subsidies. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Mukesh, for covering perhaps one of the more important negotiating issues related to fisheries subsidies at the WTO table. This was expected to be the first sustainable development goal which would have been achieved if the agreement happened in 2018-19 when discussions were at a peak. However, the Fish 1 is disappointing. It affects only 5% of the subsidies, and most work remains to be done. May I request Dr. Pankhuri Gaur, who is a co-author of this paper, assistant professor at RIS, to let us have her perspective, including on what needs to be done after this reform ministerial, which is not likely to deliver an outcome on fishery subsidies. What needs to be done after that to pursue a discipline or an agreement on overcapacity and overfishing?
Thank you, Chair. I would mostly be reiterating what Professor Bhatnagar said, the importance of fisheries subsidies in the ministerial declaration, and why the issue of overcapacity and overfishing which was said to be the heart of the fishery subsidy negotiation earlier, there has been various differences of various members. There has been the opposition of the draft text that has been there on how the weak sustainability-based disciplines and the principles are being conveyed through that text, being it the demonstrating sustainability by the different, as in dividing countries into large subsidizers and developed countries and small scale subsidies as well. Or it may be the issue of the dilution of the distant water fishing that has been done. But given those differences, as Sir mentioned, it is highly unlikely to conclude the fish too. But of course, the effectiveness of and this meaningful SNDT for developing countries is very important post MC14 as well. So the issues, the developing countries need the development space to build up their fishery sectors, and simultaneously they have to, the MC14 may try to bridge the gap between the differences of the developed versus the developing countries, and of course give special emphasis to the small and artisanal fishers as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Pankari. May I now request Mr. Anwar Hussain Sheikh, who's present online, to let us have his views on the investment facilitation in the global trading system and the IFD agreement and discussions related to that. Mr. Anwar Hussain Sheikh is a former Indian Trade Service official who was a member of the WTO Committee on Technical Barriers to Trade, becoming the first Indian to hold this position in more than a decade. The floor is yours. He will, Dr. Anwar would be supported by Dr. Pankaj Vashish, Associate Professor RIS, who's the co-author, who's here, who will make his statement soon after Anwar has concluded. Okay, you want to do it first? Please go.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. So since there are a couple of us who have kind of are sitting here in the capacity of co-author, and most likely we are here just to receive the gift from the behalf of...
No, person on the spot is very important, yeah?
So,
you have your floor.
So I'll be very brief, sir, just 30 seconds. So since morning we have been listening that multilateralism is under pressure. And the previous author have identified several reasons why they have been saying so. So one of the reasons which have come up, which kind of putting a lot of pressure and testing multilateralism, is the proliferation of plurilateralism. And there are a couple of plurilateralism which are going on, and one which has really matured is the IFT. So IFT, the JSI was established in 2017 and negotiations started in 2020. It very soon matured into an agreement. So agreement has been kind of now put to the WTO table for the incorporation in Annex 4 of Marrakesh Agreement. So this is one thing which is really going to test the multilateralism, because given the mandate, so we still are debating whether the plurilateral should be incorporated in the WTO framework or not. So in this chapter, what we have tried to do is we have very comprehensively analyzed the text of IFT, and then we have tried to see what kind of systemic implication it's going to have. So I won't go much more detail into this because my lead author will be covering this. So I would like to hand it over to Anwar sir to take us through the chapter in detail.
Thank you, Pankaj. Over to Anwar.
Sir, good afternoon, sir. I hope I am audible.
You are.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Good afternoon. And I would, first of all, like to thank Vasu Agarwal and Pankaj for their help and assistance in drafting this paper. Earlier in the opening, Chair, you had said that this ministerial perhaps it will not have a lot of outcomes, but the risk hangs very close when it comes to IFT. I would straight away go into the three questions which DG has given. And before I do that, I would profusely like to thank and compliment Professor Dr. Sachin Sharma for this very topical, timely, and a comprehensive seminar. The first question, why is it important in MC14. I would say this perhaps is the most important issue that would be there at MC14, considering in MC13, the IFD agreement was couched into a session, what they called as a development session. The IFD agreement was ready and they wanted it incorporation as Annex 4, and the discussion was couched and very subtly it was brought into the development session. They're not so subtle now. It has been very, very clear that a special session on the second day has been earmarked where it clearly says incorporation of IFD into the WTO. So in this context, it is very important. However, it's not just the effort that they're making to bring it into the WTO architecture that it is important. It is important also on three different parameters. Number one is the United States has been accusing China for a very long time that it does not play by the rules and that it is not a market economy. China has had its share, it took out everything it can take from the WTO rules. That's what America says. For the 25 years, it has been abusing the WTO rules. But the reality is China has built its capacity. Now it is trying to go beyond trade and it is going to the realm of investment. Knowing that investment has its own contours and rule making, it has been very successful in piloting this proposal through other countries. So much so that America has not been able to read this, and they have removed their objection to IFD text in the hope that tomorrow they can have their own GSIs. But the reality is China has already played its game on trade, and it wants to have a more say in other countries where it has its investments. In our paper, we have clearly laid out the number of countries that are part of IFD who are also part of BRI. As we see, there were at least 91 countries who are both IFD and BRI. Second, why is it important? It is also important because from the Singapore issues, which there were 4 Singapore issues, trade facilitation was one and investment was another one. We have developing countries along with South Africa and many others for a very long time have been able to create a clarity in what trade and what investment is, and we were able to hold it off to such an extent in the July 2004 package, we were able to get a negative mandate, so to say. But the process again was started in 2017, where some of the members stepped outside of the WTO and started negotiations. And in 2024 in Abu Dhabi, they again brought this document for presentation. So it has a history where India has been successfully stopping it. And this comes back one more time with more rigor in 2026. The third part is, should this go through, this will set a very bad precedent. A lot, I'm sure, would have been spoken about how the multilateral rulemaking will be diluted with GSIs. I trust Shailja would have spoken in the morning session. I was not able to attend it. Those are the 3 points why it is important. Let me now go to the second question. What are your expectations of the MC14 on this issue? Well, it's a very difficult question to answer, but I will try and do it in 2 parts. Number one, should India join IFD? Second, should India continue to block IFD? The first question is actually a passe in a way that we are beyond time to consider whether we should join IFD or not. We were not part of the discussions. We stayed out of these discussions, and the 128 members who have signed up had their own negotiations and had their own priorities inserted. We were not part of the discussion, even if we think we should join IFD today. Perhaps we would have a lot of issues, the textual issues, which are detailed in the paper. So that's the history. We are not going through that. That's the part. Second, should we continue to block this? We were on a very strong footing in MC14, where there were 2 other countries, including Turkey, who though formally did not object to this, were waiting. If others were getting weakened, they would lend their support. India and South Africa managed to ward it off. But now, In this particular MC, since they have given a special session for incorporation, there will be a tremendous pressure on the Indian delegates. The suggestion that we have made in the paper is that India should continue to hold its position for two reasons primarily. One, the systemic reasons why allowing a JSI undermines the multilateral mandate of the World Trade Organization. Second, that's a systemic issue. Second, we have strategic issue where in more than 91 countries of BRI are part of it, and the entire neighborhood, our neighborhood, has some kind of investment in the BRI. Just to throw a strategic point here, if we see the JICA, the Japanese Developmental Fund, that started in 1958, so far has spent $55 billion in infrastructural development around the developing countries. The BRI that was started in 2030 so far has the envelope of 1.4 trillion. So we could imagine the systemic, strategic implication of letting something like that. Finally, the final question, what needs to be done on the issue beyond MC14? One of the things which we should, as a country, do immediately, and particularly I would address this to officers from Department of Commerce and to RIS, to have another session immediately after the MC14. In WTO, it is often said, it is too early till it becomes too late. People try to work from ministerial to ministerial, and there is an impasse in between. So we should not let that happen. We should start doing it immediately after the MC14, not just for IFD issue, for most of the issues. And then we have had this discussion before. We are largely reactive to the rules framed by the developed world. We rarely create disciplines, and we are never the rule makers. I would like to finish by saying, on this particular point, in the Davos this year, the Prime Minister of Canada, Mark Carney, made a very, very point wherein he said, the times have changed. The ones with the powers, he didn't say the same word. He says, have gone berserk and the rule-based world order is collapsing. But he acknowledged something. He said, as long as this rule-based order was helping them, even though he considered that it was partly false, it benefited them from the predictability. So we should not be playing to the rules which the rest of the world writes for us. We should step up, take the rules in our hand, and do our part as an aspiring and a developing country which wants to be a developed one by the end of 2047. I rest there, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Anwar, for that detailed statement and for very clearly and in addressing the three questions which I had raised. Obviously, this is an issue in which push is likely to come to shove at MC14. So it'll be interesting to see how it happens. And it's an issue which is not only important for the content of the text, but also for the principles involved, as he has pointed out. Whether we can allow non-trade in new issues to come in and displace the mandated issues, whether plurilaterals can take over the multilateral forum like the WTO, and whether we can allow these kinds of agreements where there has been no consensus and they have been negotiated on the sidelines, on the margins of the WTO, to be part of the WTO agreement. Thank you so much. We now move on to the next issue, which is customs duty moratorium on electronic transmissions. Mr. G.D. Lohani, is he online? He's not present, he's preoccupied. So may I request Dr. Amit Kumar, Assistant Professor RIS, to make a statement on this issue, which is, again, an issue which is taken up at every ministerial and of great importance to certain developing countries, including to India. Floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Unfortunately, we are not able to join by Lohane sir. He is traveling and have very limited internet connectivity. So I am filling in for him, and pardon me for my limited knowledge on the topic, which has been introduced to me very recently. So I am a learner in a sense, guided by, of course, the veteran practitioner Lohane sir and young colleague Akansha, who's authored the chapter with me. So before I dwell into the questions which has been posed by the chair to the panelists, I just want to give a little brief context of what we are going to discuss and why this matters for the sake of students who are here. So this issue started in 1998 with WTO's second ministerial conference in Geneva, and it came out with a declaration on global electronic commerce, which stated that the temporary moratorium on customs duties on electronic transmissions would continue. That was 1998, the year when India's internet coverage was less than 1% population, and the digital economy share of GDP was comparatively of the same level, just 1%, and the global digital economy trade was less than 1 trillion. Fast forward to 2026, the share of India's internet share population is 70%. The share of GDP share of digital economy is more than 20%, and the share of digital economy in the world is 16 trillion. So 28 years passed on, and this has been a shift which is phenomenal by all numbers. And India, the growth has been phenomenal. So 2019, 20 years, about 20 years when this moratorium was set in place, renewed every 2 years till now, till MC13. India and South Africa placed a note, joint statement at WTO that this cannot be continued and this has to be stopped. Because we are facing a huge revenue loss because we are not able to tax them, the digital services and products. And we have also constrained our policy space. So we need that kind of leverage, and that cannot go on anymore. It's 2019, pre-COVID. COVID struck, and then the pace of digitalization has moved tremendously. We all have been witnessed that. Digital commerce, digital education, digital health, so everything more or less, your streaming services. So we are party to it, every one of us. So in that light, this issue is of much more, of concern to us also, not just the nations, not only India, but other countries who are into path to become more digitalized. Every country in the world more or less have a digital strategy. And so we cannot let a system in place to limit or constrain your own growth, and because there are some very serious concerns that if you do not let if you let that moratorium to go ahead, you will have a very limited policy space to promote your own domestic digital industrialization, because everything is coming as free as, just because there is no customs duties, your own domestic ecosystem is not going to fly off. So these are the similar very serious concerns, not by us only, but for other global south countries also. So in that light, with this background, I would like to also, so I was consulting our lead author, Dr. Lohane sir, and he suggested me that on the 3 questions which has been posed by the chair to the panelists, he gave me some pointers and he said that you please read them out, because he has recently come back from PMI Geneva. He was our Minister of Customs there, and who has been, leading the negotiations on customs. And he said that you have to bring some of those aspects, which I'm going to read it now for you, to clear and to place what the current status is, before MC14 and beyond, as the questions have been, as the questions asks the panelists to respond to. So e-commerce moratorium would be one of the most critical issues of consideration for ministers. There is no doubt about it. This topic will be at one of the very rigorous discussed topic in the upcoming MC14. And as per MC13 decision, the moratorium would expire with MC14. Therefore, there is a need of urgency for the proponents of e-commerce moratorium that ministers take decision on the fresh proposals that are before them. So there has to be a decision, otherwise this moratorium will lapse. This is what MC13 says. So on that line, what are the proposals before the ministers? The US, along with other members, have proposed a permanent moratorium through their recent proposal, which is very obvious. It doesn't need any rocket science to understand why US want that moratorium to be permanent, because they have been the most, their companies have been the most who gained out of it. So the US is there, it will be very fiercely going for permanent moratorium. On the other hand, ACP group has proposed renewal of temporary moratorium till the next ministerial conference, so that further discussions on development aspect, digital divide, and other relevant issues as contained in the work program on electronic commerce could be done in a time-bound manner. So they are for further discussions on the lines of WPEC working program on electronic commerce. These two options are before the ministers based on the proposals made recently at the WTO. So if there is no decision on any of these two options, the moratorium would automatically lapse as per the MC13 decision. This is the state. So what is going to happen? Then there would constitute a third option. Considering that developing countries have serious concerns in moratorium, particularly for making it permanent, it is unlikely to have consensus on permanent moratorium. There will be opposition, so there is not going to be any permanent moratorium. Hence, there would effectively be two options left. One is temporary extension as proposed by the ACP, or else in default lapsing of moratorium as per the decision of MC13. So given this, thus one way or other, this issue will see a decision in the MC14. So we are going to see a decision most likely this time. So the developing countries remain concerned that there is no clarity on what is the scope of moratorium, what it applies to, whether it applies to the act of transmission or to the content of transmission, and what are its implications for digital divide, issue of policy space, loss of policy space, and technology, skill, and finance. The other revenue considerations, which have been argued by some that this is very minuscule revenue loss. For us, let us be very clear, the issue is not only revenue loss, it is your loss of making policy. This is much serious and you should be discussed at much seriously taken. So money is of course an issue, but your autonomy to take your policy decision is something at stake. So in that light, due to these concerns, even a temporary extension of moratorium has proved difficult in the recent MCs. So India is there should not be any moratorium anymore. Enough has been done. No more. And this we have been voicing since 2019, 20 years after, almost 20 years after the moratorium whole thing started, 1998. So these issues are again likely to be raised by developing countries, as there had not been much progress in discussions on these issues in the work program in the last 28 years. So this issue is likely to have difficult negotiations in MC14. But as I mentioned, as Lohani sir has articulated, that this issue will see a decision. Negotiations is going to be difficult, but decision is most likely to come out in the MC14. And middle ground push would be of a temporary extension, which most of scholars are articulating or arguing that, but that would also be not an easy way to see through these tough conditions if it gets favorable conditions. So in that context, the issue of e-commerce moratorium and MC14 and beyond has been seen by countries like us, India, and some of the like-minded countries like South Africa. Other alternative, as flagged in the form of JSI and electronic commerce, as in previous session it has been alluded to. India is always for using a work program on e-commerce as a platform to discuss this issue. So we want that to be resolved through that mechanism only. And let's hope that we have a decision this time, and it favors not a country like India, but the whole of Global South, which is on the path of digitalization. And we are, being a responsible Global South, we were voicing that there has to be no more moratorium on the e-commerce, and we develop our own ecosystem, and digital ecosystem for our own sake and for the Global South per se. So this is a brief introduction.
Thank you.
Chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Amit Kumar, for underlining the fact that this is an issue on which a decision is a must-have for us at MC14. Also for highlighting the fact that since the moratorium came into operation in 1998, in the last 27 years, its impact and its breadth has increased because more and more products are getting digitalized, and therefore the moratorium on customs duty applies to all of them. We are not able to put customs duty on all of them. When we discuss global trade, we often lament the fact, in the context of the importance of China and India, we often lament the fact that India has has little leverage, and China has a number of levers, the scale, the dominance in sectors like EVs and semiconductors and solar cells, solar wafers, as well as access to rare earths. So they have leverage by which they can get the decisions implemented. Now this, to my mind, is an area which gives India leverage in the multilateral negotiations. When I was ambassador in Geneva, I saw the desperation which some developed countries had for the extension of the moratorium. My view would be that we not only fight for extending it, at least temporarily, but if we can link it with some other issue of our interest, we are likely to have a better chance of harvesting it. Of course, that's a personal opinion. We now move on to the last panelist, Dr. Preetam Banerjee, Head Center for WTO Studies, a scholar of no mean standing in various issues related to trade, sustainability, industrial policy, and subsidies. Floor is yours, Dr. Preetam Banerjee.
Thank you very much, Chair, and a very good afternoon to all of you. My gratitude to RIS for, making us a part of this. Before I start, I would like to acknowledge my fellow authors, Dr. Zaki Hussain, Dr. Amit Randev, who is here, Kanika Karwal, and Riddhi Lakhiani. This is a joint effort, and I thank them all for the wonderful work. Dr. Zaki is not here because of Eid, and I would like to take this occasion to wish everybody a very happy Eid once again, like Sachin did. To respond to the questions that have been put to the panelists, I'll first try to put the context of why these discussions are emerging today and where these are going, and then perhaps try to shed some light on what would happen in MC and after that. We know that the industrial policy has come back into flavor. It has become an essential element of policies across the world, especially for countries which can afford industrial policies. Please let's not forget that industrial policies are expensive. It requires budgetary allocation. It's not something most countries have the ability to do in scale or have the ability to implement in that kind of scale. So why has industrial policy come back into flavor? Well, there are two large drivers. The first one, obviously, is that the global economy is changing. We are in the midst, some would say we are in the high noon of some significant transformations. The digital transformation being one that was referred to also in context of the last topic that we heard. There's also the green transition. There's also, massive demographic transition taking place, and there's automation. And this is affecting the entire industrial ecosystem. What that means is that the economies of scale that were achieved by the 20th century standards of industry are no longer relevant. So in order to be dominant or be competitive, you have to develop new economies of scale in the new technologies that are there. And that obviously means going back to the industrial policies again. Because let's not forget that the countries which do have economies of scale today, even in the 20th century industries, did so in the back of very successful industrial policies in the 70s, 80s, etc., which then subsequently became more difficult to do when global disciplines on subsidies and other measures came through the WTO. So now what we have is that if we look at the data which our paper does, is that the biggest subsidizers are the European Union, the US, and China, obviously with those who have the budgets and the means to do so. What has made this especially possible are, of course, two very interesting things. First is that we have not had a working dispute resolution system in the WTO, which means increasingly countries can get away with much, much more. There's laxity in that sense. And the other one, and I'll come back to this a little bit later, is that China has a very unique system which allows it to do things at the micro level, firm level, transaction level, which is not possible in a democracy. And our paper outlines why this is so. So you have one elephant in the room, which is China, which can do things which very few other countries can replicate. And then you have the missing dispute settlement body, which allows the other countries to have policies and continue to do so without much accountability. This has now also been conflated with geopolitics, which means the competition no more between largely the EU, US on one side and China on the other has acquired overtones which go beyond economics, they're strategic and other aspects, and that's conflated with trade policy. Now, having said all of this, where does it, leave us, countries, large developing countries like India? And I'll make large developing countries a unique category because, without referring to the gentleman, many of you heard a particular representative of the US basically say that they will not replicate the mistake they made with China with other large developing countries, naming one specific country while he was in our soil. So that is very, very clear. The objective of the policy trajectory is very, very clear. And so what is being attempted at this MC? What is the suggestions that are being tabled at this MC? Largely by what I would call the global West, for the lack of a better word, EU and the US, to achieve this goal. There are a number of things that they have brought onto the table. The first one is that they are trying to bring in disciplines in the WTO agreements itself, the ASCM and TRIMS agreements, to bring in disciplines that will hold countries much more accountable. They are hoping, especially the Europeans are hoping, it will also hold Chinese more accountable. The Americans are not that romantic. They know that these rules will probably not really succeed in holding a system like China accountable. So they go beyond. So the American priority and the focus is that we move beyond one of the most sacred fundamental principles in the WTO, which is the MFN principle. So you have, basically deviations from MFN, which will allow you to, either act against or limit the impact of industrial policies from a player like China. So you can use a number of areas for MFN deviation. You could have the national security exception, very widely interpreted, which the US has done when they've applied the Section 232 tariffs, and they have been doing it for a while. But you could also use supply chain resilience and many other areas of such exceptions. The European Union also has been trying to argue the same, but not so explicitly, because if you really interpret what they are saying in terms of the unilateral environmental measures, that's also a variation of MFN exception, but through the green, the green route. And there's also this argument by the European Union about what are good and bad subsidies. So you leave space for the global West, for having their own industrial policy, but these come under a particular packaging, a particular guise, which can be green or many other ways, have a greater human good attached to it, but that will give them the flexibility that they seek. The other strategy, of course, and this is the most worrisome, is attack another very sacred principle of the WTO, which is the special and differential treatment principle. And this is the one that is most worrying for countries like India. Because what is being argued is that countries which are absolutely very large in size, not in per capita terms, so countries like India, of course, China is in a very different category, but India, Brazil, Indonesia, they are now large enough and have enough economies of scale to impact global economies in certain ways, and therefore special and differential treatment that they have enjoyed as developing countries should not be extended to them anymore, or should be held more, should be taken away at some point in time. The per capita, estimates of poverty, of income, etc., are completely being ignored. The development transition that is still unfinished for these countries is completely, will be ignored. And there's a huge push towards that. Now, one cannot fully, if one is, the logic of the argument is very, very compelling, because they are saying that special and differential treatment in the WTO is by self-designation, and they have a point that there are many countries which are now relatively very wealthy, etc., which should not be considered developing countries by any standards. So there is a logical aspect of this argument, but is being used in a peculiar way to hit out at even those countries like India, which have a genuine case for still continuing to get some social and differential treatment for their policies. So where does this then leave large developing countries like ours in this debate as far as the ministerial and beyond is concerned? Well, we have a commonality of interest with the global West in holding China accountable, because just like the West has been competing and have challenges competing with the Chinese industrial machine, so has India and Brazil and other countries. We have lost, both through very rapid import penetration, industrial challenge in our own economies, but we have also lost third country markets. There are many sectors where we would have been compelling exporters, or we were, but we have lost market share to China because of the unfair policies they have been able to get away with. So we do have a commonality of interest over there, that we find some way to hold the Chinese accountable for their interventions in the economy. We, of course, have a very strong interest in protecting our special and differential treatment in a manner that we can manage our development transition. Whether self-designation is the only way, well, that's something we will have to debate, I think, but we have to find ways to develop coalitions that help us preserve our policy space. But there are also some other threats on the horizon. The one that is very important is plurilaterals, and we have had some discussions over that. But the plurilaterals will also be a way, whether in the WTO or outside, to create either sectoral or horizontal policies which will have impact on your industrial policy. A classic example is something called the GFSEC, which is, I'm almost done.
You need to wind up, yeah.
Okay. Is the GFSEC, which is the global, it's a steel sectoral initiative which will really have an impact on market access. There's an attempt that mostly OECD member states will have a common duty and a common policy to, on this sector. So, given, what's going to happen after the, this MC, we don't expect much. I think at this point in time, we will simply have certain, a broad reform agenda on special and differential treatment and on industrial policy, if that. But this area will become an important area of policy development and debate for the ministerial that follows after this. And it will be very important for India to be a major voice in shaping this debate during the reform that follows between this ministerial and the next. So I'll end, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Preetham, for a very erudite statement on a gamut of very important trade and related issues of industrial policy. Before I throw the floor open for questions and comments, let me thank the panelists. We had 8 of them discussing some very important issues, for keeping to the time limit so that we have about 15 minutes for questions and comments. Please raise your hand, identify yourself, and if you direct your question to a panelist, please mention that. Lots of students, please feel free. Let's start from the back, the lady at the back. Can someone get a mic to her quickly?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Anu. I'm from SIS JNU. My question is from previous panel. If you allow, can I ask from
Previous panel, that's not fair. They've already left the stage.
Okay, sir. No.
So ask one for us.
Sorry, sir. I haven't.
Okay. Anyone decide? Radha.
So two very quick questions. One is for Dr. Anwar. On the IFD, the point that you made is that he's on screen, right? Dr. Anwar? Yeah. So the point that you made was that this is a China-driven agenda, and the fact that many of the countries are members of the BRI. But honestly, China does not need IFT for BRI. The BRI conditionalities themselves are stringent enough to achieve what China wants. So I think that's one aspect to just bear at the back of our minds in terms of using that as one of the key reasons for India, kind of blocking it. And perhaps as what Ambassador Deepak was saying, is there some way of using it as leverage for something else that we want? So that's one quick point. Another point for Dr. Lohani and for Amit. The point on the e-commerce moratorium, one of the key reasons we have been asking for the e-commerce moratorium is that it is linked to the non-violation complaints for TRIPS. And that is crucial for us, and I don't see enough being talked about it. So even if we are going to drop the e-commerce moratorium, to keep that in mind. And another very quick point, we have agreed for a permanent moratorium in our FTAs with UK, with EU, with Singapore, and in the interim deal with US, it's still not enforced, but we have agreed to dropping all the digital conditionalities.
Thanks for those comments and questions. Next, yeah, please.
Thank you, panelists, for the insights. I am Koshika Pandey, and I'm an economics student at South Asian University. This is a curious question for Dr. Preetham. So as you mentioned about the kind of new set of economies of scale that we have to consider now. So I want to know, if we consider the case of India, and particularly in the industrial policy context only, are we on the right track that we will be getting those kind of economies of scale that you were talking about, or do we need some changes in the industrial policy that we are having right now? Thank you.
We'll take a few questions and answer them together, yeah.
I myself, Ravinder Prasad, I am saying all the places we visit, like CSCP, RIS, people are talking about China, China. Okay, so my question regarding this, about the food security, from Dr. Niyogi and Sachin Kumar Sharma, India has nearly 156 to 170 million fertile land. China has nearly 120 to 140. But our productivity is nearly $407 billion, and China is nearly $1.7 trillion. So what people you suggest to government, our government, so that we people become food secure, hunger-free society, then we can make other countries also food hunger-free or food secure to those countries also where we are going to participate, or what you people doing or suggesting, all the economists, policy maker. We have so much fertile land. After that, you are doing nothing, just talking.
Thank you for that lament. Not much of a question there, but anyway, we'll take it. Anyone else? Any other questions? Where is that? Yeah, please.
Hello, everyone. My name is Shruti Prayaraj, and I'm from SIS JNU. So I think in this whole conference, a lot of panelists here, they shed light on the ongoing debates around self-designation. And as in this panel, even Dr. Banerjee too mentioned about it. So this might be a very hypothetical question, but let's say if objective criteria are introduced to designate one country for differential treatment, then how can we ensure that such criteria remain development sensitive and they are not biased towards standards set by advanced economies, or like in other terms, maybe not Eurocentric standards? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for those questions. Now, Dr. Preetam Banerjee, will you kick it off, answering the question which is addressed to you, and we'll take them one by one.
Sure, thank you, Chair, I'll do that. So quickly are we on the right track? I think that's something that is still being debated. I'll give you what are my views. First of all, India's industrial policy in terms of budgetary abilities, we are still very limited compared to the likes of China, EU and the US. But to the extent, yes, the PLIs have been trying to target the industrial sectors which are the growth sectors for the future. I think there are a couple of missing areas. One, we do not have very good policies for the mid-size segment and the small-size segment, which often play a very important role in the overall industrial ecosystem. Second, I think over a period of time we have given up on having institutions for patient capital like IDBI, ICICI. These used to be institutions of patient capital which have kind of disappeared over time. But I think the biggest industrial policy for a country at our stage of development is to really focus on the ease of doing business and attract investment and technology into our value chains. There, I think a lot of work in progress, because in the central government level, we have done a lot of things, but things where, where it really pinches in terms of firms in the ease of doing business, it is at the state level, implementation. So at their different states, there are different stages of development. On the other question on objective criteria, I think it's a very good question. It's very difficult to come up with, a one single criteria that will fit everyone. But one could look at a combination of criteria which would. But then in a place like the WTO with 166 member states, to even agree upon this kind of a set of criteria will be a big challenge. And that's why the easy way has been to keep this self-designation, because you have a defined criteria for LDCs. It's where for the developing countries where the challenge comes. And the self-designation was largely adhered to because of this particular challenge. So I think it's something that we'll need to work on. It could be agreement specific, it could be area specific, but this will be an area of debate going down in the future. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Anwar, would you like to answer RV and Radha's question relating to IFD?
Yes, sir. Thank you,
Plurilaterals
sir.
generally?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. I would like to thank Ms. RV and Radha for this question. It's an excellent question. We thought through this. Currently, when the BRI investments are made, they're largely made through either incentives, coercion, promises, or even deceit. What happens with IFD becoming plurilateral, recognized by the WTO, is all those investments, China would like to have a legitimate means. It wants to legitimize its investments, number one. Number two, it need not undertake any of those tools to persuade countries to take its investments. Once IFD is signed, they have a legitimate right asking that country to open up their markets for the capital investments. I hope that satisfies the answer. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Amit, would you like to respond to her question regarding e-commerce moratorium?
Thank you, Dr. Radha. Of course, your point on TRIPS compliance is well taken, and we'll look into that aspect. But on FTAs and positions in WTO, I think since WTO is a multilateral organization, and we has been voicing out that global rules has to be based on equity, not just on the lines of few dominated by few members. So we stick to that positions at WTO, and on FTAs it's a bilateral. So where we see that kind of it's not completely moratorium or going off a moratorium, but then it's we see our digital trade as a facilitation there. So wherever we see that as a facilitation, those provisions are there in bilateral, but at WTO, of course, as I mentioned, we see it as a global South perspective. So we tend to stick to that. So far, we have tend to stick to that position of no more moratorium. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Any of the other members of the panel would like to say something very briefly? Any comments from any of the members of the panel?
Thank you, sir. Just one thing that, because after MC14, we need to look into the fact that the current text of the fisheries negotiations is basically diverting from the mandate of what it was mainly started with. So the countries together, of course, with the CBDR in place that India has been talking about, and the policy space for developing countries. So all these things together should be what we should be looking beyond MC14. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. There are one specific question. Hello. Yeah. On agriculture, you talk about talking. I'll say that we should engage. That's three things I would like to say. And one more thing, that your question was specific to productivity differences between India and China. Now, what we are doing here, we are talking about the fight for policy space. If you have policy space, then yes, the government can adopt more policy for increasing the productivity. So the point of discussion here is about the fight of the policy space for flexibility here. Yes, a lot of things to do here, and for this we have one specific session on agriculture which we are going to have in 1.5 hours with the Delhi School of Economics, and National Professor P.S. Birtal is here, and he will reply during that session. Thank you very much.
He would. 1 minute. Yeah, please.
Something should not come out of frustration. That's what you were saying. You know, India is, I say, almost food secure. This year, India's rice production, it surpassed that of China. And how much we export, about 20 million tons of rice we are feeding the world. This is one. Another is, India produces 240 million tons of milk, which is almost equal to the total production of Europe. This is not a small achievement. When we're talking about the India and China, it is basically China, it is rice, hybrid rice, which yields more than double of that of variety rice, what we put it. So, and China has been, hybrid rice in China, it is from 1970 onwards. We tried to introduce here, but our preferences for hybrid rice are not that strong as in the China. Another, the most important, what China invests in agriculture research. Almost 3 times what we invest. In early 90s, China used to invest just 1/3 of what India used to invest. And now it is almost, the situation is almost reverse.
Thank you. Thank you for that intervention, Professor Birtal. We'll have to call it a day and close this session. But before we do that, let me just... One compelling last question from the student at the back. Yeah, quickly.
Thank you, Ambassador. My question is to Dr. Preetham, and my name is Mandeep. I am from SIS JNU. My question is, sir, that as the global economy changes are going on, and we are going under changes in digital transformation, green transition, demographic transition, automation. So, sir, what are the changes that should be done at the state level in context of the industrial policy that can help us to be Viksit Bharat by 2047? Sir? Thank you, sir.
That's an excellent question. It deserved a detailed answer. So we'll touch base bilaterally and have a chat instead of, yes.
Thank you for a very engaging session. Thanks to all the panelists and thanks to the audience for participating. Before we end, let me just underline very, very briefly 3 points. One is that at MC14, on these specific issues related to agriculture, public stockholding, and fishery subsidies, more is likely to be said than done. We do not expect too many decisions, but it's important to craft the way forward. Secondly, on the broader issues which were discussed at the panel in the morning, related to plurilateral, special and differential treatment, other elements of the so-called reform agenda of developed countries, there are momentous decisions which may be taken which would impact our issues of interest. So we need to be careful on that. Third and last point is that I've always believed that while we all want progress in making new trade rules at ministerials, no outcome is always better than a bad outcome. While we should not be no-sayers, But we should also not be afraid to say no if our core national interests are involved. And for the negotiating team, many of you will be part of it. We need to be clear as to what are the issues where India will stand up and say no, even if it has to stand alone. So as was being said, we are rule shapers and not merely rule takers. With that, let me close this session, and may I request you to give a round of applause to our 8 panelists for a wonderful session.
Thank you, sir. And I also would like to thank all the panelists. Now I would like to invite Professor S.K. Mohanty, eminent professor at RIS, on the dais for share the token of appreciation to the panelist and chair. Yes. Ambassador J.S. Deepak. Professor Sachin Kumar Sharma, DG RIS. Dr. Suven Yogi, consultant, Center for WTO Study. Dr. Pankhuri Gaur, Assistant Professor RIS. Dr. Pankaj Vasisht. Dr. Amit Kumar. And Dr. Pritam Banerjee. And now I would like to invite all the author of this chapter on the dais for group photo, as well as I request to the online panelists, kindly switch on the camera for the group photo. Kindly come on all the authors on the dais for group photo. Now the tea break. We will again assemble here after 20 to 25 minutes, 4:30. Thank you for next section.
वो अनाउंस कर एक अनाउंसमेंट नेक्स्ट सेशन 30 मिनट्स
expand productive capacities, access wider markets, and integrate into an increasingly interconnected global system. For developing countries, trade has been an essential pathway for structural transformation and sustained development. Anchoring this process is the multilateral trading system, with the World Trade Organization at its core. Over the past 3 decades, the WTO has provided a rules-based framework that has underpinned predictability, transparency, and stability in global trade relations. However, the system today is confronting multiple challenges. Intensifying geopolitical tensions, the growing recourse to unilateral and selective measures, and the gradual fragmentation of trade are reshaping the contours of global economic engagement. At the same time, long-standing issues have remained unresolved, even as new domains of rule-making continue to emerge. It is against this backdrop that the 14th WTO Ministerial Conference represents a critical juncture. Its outcomes will carry far-reaching implications for global trade governance, especially for developing and least developed countries. Over the years, RIS has remained actively engaged in shaping policy discourse on trade and development. Through its flagship World Trade and Development Report, it has consistently highlighted issues of particular relevance to developing countries. The World Trade and Development Report 2026 builds upon this engagement. Situated within the present global context, it seeks to contribute to deliberations at MC14 by bringing a development-centered perspective to key issues under consideration, with a particular focus on the concerns and priorities of the Global South and the policy choices required to safeguard their interests. The report is the outcome of in-depth research and an extensive consultative process. A series of thematic roundtables and brainstorming sessions were convened, bringing together policymakers, trade negotiators, scholars, and practitioners. These interactions facilitated informed, candid, and analytically grounded exchanges, drawing upon both policy experience and academic insight. 13 chapters of this report engage a range of issues central to contemporary trade debates, including WTO reform and dispute settlement, special and differential treatment, and the interface between trade and sustainability. It also examines agriculture and food security, fisheries subsidies, and emerging areas such as investment facilitation, digital trade, and industrial policy. Collectively, these themes reflect the evolving contours of global trade and the complex challenges confronting the multilateral system. By synthesizing diverse perspectives and grounded insights, the report seeks to inform and enrich discussions at MC14, while highlighting how India and the broader Global South can engage constructively and safeguard their developmental interests. At a moment of uncertainty, it underscores the continuing importance of dialogue in shaping a more inclusive, balanced, and development-oriented multilateral trading system. Trade has long served as a foundational pillar of economic growth and development. It has enabled economies to expand productive capacities, access wider markets, and integrate into an increasingly interconnected global system. For developing countries, trade has been an essential pathway for structural transformation and sustained development. Anchoring this process is the multilateral trading system, with the World Trade Organization at its core. Over the past 3 decades, the WTO has provided a rules-based framework that has underpinned predictability, transparency, and stability in global trade relations. However, the system today is confronting multiple challenges. Intensifying geopolitical tensions, the growing recourse to unilateral and selective measures, and the gradual fragmentation of trade are reshaping the contours of global economic engagement. At the same time, long-standing issues have remained unresolved, even as new domains of rule-making continue to emerge. It is against this backdrop that the 14th WTO Ministerial Conference represents a critical juncture. Its outcomes will carry far-reaching implications for global trade governance, especially for developing and least developed countries. Over the years, RIS has remained actively engaged in shaping policy discourse on trade and development. Through its flagship World Trade and Development Report, it has consistently highlighted issues of particular relevance to developing countries. The World Trade and Development Report 2026 builds upon this engagement. Situated within the present global context, it seeks to contribute to deliberations at MC14 by bringing a development-centered perspective to key issues under consideration, with a particular focus on the concerns and priorities of the Global South and the policy choices required to safeguard their interests. The report is the outcome of in-depth research and an extensive consultative process. A series of thematic roundtables and brainstorming sessions were convened, bringing together policymakers, trade negotiators, scholars, and practitioners. These interactions facilitated informed, candid, and analytically grounded exchanges, drawing upon both policy experience and academic insight. 13 chapters of this report engage a range of issues central to contemporary trade debates, including WTO reform and dispute settlement, special and differential treatment, and the interface between trade and sustainability. It also examines agriculture and food security, fisheries subsidies, and emerging areas such as investment facilitation, digital trade, and industrial policy. Collectively, these themes reflect the evolving contours of global trade and the complex challenges confronting the multilateral system. By synthesizing diverse perspectives and grounded insights, the report seeks to inform and enrich discussions at MC14, while highlighting how India and the broader Global South can engage constructively and safeguard their developmental interests. At a moment of uncertainty, it underscores the continuing importance of dialogue in shaping a more inclusive, balanced, and development-oriented multilateral trading system. Trade has long served as a foundational pillar of economic growth and development. It has enabled economies to expand productive capacities, access wider markets, and integrate into an increasingly interconnected global system. For developing countries, trade has been an essential pathway for structural transformation and sustained development. Anchoring this process is the multilateral trading system, with the World Trade Organization at its core. Over the past 3 decades, the WTO has provided a rules-based framework that has underpinned predictability, transparency, and stability in global trade relations. However, the system today is confronting multiple challenges. Intensifying geopolitical tensions, the growing recourse to unilateral and selective measures, and the gradual fragmentation of trade are reshaping the contours of global economic engagement. At the same time, long-standing issues have remained unresolved, even as new domains of rule-making continue to emerge. It is against this backdrop that the 14th WTO Ministerial Conference represents a critical juncture. Its outcomes will carry far-reaching implications for global trade governance, especially for developing and least developed countries. Over the years, RIS has remained actively engaged in shaping policy discourse on trade and development. Through its flagship World Trade and Development Report, it has consistently highlighted issues of particular relevance to developing countries. The World Trade and Development Report 2026 builds upon this engagement. Situated within the present global context, it seeks to contribute to deliberations at MC14 by bringing a development-centered perspective to key issues under consideration, with a particular focus on the concerns and priorities of the Global South and the policy choices required to safeguard their interests. The report is the outcome of in-depth research and an extensive consultative process. A series of thematic roundtables and brainstorming sessions were convened, bringing together policymakers, trade negotiators, scholars, and practitioners. These interactions facilitated informed, candid, and analytically grounded exchanges, drawing upon both policy experience and academic insight. 13 chapters of this report engage a range of issues central to contemporary trade debates, including WTO reform and dispute settlement, special and differential treatment, and the interface between trade and sustainability. It also examines agriculture and food security, fisheries subsidies, and emerging areas such as investment facilitation, digital trade, and industrial policy. Collectively, these themes reflect the evolving contours of global trade and the complex challenges confronting the multilateral system. By synthesizing diverse perspectives and grounded insights, the report seeks to inform and enrich discussions at MC14, while highlighting how India and the broader global South can engage constructively and safeguard their developmental interests. At a moment of uncertainty, it underscores the continuing importance of dialogue in shaping a more inclusive, balanced, and development-oriented multilateral trading system. Trade has long served as a foundational pillar of economic growth and development. It has enabled economies to expand productive capacities, access wider markets, and integrate into an increasingly interconnected global system. For developing countries, trade has been an essential pathway for structural transformation and sustained development. Anchoring this process is the multilateral trading system, with the World Trade Organization at its core. Over the past 3 decades, the WTO has provided a rules-based framework that has underpinned predictability, transparency, and stability in global trade relations. However, the system today is confronting multiple challenges. Intensifying geopolitical tensions, the growing recourse to unilateral and selective measures, and the gradual fragmentation of trade are reshaping the contours of global economic engagement. At the same time, long-standing issues have remained unresolved, even as new domains of rule-making continue to emerge. It is against this backdrop that the 14th WTO Ministerial Conference represents a critical juncture. Its outcomes will carry far-reaching implications for global trade governance, especially for developing and least developed countries. Over the years, RIS has remained actively engaged in shaping policy discourse on trade and development. Through its flagship World Trade and Development Report, it has consistently highlighted issues of particular relevance to developing countries. The World Trade and Development Report 2026 builds upon this engagement. Situated within the present global context, it seeks to contribute to deliberations at MC14 by bringing a development-centered perspective to key issues under consideration, with a particular focus on the concerns and priorities of the Global South and the policy choices required to safeguard their interests. The report is the outcome of in-depth research and an extensive consultative process. A series of thematic roundtables and brainstorming sessions were convened, bringing together policymakers, trade negotiators, scholars, and practitioners. These interactions facilitated informed, candid, and analytically grounded exchanges, drawing upon both policy experience and academic insight. 13 chapters of this report engage a range of issues central to contemporary trade debates, including WTO reform and dispute settlement, special and differential treatment, and the interface between trade and sustainability. It also examines agriculture and food security, fisheries subsidies, and emerging areas such as investment facilitation, digital trade, and industrial policy. Collectively, These themes reflect the evolving contours of global trade and the complex challenges confronting the multilateral system. By synthesizing diverse perspectives and grounded insights, the report seeks to inform and enrich discussions at MC14, while highlighting how India and the broader global South can engage constructively and safeguard their developmental interests. At a moment of uncertainty, it underscores the continuing importance of
May I request everyone to please take your seats. We would like to start our next session. Also request other people who are outside to come and take your seat, please. Please take your seats. Welcome back, everyone. I think we are already late, so without any further delay, we would like to start this session. So far we have had two wonderful sessions which were kind of focusing on our World Trade and Development Report, which we have just launched. Now, the next two sessions are going to be kind of related with WTO issues, but going a bit away from the report which we have launched today. So this session is kind of a special session where we are going to discuss the negotiating strategies at WTO, lessons from the past. For this session, we have a wonderful panel. We have Madam Sindhusri Khular, who will be chairing this session. May I request ma'am to please come on the dais. Then we have four eminent scholars. First of all, I would like to request Mr. Abhijit Das. He's an eminent WTO scholar and the author of a book called Strategies in GATS and WTO Negotiation. Can I request sir to please come on the dais? I would also request Dr. Amrita Narlikar, Distinguished Fellow, ORF. She has authored a book on poverty narratives and power paradoxes in international trade negotiation and beyond. May I request ma'am to please come on the dais. Also, I would request Dr. Harshvardhan Singh, Chairman Ek Dhwaj Advisors Private Limited, to please come on the dais, sir. Finally, I would request Professor Prabhas Ranjan, eminent trade lawyer, to please come on the dais. He is Professor and Vice Dean of Research, Jindal Global Law University, Sonipat. Thank you, sir. Now I would request Sindhushri ma'am to please take over and take us through this session.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank RIS and DG for letting me be part of this most important seminar, roundtable, whole day conference, whatever you would like to call it. You have heard, I'm told, two very important sessions and distinguished panelists on the report which has been released. But right now, I think we are now reaching a stage in this session where this is down in the trenches. And I have to confess, to break into a more familiar ground, मुझे तो लग रहा है कि मैं अपने ससुराल में बैठी हूँ. Both professionally and otherwise, because I have spent all my life in the domestic policy space within the country in various incarnations, just like we do, moving from state to the center. And at that time, most of the time, when we were in Delhi, my late spouse, I'm sorry to be autobiographical, but I see so many familiar faces here that I cannot help but refer to that. That Rahul Khullar, my spouse, was very, very closely associated with the WTO and the negotiation part of the WTO. And my personal comment at that time was that, in a sense, there was a drawback to these entire process, should I say. It looked like hard work, it felt like hard work, but it was in a beautiful place like Geneva. So how can it be hard work? And sitting in, say, the backwaters of wherever we were, Chhatarpur or Jhansi or wherever we used to go from the domestic tours, this looked like paradise. कि इससे अच्छा क्या हो सकता है कि किसी air conditioned कमरे में आप चर्चाएं हो रही हैं और बड़ी-बड़ी बातें हो रही हैं. Nevertheless, that was in the lighter strain. But for the most part, what I would like to begin with is to say that from the professional point of view within the domestic policy space, what struck me most was that we never had a very clear guidance for what is the strategic, what is it that is good for us in India. What is it that I would like to tell, let's say, the parliament? And I remember this as old as in the 90s during the Uruguay round, where when you had to explain to the minister, what is it that is going on in the Uruguay round? What are the issues? There was a tendency to couch everything in difficult language, jargon, and without outlining the end outcome and how it will be good for public interest in India, for all of us Indians. What is in it for us at the end of it all? And I think that is one of the most difficult aspects of negotiations. And all the people who are in the negotiating rooms, I believe they all have names. Green room is what I remember the most mentioned. But what happened in the room stayed in the room. It was never discussed so that people coming after you would be able to benefit or not benefit from the strategies that were used, from the positions that were taken, and the ways in which outcomes were arrived at. I think that is one of the issues which need to be considered at some point when you are thinking and talking of negotiations going forward. The rest, I think, we are living in a world which is extremely fractured and is likely to be getting more and more uncertain. So what outcomes will be good for all is a wide open question. We are really living from negotiation to negotiation, from MC to next MC is what I would like to think of it. And let us hope that we all have a world where multilateralism and with its rules, with its certainties, with its institutional structures will regain the space that they have lost, and we will certainly all benefit by it regardless. So without further ado, I'd like to then now call upon the panelists. Shall we go in the order in which we are listed? Mr. Abhijit Das. Just a moment. Mr. Abhijit Das is a distinguished scholar and a trade policy expert with extensive experience in international trade negotiations, policy formulation, and capacity building initiatives. He has played a significant role in shaping India's trade strategies, particularly during his tenure in the Trade Policy Division of the Ministry of Commerce. He has previously headed the think tanks, various initiatives such as UNCTAD India program. He has authored several books and journal articles on international trade, development, and establishing his authority in the field. Then we have Dr. Amrita Narlikar, one of the rare persons who brings a gender balance to the panels. Thank you, Amrita. She is a distinguished fellow at the Observer Research Foundation. She is also honorary fellow at Darwin College, University of Cambridge, and non-resident distinguished fellow at the Australia-India Institute, Melbourne University. Prior to taking up her new position at ORF, Dr. Narlikar served as the president of the German Institute for Global and Area Studies from 2014 to 2024, and simultaneously held a full professorship in international relations at Hamburg University. From 2004 to 14, she taught at the University of Cambridge, where she was a fellow tenured professor of international political economy. She's the author, editor of 14 books. Oh, wow, you must have started when you were an infant. No. With some of the top international publishing houses. Her research has also appeared in high-impact refereed disciplinary journals, as well as agenda-setting edited collections. Dr. Harshvardhan Singh, another familiar face, Chairman ICDWAJ, is that correct? ICDWAJ Advisors LLP. He's a former Deputy Director General of the WTO and has years of experience at the international economic law domain. In India, he has played a pivotal role in the telecom sector, reforms as economic advisor and later secretary cum principal advisor at TRAI from 1997 to 2005. He has also taught at various legal global institutions such as Columbia University, the Fletcher School, and Nankai University, and contributed to major think tanks and high-level advisory bodies. As chairman of ICDWAJ, he has led and coordinated significant policy-oriented projects on trade, investment, and regulatory systems, working closely with the governments, industry, and international organizations. His work spans multiple sectors and focuses on improving trade policy effectiveness. Dr. Prabhash Ranjan, professor and vice dean, Jindal Global Law School, Sonipat. Dr. Ranjan is a professor of Jindal Global Law School and a distinguished scholar of international investment and trade law. He has held several prestigious academic positions globally, including visiting professors at NUJS and institutional fellow at the National Institute of Military Justice in Washington, D.C. Alongside prior teaching experience at South Asia University, NLU Jodhpur, and NUJS. Deeply involved in global academic discourse, he has served on editorial and advisory boards of leading international law journals and contributes to major scholarly publications. Now, I once again welcome all of you to this, as I said, hands-on round, down in the trenches, in the negotiating rooms, far from the policy issues and the major issues that were being discussed in the earlier rounds. What I can assess from what I briefly heard in the earlier sessions, the MC14 is unlikely to yield effective decisions and outcomes, but will definitely lay the ground for what is going to happen in the years to come. And given, as I said, the fractured world that we live in and the clouds of war, another petro shock, various other kinds of hard human rights violations that are going on without any roke-toke, as they say. It all signals very poorly for a consensus and a worldwide understanding of give and take that the multilateral system stands for. Now, the question, what happened in the earlier negotiations? How will they impact and what have we learned from the past and what can we use out of them going forward? That's the question, Mr. Abhijit Das, I'd like you to address and hear your comments on other issues.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, let me thank RIS and DG Dr. Sachin Sharma for organizing this wonderful conference and inviting me to speak in this session. Now, what are some of the important lessons that we've learned from the past negotiations which can be relevant in the current scenario? All of us are aware that at the negotiating table, all countries are not equal. All parties are not equal. Some parties have greater political clout, economic muscle, and that is brought to bear on the agenda setting, on the process of negotiations, on the outcome of negotiations. So developing countries, even a country like India, finds itself constrained in pushing ahead with its interests, with its negotiating objectives. So how did India in the past manage to secure some of its negotiating objectives? Answer is simple, straightforward. One of the important strategies which India used in the past was joining hands with like-minded developing countries, formed coalitions, and we have excellent examples of successes of coalitions during the Doha round. One was the coalition spearheaded by Brazil, India, South Africa, China, Argentina, popularly called G20 coalition, that managed to take on the combined might of US and European Union, which was an extraordinarily formidable combine. But the G20 coalition in agriculture managed to push back the attempts of the European Union and US to rewrite the rules of agreement on agriculture in line with their interest. And from 2003 till about 2008, much of what was happening at the negotiating table in agriculture was on account of the dynamics unleashed by G20. So coalition has been an important dimension of India taking forward its negotiating objectives. Now, another coalition which needs to be talked of is at Cancun Ministerial Conference, the coalition against Singapore issues. This was an impromptu coalition without too much of background work having been done. And that coalition again succeeded beyond expectations, because subsequently, within a few months after the end of the collapse of the Cancun Ministerial Conference, 3 of the 4 Singapore issues were removed from the negotiating agenda of the Doha round. So the short point is coalition is the way forward, and for India, that really has to provide, that should be a guiding light, that should be an important way to push forward its negotiating objectives. Having said that, not all coalitions have succeeded. To give you an illustration, the coalition which had India, South Africa at its core, supported by 60-odd developing countries, supported by former presidents and prime ministers, supported by Hollywood actors, literally blessed by the Pope, that coalition floundered, despite having global support. That was a coalition which sought a temporary waiver from obligations under the TRIPS agreement to enhance access to vaccines, diagnostics, etc., to combat COVID-19. And one of the reasons why that coalition floundered was it came up against the immense muscle and lobbying power of big pharma. So while coalitions have succeeded on most occasions in the recent 10-15 years, there have been instances of failures as well, and maybe we need to draw some lessons from that. Another important aspect of lessons from the past is what I call importance of Panch Pyare, which really is the 5 Ps: planning and preparation, having persuasive arguments to push forward your negotiating agenda, partnership, I've already talked of partnership in the form of coalitions, persistence. Very often developing countries start with their negotiating proposals, they meet resistance from the other side, and then they drop their negotiating proposal. And that is the strategy which the developed world uses to kill the proposals from developing countries, hence the importance of persistence. And final P, petulance. We have Ambassador Deepak over here, who embodies the success of the strategy based on petulance. From June 2014 till November 2014, India was tearing its hair, stomping its foot, screaming, yelling, saying that I will not let the trade facilitation agreement move forward till my concerns on public stock holding are addressed. And that strategy worked. So petulance can also be a useful strategy, provided it is used very sparsely at the right time. So these panch pyare can also be a good basis for making sure that we are better positioned to protect and promote our negotiating interests. One final point I want to make over here. What are some of the important lessons that we need to learn from our past mistakes? And here what I want to point out is that very often in the negotiating room, India and many other developing countries can be faulted for giving concessions just for creating an amiable negotiating environment without getting any reciprocal concession in return. Remember, negotiations are about give and take. The moment you give something, you must get something in return. May not be commensurate with what you've given, but you must not return empty-handed. On many occasions in the past, we have given concessions, got nothing. A prime example of that tendency is what we discussed earlier today, the temporary moratorium on customs duties on electronic transmissions. That was a concession granted by India and large number of countries, mainly at the insistence of US. What did we get in return? Zilch. We must not repeat that. We made a similar mistake during the Doha round in negotiations around industrial tariffs. I will not go too much into the detail, but if you look at the history, at each stage, we kept on conceding ground without extracting any concession in return. So that's one important lesson we need to learn from our past mistake. Second lesson is very often we do not have a plan B. We resist issues, concede ground, and concede ground completely without extracting anything in return. A good illustration is in between 1986 to February 1989, India, Brazil were resisting negotiating standards on intellectual property rights. Suddenly in April 89, we agreed to negotiate standards. We got nothing for the concession which we granted over there. We didn't have a plan B. The third and final point which I want to make about past mistakes is that, and this is something which some of the people present here may not want to hear, may not like at all. We do not have a robust accountability mechanism for ensuring that the negotiators pursue what is required in terms of national interest. To give a very simple illustration, negotiating positions change with change in personalities. Now that doesn't speak too well of how we decide our negotiating position. Many often we will have situations where the negotiators on the ground have really beavered, created negotiating chips, and at the ministerial conference, what happens? Those chips are thrown away, those chips are not encashed. Ideally, if we had a strong accountability mechanism, then such situations wouldn't have happened. How do you explain a situation when in a green room, we have the USTR, the European Trade Commissioner, coming equipped with reams of paper, talking technical stuff, and we have negotiators from developing countries entering the green room without a slip of paper? Can you expect that negotiator to defend the position of his country? No chance. Why I'm giving these illustrations is that these are common mistakes in India and in many other developing countries. To give the final illustration, we had a country which was at the forefront of seeking something on public stockholding issue. At one of the ministerial conferences, the plenary statement of the minister of that country did not have a single word about public stockholding. That particular minister was too weighed down by his ideological baggage to push the negotiating objective of his country. Luckily for that country, the minister changed and the country came back to the right track. Why I'm pointing out these is that most developing countries do not have a well-established mechanism for deciding their negotiating objective, for deciding their negotiating position, for deciding how to make changes to their negotiating position, even simple things for each negotiating meeting. What do you want to achieve? And is there a mechanism to get a report back from the negotiating meeting? I remember Ambassador Dasgupta used to prepare copious notes when he was in the Department of Commerce. Same goes with Ambassador Deepak. They would prepare copious notes about what happened in the meeting, what was achieved. But that was their individual effort, not perhaps part of a broader system. So I will conclude by saying that good planning, preparation, partnership, persuasion are essential elements of planning and preparation for succeeding at the negotiating table. Then also having useful, effective accountability mechanisms, and finally, the ability to create coalitions. That will go a long way forward, whereby we can learn from our past experience, from our past mistakes, to do better at the negotiating table. Let's remember that the strategies which get deployed in trade negotiations are just a handful, and they keep on getting repeated. So better we are informed about strategies that have been used in the past, better prepared will we be to counter those strategies if we are confronted by them in the future. So let me stop at that. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your very kind attention.
Thank you so much, Abhijit, for setting the tone at the level of the practical, of lessons learned from the past. And you have, in many ways, echoed what I have sensed, which is that the lack of accountability and the continuous changes in people and personnel without an institutional memory of what happened and what were the specific strategies that worked, what did not work, what was given and what was taken. And finally, as I said, this huge translation gap between what goes on during negotiations and the outcomes in an international setting, and explaining it as in public interest to various domestic constituencies. The moment the domestic constituencies are brought on board, many of these issues will become easier for the negotiators and for people who represent the country outside. We now really are back to the heart of what our concerns have always been, and I will ask Dr. Narlikar to address some of them. Please, what I would request is to ask her to place where the issue of the poor, because we have now a situation where there are poor countries and there are poor people in rich countries. There are poor everywhere. At the same time, is that enough to bring about a common consensus and to place trade negotiations and trade issues at the heart of a development agenda, particularly focusing on the poor?
Esteemed Chair, thank you very much. If I may say so, you made the very charming comment about you feel like you're back in your sasural. I have a confession to make. I feel like I'm back. Thank you. Thank you. I feel like I'm back in my Mecca. Because the World Trade Organization and trade negotiations is how I started out as a scholar, as a researcher, as a student. And coalitions, the topic that Abhijit spoke about was my Oxford DPhil. So I feel like I'm back home at my Mecca. But to pick up on a point that I will address the issue of poverty narratives and the poor, but I would also like to address some of the other issues that have already been raised. Let me start off by saying in India, we have a beautiful, complex philosophy of negation. And it's captured very nicely in the verses of Adi Shankaracharya. Na bhumir na toyam na tejo na vayu na kham nendriyam manate sham samuha. Anaikantikatvat sushupteka siddhas tadeko vashishtha shiva kevaloham. Now, and this can be understood at many deep levels, but in the particular context that we're speaking in right now, it's a really interesting way to try and understand the world. And the philosophy is neti neti, not this, not this, not this, not that, right? And the idea is that sometimes the divine is too difficult to understand, the reality is too difficult to understand, so how do we get to it? We try and understand what it is not, right? And so I'm going to continue with some of what Abhijit said and talk about how not to lessons from history, right? And there are some very interesting lessons, I believe, that we can learn. I will not be talking about the India case, right? I will be talking about broader lessons to be learned as we approach MC14. Negotiators across countries, the Secretariat of the WTO, academics working on the WTO, think tanks working on the WTO. And I'm going to talk about 4 points. I'll talk about drawing inspiration from what our esteemed chair mentioned. I'll be talking about technocratic bubbles, right? It's related to the point that Abhijit mentioned on accountability, but not quite. I'll talk about an altered geo-economic, geopolitical context. I'll talk about coalitions, and I'll talk about narratives. So I'll touch upon 4 how not to lessons now from the past that we would all be well served to apply if we want to rescue trade multilateralism. So my first point, trade multilateralism has come to live in a technocratic bubble. And it has been living in this technocratic bubble for a while in Geneva. So some of what you were saying, Chair Lady, is exactly the critique that I'm also offering. Now, Rob House, international philosopher and lawyer, wrote a prescient paper on this in 2002, where he critiqued what he called the insider network. And he was talking about negotiators, the Secretariat, but academics like many of us here, right? And what he said was, in trade, a sense of pride, I'm quoting him, a sense of pride developed that an international regime was being evolved that stood above the madhouse of politics, a regime grounded in the insights of economic science and not vulnerable to the open-ended controversies and conflicts that plagued most international institutions and regimes. This was problematic even when House was writing, but it is an even bigger problem today amidst the increased geopolitical and geo-economic competition in a world where technocratic solutions alone will not be able to magic away fundamental differences in interests, in political systems, and in values. And we heard about some of these differences in the last panel, the differences in political systems and values and interests, right? And just finding, assuming that we can somehow take politics out of the game is not going to work. It didn't work before, it's really not going to work now. My second point. Now, the WTO, this is about geoeconomics. So the WTO was not built for a world of weaponized interdependence. The WTO model of globalization, the post-World War II model, is premised on seemingly dependable efficiencies of global trade, and it actively discourages countries from protecting essential or strategic products. This has been one of the reasons why the US has taken such a high, has been sitting on that high moral that moral high horse when it's been lecturing to India on public stockholding. And this has been going on for a long time. Now, this is an assumption of the system. It's an assumption of the way globalization has been conceptualized. But the world looks very different today. Recall when we were faced with shortages of medical supplies during COVID, many countries put up export restrictions on key medical supplies and used medical surpluses as bargaining chips. The pandemic provided us with some tragic illustrations of how unreliable and prone to instrumentalization international trade flows can be. To say nothing of TRIPS and the rules, the inherent problems in the rules that prevented access to medicines, life-saving medical equipment in poorer countries. And if those problems were serious then, they're at least as serious, maybe more serious right now with the war that is taking place, where we are seeing, and we are going to see more disruption to supplies. So we cannot assume that that old model of globalization is going to work. Now, it would be unfair to damn the organization for failing to anticipate the tough challenges of weaponized interdependence. This world where integration, economic integration, does not automatically lead to peace. In fact, economic integration can be weaponized and misused and used, securitized. It can get securitized, right? So it would be unfair to criticize the WTO that it didn't anticipate this problem. But I would say we can take issue with the fact that even now, when geoeconomic threats are increasingly evident and are being put to across issue areas, we are seeing geoeconomic threats at work. And yet, proposals for reform are still based very much on old assumptions, right? And so the discussions that we're seeing that are still taking place are still about attacking developing countries on S&D, on SDT. And yes, we do need to be thinking about these issues, but can we please also take a look at the broader context and think about, does that old model of globalization still work? Or do we need to think about the trade-offs that between prosperity and development, between security, conceptualized not as security of supply, which is how the WTO discussions take it, but national security, and deep ecology, what we're doing to the planet, not sustainable development, biodiversity, animal rights. Those are the three points of a triangle that I see where we do need to be rethinking globalization, and WTO is core to this. So if we're talking about reform, can we have a serious conversation also about this and not just hide behind technocratic issues? My third point is on coalitions. And I just want to add to something that Abhijit said here. I completely second and fully agree. And this is partly an answer to your question, Chair. One of the big instruments that is still available to the poor globally is coalitions, right? To form coalitions. But one of the takeaways over the last years for me has been this. Until the Cancun Ministerial, the problem used to be that coalitions of developing countries would collapse in the end game. And there are several examples of this, like the like-minded group. And India would be holding firm, but slowly divide and rule was mentioned in the previous panel. Other member countries would be drawn away. What was really interesting in Cancun that we got strong coalitions, right? And Abhijit mentioned some of these, G20, G33. It was beautiful to be there and see the G90 in action, right? It was wonderful, very inspiring. And I would argue that we would not have made much of the progress that we did in even getting the DDA launched and then a little bit further without the power of developing countries working together. But a problem emerged. And the problem was this. You can have strong coalitions that don't collapse in the end game because they stand firm against the external party and they have strategies to deal with the external parties. But you need very clear mechanisms on managing coalition internal trade-offs within the coalition. Because if you don't, then what you get is completely inflexible coalitions. right? And then you get into more entrenched deadlock. So one of the challenges for me is to see how we can think about that the internal mechanisms through which within the group of developing countries, what concessions can the larger developing countries make to LDCs and other groups of developing countries within the coalition to prevent, A, the divide and rule, but two, to also prevent that complete inflexibility that we did get to see, and extreme polarization that we did get to see. And then my final point is on narratives, right? And it relates to the technocratic point. Because if we don't involve people on the ground, no matter how much we think, or Geneva thinks, or Brussels thinks trade is a good thing, they're not going to get it, right? Because nobody's bothering to explain why it's a good thing, right? And this is why we got Brexit, because they had a very loud narrative. And the Remain campaign did not have any interesting stories to tell. They had statistics, helpful statistics. They had often the truth with them. Did it matter? No, it didn't matter, right? And the same goes for Trump. President Trump, the first time round, you remember how vitriolic the campaign was against trade. Now, against international trade being the problem. It was trade that was causing all the problems that you could think about for America's poor. And there was no counter-narrative. And this is not to say that the global north or the west does not have a growing community of people who feel disempowered and disenfranchised and face poverty, right? So that is there. But narratives matter very much. You need to be able to explain why trade works for them, and also the mechanisms for distributing wealth within countries. So we need to be thinking about both these things, right? That trade is not like just one solution that's going to take away all problems, including poverty. It depends on domestic policies, welfare policies within states, but even if you have those welfare policies and you don't have those narratives accompanying them, people won't get it. And you will keep getting opposition to trade and trade multilateralism. My final related point, so we need to be having open and honest conversations, right? So I don't think it's enough to tell people, hey, trade is a good thing, and we should all be supporting it, and we should support all institutions like the WTO because they are meant to liberalize trade. Now, I don't see a great risk of that here, but I do see a risk of that in Brussels, in Geneva, in parts of New York, right? And that's where a lot of the action still happens. And those honest conversations require us, I think, as academics, as think tankers, as negotiators, as political leaders, to be explaining what would be the costs of managing that balance that I talked about. Now, that trade-off. So if you want to have more national security, it means that you probably won't get the really cheap T-shirt, but so you're going to have, development is going to get harder, and so there's that trade-off, and then there's the other trade-off on what are we going to do to protect the environment. Now, how are we going to think about deep ecology? Are we thinking about deep ecology? Are we thinking about sustainability questions when we think about trade? And people need to know this, and they need to understand those trade-offs, especially in democracies. Now, I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Narlikar. You touched on the most critical points in that. The takeaway that I have is it's important to keep talking and to try and explain why a world where trade and multilateralism with a rules-based world where everyone understands each other despite differences is the key going forward, given that we face an increasingly hostile world where movements of people across countries is at an unprecedented scale. And similarly, the movement of goods is being hampered by the international trade system not being re-engineered to suit the present circumstances. So we have much to think about, but I will now ask Harsh to dwell a little on his personal experiences, and I will ask you provocatively, why WTO in today's world? Like I would ask, why UN in today's world? Do we need it?
Thank you very much for the guiding question. I also want to thank RIS for this opportunity. And after a lot of very pertinent points, why WTO is, it reminds me, I was visiting Shashi Tharoor at the time when he was part of UNHCR, and I saw a poster which said, if you get rid of the UN, you'll have to recreate it. What UN does is rather fuzzy in several contexts. What the WTO achieves actually is far more tangible. I used to speak long time back on the GATT system, and the WTO and GATT system are analogous. I used to say, just imagine a traffic light system. Each kind of traffic, whether it's a car or a truck or a cycle or a motorcycle, if they follow the rules, in the sense they stop when the right light is red, they go when the light is green, a lot more traffic will pass through and cover longer distance in such a traffic light system. And just imagine that traffic light system not functioning. Then everybody is on their own, and they would be vying for space. In Delhi, you can see it in multiple places. You go deeper into the countryside, you'll see even stronger evidence of it. And people lose their cool, there are disputes, and you don't cover the same distance in a particular time as you would with a well-functioning traffic light system. And I used to say, that time I used to say GATT. GATT is the traffic light system for international trade. When the conditions are predictable, when you know what tariff is going to be imposed on your product when it reaches another country, what conditions in terms of standards cannot be imposed on you, how do you assess whether something reasonable is being done or not done? That is all encompassed in the rules. These are the traffic light systems. And if you don't have this certainty, it's not only trade which is impacted. Uncertainty has its a much larger effect on investment. Investment does not go to places where the condition is uncertain, where suppose you change your policies every 6 months. Suppose when you are changing your policy, you don't inform anyone else. So there might be goods in transit. When they left, you had a certain business plan. When they reach, it's a different business plan. So all this uncertainty which is created does not allow as much investment, as much opportunities of trade, as much linkages between different parts of the value chain. And today, about 80% of global trade is value chain. Value chain means a chicken nugget has 84 components in its value chain, coming from different parts of the country or outside. Just imagine the certainty and the kind of openness which a regime demands in slightly more complex value chains than a chicken nugget. The ease of doing business, which I'll give you one other example. I was talking to the head of the largest company in Vietnam which made garments. And he told me that the best value for money was a producer of yarn in India. So I said, you must be buying a lot from that producer. He said, I buy nothing. Because when I give an order, he takes 3 weeks. I can get the same product, much lower quality, higher price in 2 days from China. The predictability, the focus on facilitation, all this has come through the kind of policies which are encompassed in today the multilateral trading system is WTO. So why WTO is evident, and when the system starts being vitiated, the kind of loss of opportunities which arise, and the biggest loss of opportunity is through uncertainty, major uncertainty. US behavior today raises several concerns. But the biggest concern for business is what will be the policy regime next week? How do I plan my production and sale? Who will be my partners in which country? All that is facilitated and is a focus of a rules-based system where rules create the system to give you predictability. So I've given a long answer to a short question, but it's an important point. There are some other thoughts which I want to share. May I do that in terms of, yeah. So I've been listening to coalitions, etc. Actually, coalitions require preparations of throughout the time you are focusing on the issue. For example, and I was talking to Ambassador Das Gupta, who's been in the thick of it. When the Bali package was being discussed in terms of the food stock holding, initially India was alone. And then the minister of South Africa came up with other countries in support. And the statement the minister made is, we will not allow India to hang out alone. It wasn't necessarily just the result of what was done at the ministerial. It was the result of years of preparing that coalition, friendship, etc. Likewise, preparing for negotiations, and Dr. Nadlikar talked about explaining to the domestic constituencies. Actually, domestic constituencies serve two functions. One is to alert the negotiator about the limits of where they think the negotiator should not cross. The second is, in the negotiations itself, if there are domestic constituencies protesting, you can tell the other party, look, this will not fly in my country. And sometimes it is strategically required that you bring protest out on the street for a negotiating advantage. Similarly, we've talked about coalitions, but coalitions happen at different levels. And sometimes the result of the focus which leads to you building coalitions goes up to the highest level possible. I have two examples in mind. One, when trade facilitation agreement was successfully included in the WTO process, it was settled at the level of the President of the United States and the Prime Minister of India. The President of United States asked whether the Prime Minister could agree to moving on agriculture, because India was saying that what I got at Bali is not certain enough. I need greater certainty. And that's where a certain window of what policy flexibility India got was opened up. And the Prime Minister of India told the President, no, I cannot move on agriculture. So that's when the President decided that in order to move on TFA, trade facilitation, I have to give in to the Bali package. That's how the improvement in Bali package took place. Likewise, and agriculture has played a role in the second story also I'll share. The Indian Prime Minister, that time Dr. Singh, he and President Bush had a conversation. And President Bush said, can you move even a little bit on NAMA? And there was an analysis of what President Bush was asking, and it was completely manageable. So Prime Minister said, I will move on NAMA provided you give me my ask on agriculture. Sorry, I'll just finish, yeah. So that's how at the highest stage it was done. And one final thing which I want to mention is the G20, which was talked about by Abhijit. G20 was a result of two opposite interests sitting across the table and managing their interests in such a way, and it was prepared by a lot of research in India. So these coalitions don't just come because you are showing goodwill. You have to go with substantive options available for the other party to see what benefits them. So I thank you again. And as far as WTO is concerned, the importance of that is the evidence of this conference itself.
Thank you. That was a clincher, I would say. We will move to Professor Prabhash Ranjan, and with his legal acumen, he will tell us what is the way ahead in the coming MC14, and what are the frameworks that we can expect or should work towards, given our experiences in the past and our weaknesses in the existing systems.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I'm extremely grateful to RIS, Professor Sachin Sharma, for this kind invitation. I'm so happy to see RIS organizing so many meetings on WTO, and compliments to you, DG, and to your team. Since we are talking about negotiating strategies, I would like to reflect a little on two punch pyares of Abhijit, planning and preparation, or maybe more on preparation, which Dr. Singh also talked about. And I'll step back. I think when we think about negotiating strategies, we often tend to adopt a micro approach. We look at negotiating strategies from the point of view of what the people in government need to do in the next round of negotiations or at the forthcoming ministerial conference. While this is undoubtedly important, I think it is equally important to take a step back and ask the larger macro question, which is that how prepared we, or India as a nation, is to actively participate in WTO negotiations or trade negotiations, which means that to what extent have we been able to develop expertise in this area as a nation, and where do we stand as a nation when it comes to expertise in international trade? Now, international trade as a discipline can be looked at from the economic side, from international relations, and from law. I'm going to talk about law. And what I'm going to say might not liked by many when I say that as a nation, I don't think we are well prepared to develop a coherent negotiating strategy. And the simple reason is that our expertise when it comes to international trade law, the discipline that I'm familiar with, is extremely weak. Just consider one statistic. We have 1,700 law schools in this country. In many of those law schools, once upon a time, international trade law was taught as a compulsory subject. But then the Bar Council of India, for whatever reason, decided that international trade law should not be a compulsory subject. And today, I think, if someone were to do an empirical study, they will find that not more than a few hundred law schools teach international trade law as a compulsory subject. Even if you go beyond and see that how many of them teach it as an elective subject, you will not find too many law schools. So, how are we developing expertise? Are we really developing expertise? Who are these people who you expect to come and negotiate or play a role in international trade law making or in shaping the debates globally or nationally on international trade law? Another statistic, I have been doing international trade law for almost 2 decades now. And if you ask me, I will struggle to name even 10 Indian trade law professors who are publishing cutting-edge research which is shaping national and international debates. So where does this leave us as a nation? How can we prepare and how can we prepare ourselves to negotiate at international trade if our bench strength is so weak? Compare this with China. We all know that China was not a founding member of the WTO. China came to WTO in 2001. How many trade lawyers or how many trade law professors China had in late 1990s? None, because trade law was not really an important subject in China. And how many international trade law professors China has today in 2026 as we speak? Well, if you open any journal of international trade law or international economic law, every 3rd paper or 4th paper might be by a Chinese scholar. Why has India not been able to do this is my question. Of course, I blame myself, I blame universities, but I think the blame has to be shared by everyone. And I think till we address these fundamental structural questions, one important P that Abhijit talked about preparation, perhaps will not be complete. The next point I want to make about is, if we have developed expertise or if we have expertise, how do we integrate this expertise? As an academic who observes these things from an outside and who has never been in the government or who has never been a negotiator, I always ask myself that how does India decide that this will be our negotiating position? Just as an example, our position is that we don't want the investment facilitation development agreement to come into Annex 4. Fine, I understand that position. But I'm still curious, what made us come to this conclusion that this will be our negotiating position? Was it done only by people within the government, or was it done by adopting a larger stakeholder consultation and discussing experts outside the government, so on and so forth? If it is the latter, then it's fine. But if it is not, and if it was a decision taken by people in the government, even if it is the correct decision, I think the processes that we are following are perhaps not adequate. And therefore, I think it is important that we integrate expertise outside the government in a more institutionalized manner if we want to build our negotiating strength and negotiating strategies. Otherwise, how do we prepare that what should be our negotiating position? The third point which I want to make is that I think any negotiating strategy or preparation of any coherent negotiating strategy certainly requires encouraging dissent. If we do not encourage critical voices outside the government on what the government is doing, then perhaps we will not be able to have enough sounding boards against whom we can check that what we are doing or what India is proposing is a good thing or not a good thing. Now, how do we develop or how do we encourage dissent? Well, we are a democracy, so this should go without saying. But I think at times democracies also need to be reminded about the significance of dissent. And I think it's important that critical voices should not be shunned. Critical voices should be heard. At the end of the day, what negotiating position will the government adopt is the prerogative of people in the government to decide. So if I as an academic air an opinion which is different from what the government believes, it's fine, the government can reject that view. But as Dr. Sachin said, that it is engagement which is very, very important. And I think from that spirit, it is important that critical voices need to be engaged with, and this will certainly strengthen India's negotiating position. The last point which I want to make, and then I'll try to answer Chair's question, is about, I think India's trade policy suffers from one very fundamental structural flaw, and that in my view is the lack of parliamentary scrutiny. Now this I know is a very sensitive issue. You can talk about parliamentary scrutiny before, during the process of making trade law or trade policy, after the trade treaty or an agreement has been negotiated or concluded. We borrowed the Westphalian system in UK, for example. You do not have system of the parliament vetting any treaty or giving its approval or ratifying the treaty. But even those systems, even UK, even Australia have moved to a different system where there's very active consultation by parliamentary committees on trade on what position these countries are taking at WTO or even in their FTA negotiations. And because of this scrutiny, I think it puts the executive, it makes the executive accountable. Abhijit was talking about the issue of accountability in terms of negotiating outcomes. That is based on the assumption that there is a negotiating mandate given which has to be carried through. But I'll just add one more dimension to it, that there also has to be accountability of the executive, that why have you taken this particular position, as I mentioned earlier, and parliamentary scrutiny of what the executive is doing through parliamentary committees, etc., I think would strengthen India's negotiating position. To answer Chair's question, I think that's a difficult question to answer in a short span of time. What legal strategies India needs to adopt? I'll just try to answer that by giving an example that India, is not in support of the MPIA system, the multi-party interim arbitration arrangement. India's position is that the appellate body needs to be restored in the form in which the law currently provides. I completely agree with the demand that the appellate body needs to be restored back. But then, as Dr. Virmani mentioned in the morning, that we have to be realistic. Now, from that realistic framework, we know that the appellate body is perhaps not coming back. Now, in that situation, if we still want a two-tier dispute resolution mechanism, then what is the alternative that we are offering? EU has offered an alternative in the form of MPIA. We may not like it because we think that its processes are problematic or they are not fair. I have argued this, that why not propose your own MPIA? In other words, why not propose your own mechanism and build coalition around that mechanism to have a second tier of dispute resolution mechanism without compromising on your demand that we want the appellate body to be restored back. Otherwise, you might give an impression that while you say that we want the appellate body or we want the two-tiered system, but you're very happy with the status quo that the appellate body is not there. So I think what legal strategy needs to be adopted, I think, depends on what is our principled position. And my last point, and I'll end with this. I think countries like India are known for taking normative leadership. And this is a position which countries like India should never give up. I'll just give you one example. In 1950s, when India was much poorer than what it is today, when USSR invaded Hungary in 1956, Jawaharlal Nehru as the Prime Minister and the Indian government at that time was reluctant to take a clear position, calling out USSR's aggression and calling it as violation of international law. But that did not stop Pandit Nehru from making parliamentary interventions where he categorically said that what USSR has done is wrong. So while India may not have taken a position internationally because of diplomatic reasons and other considerations, that did not stop the government from taking a position at least domestically in its own parliament. So through this you convey that you are in for a principled position on certain issues. When you do not take any position, either nationally or internationally, you do send up a very confusing signal to the world that where do you stand and what do you stand for. And in that situation, how do you expect to build coalitions with other like-minded nations? So I think it's important that these structural issues need to be thought through if we want to prepare well as a nation to have a coherent and effective negotiating strategy. I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that very lucid exposition, Professor Prabhasha. Now I know your students are very lucky to have you. I don't think we have much time left, do we? 5 minutes? 2 questions. Right at the back, I have 4 hands already. Okay. Right at the back, yes.
Good evening, everybody, and respected panel. I have 2 questions. One question is from Abhijit sir, and other question from everybody. Anyone can answer. As you mentioned, sir, about coalition is the way forward in negotiating objective at the international stage. One question arises in my mind is that in coalition politics, enough for India to counter developed countries, or does it need independent agenda setting powers? And
one more question and your second question?
Last. Do India past negotiating strategies in the WTO reflect strategic pragmatism or a structural constraints that limit its transition from a rule taker to a rule shaper? Thank you. My name is Sakshi Pandey. I am from SIS Jawaharlal Nehru University.
Thank you, Sakshi. I have your call. 2 more. Both of you decide. The chair, DG is going to just push me off this table very shortly. So, yeah, next. You, yes, ma'am, please do.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Sejal and I'm from SIS JNU. And I want to ask a question to Abhijit sir. Sir, as you mentioned earlier that in the WTO negotiation, India and other developing countries often made concession, but they did not get equal return. So, sir, why should it continue this approach? Or should India now follow a approach that is no return, no concession strategy? Or would that create problems for it global trade? Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I think Abhijit can address it.
Thank you for both the questions, Sakshi and Sejal. Ideally, the agenda setting as well as determining the negotiating outcomes for a country like India, if we go by the past, both have served India's purposes. Being part of a coalition, being an active partner in a coalition did help India in setting the agenda, in taking negotiations to a particular point, and thereafter, it was really up to India to take its objectives forward. I will give you the illustration. I see Ambassador Jain Dasgupta somewhere. It was really about on the issue of public stock holding. There was a coalition called G33. And at a particular point in time, Ambassador Dasgupta decided that, well, G33 must take forward the issue of public stock holding to a finality. And he did a brilliant move. He linked it with trade facilitation. That coalition and that issue linkage did help us till a particular point. But thereafter, it was really the strategy of brinkmanship, which was deployed by India to get final satisfaction in 2014. So both a coalition as well as an individual effort by India has been useful in taking its negotiating objectives forward. Maybe on the second question of Sakshi, others may want to step in.
I would request each one of the panelists to give a closing remark, if Professor Prabhash Ranjan.
I don't have anything much to add, but I think it's important that the negotiating strategy that we talk about has to be comprehensive, broad-based, and taking into account all stakeholders, including dissenting voices.
Dr. Narlikar?
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. 2 points. One, to pick up on Prabhash's point on normative leadership, I would encourage India to really walk the talk of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam in international trade negotiations. And there is a new model needed. We need out-of-the-box thinking. India can provide it. So this is not just a slogan, but actually translates into how global governance is reshaped. And second, may I take this opportunity to give a big thank you to DG Sachin Kumar Sharma, because that's what you have done here and over the last 3 months is such a core part of the preparation, and some of the other Ps as well. So thank you very much, and long may this work continue. Congratulations and kudos, RIS.
Harsh?
Very quickly, I'll take the second question on rule maker, rule taker. Actually, I think India is not really a rule taker as such in the WTO system, because where it has to take a rule which it's not comfortable with, that's where it makes it explicit that it's not in favor of that rule going forward. There are certain times when the country has been forced to take the rule, which was TRIPS agreement. But on rule maker, there are several examples where India was very clear in the rule which would serve its own interest, and through both coalitions, through individual negotiations, etc., it came up with a set of rules which met its own objectives, and that was in the Uruguay round, in the subsidies agreement, in the textiles, clothing agreement, etc. So India in general is not a rule taker. It's a rule maker or contributor. That's the point I want.
Thank you very much for that insight. I will round this up by saying that all 4 panelists have added to a corpus of a very, very closely guarded, what should I say, confidential subject of negotiation strategies, and without going into the details, we seem to have much to learn from the past. And coalitions in a world where the narrative, the dominant narrative is Atmanirbharta, unilateralism, one power, weaponization of trade. In a world of that kind, coalitions and actually identifying common interests and standing by them is in itself a challenge. In terms of expertise, I could not agree with you more, because this is an observation that has come for one of the few things which did filter out of those negotiation rooms, that the Indian delegations were barely enough to fill 1/10 or 1/15 of a table, whereas the delegations from even smaller countries would be 50 strong, 60 strong, and have all disciplines represented: legal, economists, public policy experts, and that kind of expertise has not been built up in the country within our systems, and particularly on international tables. As a result, there is a revolving door, and what permits that revolving door is our system, civil service system, where we do not allow any particular person and personalities to nurture the relationships that are so essential in informal relationships and build consensus building in these international negotiations. I think going forward, it's going to be a bigger challenge, and accountability in terms of parliamentary accountability. If I may end with an anecdote, I remember that there was once, and it did work, that there was a proposal that a paper should be presented, white paper should be placed in Parliament on the Uruguay round. And I remember very well what a challenge it was to even prepare a paper to explain what we were doing right. We did not get anywhere with it. We did place the paper in Parliament, and it was generally said, "Oh, padhta kaun hai?" That's not the point. The point is that it was there, and why because of the techno jargon that we are all so fond of and how we all drown ourselves in it, we were unable to explain to public representatives as to what we were doing in those hallowed portals in Geneva or elsewhere. With that, thank you once again, DG and RIS, for this wonderful conference, and may it continue to grow from strength to strength.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. Now, we have a token of appreciation for our chair and honorable panelists. So, to do the honor, I would request my senior colleague, Mr. Atul Kaushik, to please come on the dais. We can start with chair, ma'am, Madam Sindhusri Khular. To Mr. Das. Dr. Nalikar. Dr. Harshvardhan Singh. Dr. Harshvardhan Singh. Professor Prabhas Ranjan. So I would also request our DG to come on the dais, please, for a group photo. You come, join us. Stay there for a group photo.
Please be seated. We would be starting our next session. This session is a special session on agriculture, trade in a fragmenting world, talking about food security, subsidies, and sustainability. This is in collaboration with the Delhi School of Economics. For this session, till the nameplates are being done, I would like to invite the chair, Professor Ram Singh, Director, Delhi School of Economics. Our panelist, Dr. Edwini Casey, he is joining us online. Dr. Ashwini Mahajan, economist and national co-convener, Swadeshi Jagran Manch. Dr. Pratap Singh Beerthal, former director, NIAP. Mr. Aditya Shesh, founder and managing director, Bressis Fund Services Private Limited. And Ms. Ranja Sen Gupta, senior researcher, Third World Network. And I hope Dr. Adwini Casey is online. He's the Director, Agriculture and Commodity Division, WTO.
Escape route.
Dr. Casey is online? Perfect. Sir, I think, I hope you are able to hear us.
Yes, I am able to do so.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I would request the chair to please take over for the session. Thank you.
Very good evening. So we are starting the session. It is my pleasure to be a co-host of this session with the RIS. RIS and Delhi School of Economics have embarked on a partnership, and this is our third event. In coming days and months, you will see more action by way of our joint efforts, joint activities, and joint output. This session is on food security, subsidies, and sustainability. This trilemma of food security, subsidies, and sustainability is challenging enough if we look at from pure Indian perspective. We have seen distortions caused by subsidies, the way we implement subsidies, posing challenge to sustainability. This issue becomes even more pronounced if we look at this trilemma from international perspective. We have gathered here, it is a set of very distinguished panelists. We will be discussing the trilemma in the context of roadmap to Ministerial Conference 14th. Path to any roadmap to any ministerial conference is challenging, is challenge-ridden, uncertainty-ridden in normal times. And by no account, these are normal times. We have seen the level of uncertainty is perhaps of highest order that is seen in decades in the past. We have also seen centrality of agriculture, not only when it comes to negotiations over agriculture, but be it any aspect of international negotiations, be it multilateral negotiations or even bilateral, agriculture is at the center. Agriculture is hot potato. My co-panelist will be throwing light on this issue. We have 5 speakers. We will start with Dr. Edwin Casey. Dr. Edwin Casey, welcome to the session. You are an expert on international trade policy discussion. You have contributed a great deal to trade-related issues, dispute settlement. You have raised understanding of your countrymen and of others. Now, given your expertise, question I want to ask you is, what realistic outcomes can be expected on agriculture at Ministerial 14, particularly in addressing food security in a fragmented global context? You have 8 minutes to share your thoughts. So, floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm very happy to join you from Geneva. And I was in Delhi 2 months ago. That was my first visit to India. So I'm really happy to be able to join you this afternoon. I know it's about evening in Delhi. I think as you pointed out, agriculture is key. And as we are preparing for MC14, there's a cloud. It has not been an easy road, as you will be well aware. Agriculture has been the main reason why we haven't succeeded in the last 3 ministerial conferences, from Buenos Aires, Geneva, as well as in Abu Dhabi 2 years ago. Now, going forward, I think the members have stressed the centrality of agriculture. However, there are different opinions. So I would like to talk about where we are, and then also touching on the issue of food security and then liberalization of agricultural trade. The members are quite divided. I think for most developing countries, India, African countries, Indonesia, China, food security is central. How do we guarantee food security? And then you find the membership is split into two. On one hand, the exporting countries, Brazil, Argentina, Australia, Canada, United States, they tend to believe that liberalization alone can actually help food security. So if, for example, you reduce tariffs, for example, they think that would be one way of enhancing access to food. But many developing countries believe that public stockholding is very important to achieve food security. So in the preparatory process, it has been very difficult because you have a group of countries who want dedicated measures to achieve food security, and another group which believes that liberalization efforts should be focused only on liberalization or predominantly on liberalization. So with this wedge, it has been very difficult to bridge the gap between these two opposing camps. Now, in terms of agriculture, I think it was very clear right from the beginning when we started the preparatory process, I would say last year, that we were not going to have an outcome on the core issues. We tried it in Abu Dhabi, it didn't work. In fact, even in Abu Dhabi, the ambition was very low. We were aiming for a work program, but we couldn't succeed on achieving a work program. So it was very clear right from the outset that we couldn't get, let's say, modalities how to reduce trade distorting support, because for many developing countries, they believe that the distortions in the agricultural sector is primarily due to the AMS, which mostly developed countries have. The European Union is about 72 billion euro, Japan $35 million, the US 19.1 billion, Japan is 35 billion. So for most developing countries, they want the removal of the AMS to level the playing field. Countries like India doesn't have AMS entitlement, and China as well. So the whole issue is very divisive because for most of these countries, developed countries, they don't want to give up the AMS. That is the problem. But developing countries say, why? It's not fair. Why is it that some members have AMS and others don't have? So we should all be bound by our de minimis, which is 10% of the value of production for developing countries and 5% for developed countries. Developed countries were not prepared to accept that. And so it has been a very difficult issue. They also developed countries wanted developing countries to also reduce or agree to negotiate Article 6.2, for which many developing countries is a red line. India makes about 80% of total spending on Article 6.2, providing input subsidies. And so, and the last notifications of India indicate an amount around $50 billion on average. But as India has pointed out, if you look at the nominal amount, you may think it's a huge amount. But if you have to give to about 500 or more million farmers, then it is a pittance, and there is no way that can distort trade. So the opinions were quite divided. Now, we tried to say, okay, well, we need an outcome, but what kind of outcome can we get at MC14? We ruled out any substantive outcome. So a number of countries said we should have something on food security. Jamaica tabled a proposal which basically referred to food security, but it's a declaration. To start with, it's a declaration. A declaration is different from a decision. A decision has legal force, a declaration does not. So Jamaica's was a declaration, and it was mainly focused on food security. But other countries like Brazil and others were not content, the exporting countries. They said, well, we need to also have something on agriculture, liberalization of agriculture, and that they would not support anything which only dealt with food security. But like I said, even for food security, the Jamaican proposal was not very definitive as to what type of measures should be taken to ensure or to enhance food security. But then, these countries, the exporting countries, wouldn't. So Argentina tabled a proposal which basically focused on liberalization. And in that decision, the proposal by Argentina, emphasis was more on liberalization, and a number of countries said they were not going to accept it, particularly the African group, because they said that they didn't like the linkage between liberalization of agriculture and food security. Food security should be treated distinctly from liberalization. So a number of countries implored the chair, Pakistani ambassador, to table a proposal, which he did. Now, what we did was to merge basically the Jamaican proposal, the Argentinian proposal, and bearing in mind the red lines of countries. So when we did that, I mean, it's also a declaration. So like, as I said, a declaration does not have legal force, but then, even then, it has not been an easy ride because, but when he submitted it the first time, you know, countries basically indicated that they could accept it. But, you know, some of the sporting countries, they made reference to food security. Some said that reference was made to food security 6 times, whereas liberalization hardly got a mention. So they didn't like that, you know. So we needed to try to see if we can have parity, but not losing the central message that food security is important. Liberalization of agriculture is not an end in itself. It has to help countries, you know, to deal with food insecurity. So the situation now, we are going next week. The situation now is that the chair presented a revised proposal, and that revised proposal attracted broad support. All the members said it fell short of their ambition, but they could live with it, with the notable exception of the United States and then the C4, the cotton producing countries, and to some extent, India as well. Now, for the C4, their main problem is that they wanted reference to be made to cotton in the text. But the problem we have is that if we make reference to cotton, then PSH countries may demand make a specific reference to PSH, make a specific reference to SSM, domestic support, export restrictions, in which case it would unravel. So what the chair did was not to mention any specific, and we explained that to the C4 and also to India. Now, one of the main issue where we need to overcome, I think the major problem is the United States. The US doesn't want reference to past ministerial decisions and mandates, because that would then cover the PSH, because the US is on record as saying that the Bali decision on public stockholding was a mistake. So the US wants to get rid of the Bali mandate. So it does not want reference to past mandates.
Dr.
and
Kasich,
decisions.
thank you so much.
Yes.
Your time is up. You may take 1 more minute and conclude your thoughts, please.
Okay.
I have been asked to keep the time. I have been asked and tasked to keep the time. Yes, sir.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. I'm about to wrap up. As I said, the main issue now, what is dividing the US point is that they don't want the reference to past ministerial mandates. And India, African countries said no, they want that. Because if they mandate to keep that, then it would mean that the Bali decision, the mandate on SSM, they are all valid. So we don't know what the US position would be. But the chair has tried to talk to the US, but the US insists that it should be deleted. But from a legal standpoint, even if we delete it, that does not mean that the mandate is not valid. So the US position, I think, is not persuasive, because even if reference is not made to it, it will need a consensual decision of the membership in order to abrogate the PSH or cotton mandate or SSM. So I think I'll just stop here, and then if there are questions, then I can address other issues. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Casey. You have made several important points. You have described how aggregate measure of support still remains a contested issue. Also, how liberalization and food security, there's a great tension between these two objectives. Now I will turn to Professor Ashwani Mahajan. Dr. Casey last point he made was about uncertainty about American position at the negotiations. Professor Mahajan, in normal times, you had issues with WTO. And these, as I said, these are not normal times at all. Those who defend, argue for a multilateral global order, one of the arguments is that it provides predictability. Predictability, in turn, can be used by nations to join global value chains. But today we are in a situation where the virtues of global value chain also come from inventory management, that global value chains allow efficiency gains by arranging, getting inputs, and sending supplies just in time. Today, instead of thinking efficiency just in time, supply and demand management, we have come to acquire a mental situation where we are thinking more in case of just in case. Our inventory management, stockpiling, be it of food, be it of petroleum products. There's a stronger case for just in case safeguarding your bottom line. In this fragmented world order, where do you stand? How do you look at this trilemma and this evolved situation? You have 8 minutes, and you are not online, so therefore I will keep the time. So.
Thank you, Professor Ram Singh ji, distinguished panel, and equally distinguished participants in this program. Madam Chair, in the last session, had made a point that we could not explain to our lawmakers about what we had done in Uruguay round. That speaks loud about the negotiations which were carried out and WTO and the participation in the WTO which we had. I come from Swadeshi Jagan Manch, and we had always been critical to the negotiations which were happening over there. The TRIPS, services in agriculture, getting included in the negotiations in the GATT. And at that point of time also, we had not spoke against the rules, but how the rules should be framed, and how in this unequal world, which Abhijit Das ji was mentioning, that parties are not equal. And we were forced to enter into this agreement in GATT, which ultimately led to the formation of WTO, where we had accepted against our wishes when it was told in so many words inside the parliament and outside the parliament that we will not accept these 4 issues, and we accepted them. Therefore, from the very beginning, this rule making was against and biased the developing countries, including India. This is point number 1. Second is about making rules. And rules of the game should be there so that the traffic can move smoothly with due respect to all those who are in favor of WTO and the multilateralism. I would ask a few simple questions. What will happen in the traffic if an accident happens and the big powers say, no, we are going to enforce the rule and we are not going to give you any concession in TRIPS waiver for vaccines and medicines. Nothing could have been worse than what has happened in the COVID. इससे ज़्यादा कुछ और नहीं हो सकता था मानवता के खिलाफ, लेकिन they didn't accept it. Despite our best efforts, Swadeshi Jagar Manch also tried to persuade EU and others, but they did not budge. Therefore, rules for whom? For what? If we are not able to get concessions. एक रूल बनाया था 1986 और 1988 का जो बेस रेट है वही चलेगा सब्सिडी के लिए. मैं एग्रीकल्चर की बात करता हूं. क्या था वो? हाउ कैन यू एक्सेप्ट such a rule, such a base, where you are binding the developing countries at a particular price, and you know that the prices of food are going to increase and they are not going to remain stable. As a result, this problem of public stock holding is coming up, which is ridiculous. On this very issue, the WTO should be disbanded, which does not care for the food security and the public stock holding for food security. क्या मतलब है उस रूल्स का? और उसके बेसिस पर आप हमसे मोरेटोरियम भी बार बार लेंगे, आप हमसे ये कंसेशंस भी बोलेंगे, वो कंसेशंस भी लेंगे. ये कैसे संभव है? Swadeshi Jagar Manch had always been saying, we are for the rules. We are for the rules in the international trade. But those rules cannot be framed in the multilateral framework. Multilateral framework में हम 30-40 देशों के साथ सिर्फ ट्रेड करते हैं. हमें क्या जरूरत है 170-80 देशों के साथ रूल्स बनाने की? We have seen in the past, अभी recent past में, we made FTAs with the group of countries or single country, and we could understand, they could also understand our concerns. When we were preparing a framework for FTA with the USA, when we were making agreement with the EU and UK, we could very well impress upon them that agriculture and dairy are not negotiable. Not negotiable. लेकिन multilateral system में, I know मेरे पास है समय, multilateral system में वो संभव ही नहीं है. और सबसे बड़ी खराबी की बात ये है कि कई बार हम शादी कर लेते हैं ऐसे सिस्टम्स के साथ. वी गेट मैरिड टू इट. हम समझ ही नहीं सकते हैं कि इससे अलग भी कोई चीजें हो सकती हैं. हमने कहा कि ये मल्टीलैटरलिज्म इज द ओनली आंसर. नो, हमें दूसरे तरीके खोजने पड़ेंगे. और यही बात स्वदेशी जागरण मंच प्रारंभ से ही कह रहा था. और हमने जब हमारे हितों का संरक्षण नहीं हो पा रहा था तो स्वदेशी जागरण मंच ने कहा कि या तो इसको मोल्ड कर दो, मोड़ दो, नहीं मानते तो तोड़ दो, अगर तोड़ा नहीं जा सकता तो छोड़ दो. और मुझे बहुत खुशी है, आई एम एक्सट्रीमली हैप्पी दैट in World Economic Forum, where the globalization and the WTO and these things were getting celebrated in the past, this time there was no celebration. Everybody was abusing the globalization. Globalization तभी सबके लिए अच्छा होता है जब वो हर गरीब को, केवल गरीब, अमीर देशों के गरीब का तो वो समाधान कर लेंगे, लेकिन मेरे गरीब का समाधान कौन करेगा? उसकी फूड सिक्योरिटी का कौन ध्यान रखेगा? उसकी गरीबी को दूर करने का कौन ध्यान रखेगा? इसीलिए दैट इज द ओनली रीजन स्वदेशी जागरण मंच अपोज्ड टूथ एंड नेल the RCEP negotiations, and I am proud to say that at the time of formation of WTO we were against it, and we have been proved right. When everybody is today in this room, the last session which I have attended, nobody praised WTO for the sake of WTO. Similarly, we opposed RCEP and we were successful. And therefore, we must understand that WTO is full of inequalities. I can't impose country-specific tariffs, but US can. ये कौन सा रूल होता है? ये कौन सा समान रूल है? हमें वर्ड विद इक्वालिटी के साथ आगे बढ़ना है. ऐसे जो यूएस जिस प्रकार से आज आचरण कर रहा है, जिस प्रकार से टैरिफ्स इंपोज करने की कोशिश कर रहा है, जिस प्रकार से हमारे हितों के खिलाफ काम कर रहा है, मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि आज हमें इस MC14 में तो हम जाएंगे, लेकिन इस बार वो माहौल वैसा नहीं होगा. ये समान रूल्स नहीं हैं, इसलिए मैं 1 मिनट में समाप्त कर रहा हूँ. ये समान रूल्स नहीं हैं, इसलिए आज हमें इस बात पे विचार करना होगा. जब हम 14th मिनिस्ट्रियल कॉन्फ्रेंस में जा रहे हैं, तो यह एक मृत्युशैया पर, डेथ बेड पर पड़े हुए एक WTO के उस सम्मेलन में जा रहे हैं. और अगर हमारे हितों का संरक्षण वहाँ नहीं होता है, हमें इस बारे में एक विचार करना चाहिए कि WTO की समाप्ति के लिए हम क्या प्रयास कर सकते हैं. जहाँ पर इक्वालिटी नहीं है, जहाँ पर मेरे गरीबों का हित का संरक्षण नहीं है, जहाँ मेरी फूड सिक्योरिटी नहीं है, जहाँ मेरे देश की डेवलपमेंट को वो ध्यान नहीं देने के वो ध्यान नहीं देने वाले हैं. ऐसे में I end here. Sorry for, I think for 1 minute I have taken extra. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Mahajan. As was expected, it was charged and thought-provoking and also stimulating set of comments that you presented. I know that you never disappoint. I turn to Dr. Pratap Singh Birthal now. Dr. Birthal, as you walk towards the podium, I want to just reiterate what Professor Mahajan has talked about. He has emphasized centrality of food security, and therefore he finds it offensive that if anybody take offense of stockpiling to secure food security of masses of Indian citizens. The other issue he has highlighted is securing income for farmers of masses of agriculture sector in general. On both these points, MSP plays an important role. And this is another area of concern, another area of debate, dispute at ministerials. So given your expertise on these issues, on issues around sustainability, what is your take? How should we go about navigating the issue of or disputes over Indian MSP regime? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, organizer, for giving me this opportunity. And basically, if you look at, Professor Mahajan has very rightly pointed out the bias in WTO. And it is there, particularly when you talk about the agriculture. If you look at some of the figures, it is not only the concerns of the food security, but as the chair said, it is securing the income of the farmers. Both are equally important. Now, of total 570 million holdings in the land holdings in the world, about 85% they are in Asia and 9% in sub-Saharan Africa. Small holdings, when we talk, it is less than 2 hectares. And at the same time, 90% of the poverty and poor people and undernourished people, they live in Asia and sub-Saharan Africa. This is the kind of scale where we'll talk about the food security. And definitely here, our domestic policies, be it providing input subsidies to the farmers or the procurement of grains, providing market access to the farmers, it becomes really very important. But what has happened in WTO, it is primarily, they want market access, developed countries want a market access to survive their farming. And we want food security for millions of the farmers, to survive our farmers. Now, in this context, of course, it is important we should have a two-pronged strategy. Now, one, of course, we should keep on arguing or negotiating for that external reference price, what Professor Mahajan was saying, to the current levels. I was just looking at the figure, the price of rice, 86, 88, it was about 350 rupees per quintal. It is now almost 7 to 8 times higher. So it artificially, inflates the support that is given, and that's why we are invoking Bali clause time and again. The another where we can argue for is this 10% de minimis limit. Can it be increased? This is another kind of your argument. And the third is, of course, given the scale of smallholding farmers and the poor in this country, can we argue for some special safeguard mechanisms in the WTO? Now I come to these questions, how we can transit or be compliant with the WTO kind of things. Now one thing, if you look at these 3 boxes, green box, blue box, and amber box, and the composition of the subsidies, I was just did some exercise, India, EU, and US. Now, EU and US, they have shifted most of their, what you call the trade distorting subsidies to the green box. So they are getting immense benefits. And 2 blue box. So together these 2 boxes, they take away about 90% of the subsidies they provide to the farmers, while in India we may have remained stuck in the amber box. About 2/3 of the subsidies are in that box, which are considered trade distorting. Only 30% are in green box, and only 5%, hardly 5%, they are in the blue box. Now, given this kind of situation, what I feel is, first I come to your question of MSP. Now, it's really politically a very difficult question. We have seen the results in 2020, the 3 laws in India. Now, one is, of course, the price deficiency scheme, which qualifies for, blue box. Can we switch over gradually to this kind of mechanisms? Price deficiency, where the farmers' interests are also protected and we are safe within those kind of limits. So here, of course, there may be some problems of moral hazards, etc. So we have to rectify this. Another is, now our system is open-ended procurement, where any farmer can sell any amount of produce at the MSP. Can we go for some kind of a targeting approach, only the smallholder farmers we will produce and the large farmer they will sell in the market? The third is, can we involve, now there is I think a lot of efforts from the government to involve cooperatives in procurement, farmer producer organization, incentivize them to procure for the PDS. And the third and the fourth is, what I said is that we had a very good scheme of decentralization of food grains, but unfortunately it didn't take up. Let the states should procure their own PDS requirement, and the central government should procure its requirements for the buffer stocking. This is one, this kind of things, and more importantly, which can solve many of the problems, crop diversification. Now in Punjab and Haryana, when the Green Revolution was introduced, the area under rice was just 7% of the total area, and now they have emerged as the monocrop in these. And this kind of monocropping, now it has led to the depletion of the ground resources. You all know rice is a water guzzling crop. So this is the diversification. And we have been talking about we will divert 5 million of hectare of rice to other crops, but it is not happening. And there is a scope. Japan is giving incentives for diversification away from rice. And this kind of subsidies, they can be claimed under the blue box. This is on the MSP, but beyond MSP, there are several other issues. particularly related to subsidies. I think we should also look for some kind of repurposing the kind of subsidies on fertilizers, on electricity, to kind of green energy or biofertilizer or this all natural farming and all those kind of things. Then we should expand our direct income support, particularly PM Kisan, scale up it in terms of both in the coverage as well as in terms of raising this amount from 6,000 to such. So there's a huge scope for this kind of things. Then, of course, the rationalization of the subsidies or the mode we provide the subsidies, direct benefit transfer of fertilizer subsidy, it is one option. Recently, it was echoed by our agriculture minister also. Likewise, for electricity, free electricity or heavily, or at least 10 or 12 states in the country, they have been providing free electricity for agriculture. I am not against that you don't provide, but provide them a kind of a DBT kind of things to the farmers. The natural farming, bioresources, they all qualify for the green box subsidies. And then scale the public goods investment. When I say public goods investments, there's a micro irrigation is one. How much we spend on agriculture research and extension? Very little. Just 0.5% of agriculture GDP. If you increase that, so the productivity gains will be very high. So likewise, we can have, then again, the crop insurance. Now, this European Union and US, the huge amount for crop insurance, disaster management, and all those kind of things. But what we targeted that our, this one, Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana, that within, in 2018, when we came, within 2 years, we bring a 50% of the gross cropped area. But still it is hovering around 1/3 or something like that. So this is the kind of things that we should look for the kind of reforms. And then, of course, the most important, when you're talking about the sustainability, now these concerns, not only the domestic front, because MSP-led procurement system has led to the depletion of the groundwater resources, not only from the perspective of the WTO, but protecting our own natural resources for the future generation. So here, all this program related to, so we should heavily subsidize carbon sequestration, water conservation, and of course the sustainability standards, particularly in international standards. This one, EU's Deforestation Act or carbon adjustment mechanism, they are all going to, of course, they are all going to, I will say that we should look an opportunity in them rather than thinking of a challenge. In the short run, it may be very, require a lot of investment, but I think in the long run, we will benefit from this kind of adjustment within the sector in terms of natural resource management, as well as in getting access to the export markets. So thank you.
Next, I will turn to Aditya Sheshji. But Aditya, while you are heading for the podium, let me reiterate some of the points Dr. Birthal has very nicely put out. He has emphasized some of the perversions that we need to look at, even from pure nationalistic point of view. MSP has played a very important role in making our country food secure. At the same time, he has highlighted that it has generated some perverse incentives, has made the agriculture unsustainable, especially in northwest India. It also has reached a plateau in the sense that if we look at history of price movement within agriculture, then prices of food products, vegetables, and fruits, which get very little by way of MSP support, they have gained more than cereals that have been supported through MSP. Eggs and milk, dairy products have gained even more, suggesting that market itself had started to reward some of the diversification. But a lot remains to be achieved to diversify our food basket. On one hand, we are food surplus vis-a-vis cereals, but we are acutely short of when it comes to edible oil and pulses. That in turn underscores the need for diversification in agriculture. You are an unusual speaker on this panel.
I am.
You have expertise in managing funds nationally, internationally. You are also unusual in terms of your focus. You have been working on Northeast upliftment, development of Northeast India. And you are also advising Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare. Given your expertise, what kind of funding and investment models will make us self-reliant? Last bit I want to add is that the centrality of our ability to negotiate along the lines Dr. Mahajan would want us, we have to reduce asymmetric dependence. Then only we will be able to acquire the heft that is needed for international negotiations. Floor is yours for 8 minutes.
Thank you, Professor Ram and Dr. Ram. I'm indeed an unusual man in this audience, because I come from financial services, and what I have not told you is that I'm also a returning farmer. So I'm trying to understand these concepts better. And so before I get into your core question of what the finance models could be, मैं ये कहना चाहता हूँ कि बलवान को मंच नहीं चाहिए. बलवान मंच इसीलिए उत्पन्न करता है कि बाकी लोगों को बांध के रखा जाए. और मैं सोचता हूँ कि WTO वही है. Since we are now the third largest economy in the world, और लोग मुझसे पूछते हैं कि अभी तो 4 हमारा नंबर है, मैं कहता हूँ भाई अपना इनफॉर्मल इकोनॉमी जोड़ दो, हम 3 हो जाएंगे. अब जो तीसरा जो लार्जेस्ट इकोनॉमी है, क्या उसको अपने आप एक दूसरे के साथ संबंध नहीं रखना है? Why do we not favor bilateral trade over multilateral trade? Because we are in a position to negotiate today. आपने देखा होगा 1947 से हमारे किसी भी सरकार ने एग्रीकल्चर, कृषि या पशुपालन में उन्होंने कभी कोई भी छूट नहीं दी है. जब तब हमने नहीं दिया तो आज हम खुद ब खुद हर एक देश से हम नेगोशिएट कर सकते हैं. So coming from that background, I feel the financing models will also change. But just before I get into that, we are in a world which is utterly fragmented. Every little item on your trade list is a weapon. हर चीज़ पे बातें होंगे, हर चीज़ पे विवाद होगा, हमें इसके ऊपर पार्क होके जाना है. We are also in a state of world war from 2024. ये मैंने कहीं बार कहा है कि we are in a state of world war. कोई गलत फहमी ना हो. आज हमें दिख रही है, 2024 में भी ये दिख रहा था. भारत भाग्यवान है क्योंकि हमने हमेशा फूड सिक्योरिटी पर जोर दिया है. आज हम फूड सिक्योरिटी से न्यूट्रिशनल सिक्योरिटी की ओर जा रहे हैं. आज हम एक्सपोर्टर भी है और इंपोर्टर भी है. आज भी हमारी सरकार दाल इंपोर्ट करती है, ऑयल्स इंपोर्ट करती है, और हम दाल के लिए MSP भी प्रोवाइड करते हैं, और ये भी हमने वादा किया है कि वी विल बाय एवरी लिटिल किलो ऑफ दाल दैट वी नीड, बिकॉज वी नीड दैट फॉर आवर पॉपुलेशन. India exports cash crops, so it is part of the global trade. And therefore, and we have stocks that are 1.7x our need. Now, all this creates a situation where the past financing models may not work or may need betterment. अगर हम उद्योग के लिए PLI दे सकते हैं, तो फार्मिंग के लिए भी हम PLI दे सकते हैं. आज हम इनपुट्स की कॉम्पेंसेशन की बात करते हैं, विच इज़ एसेंशियली द सब्सिडी. सब्सिडी भी चाहिए, पर अगर इंसेंटिवाइजेशन टू प्रोड्यूस बेटर किया जाए, दैट माइट बी वन मेथड ऑफ फिनांसिंग. दूसरा एक मुद्दा है जिसके बारे में मैं बात करना चाहता हूँ, और वो है जैविक कृषि। जैविक कृषि ऐसा एक मॉडल है जो आपका जो निर्भरता है वो कम कर सकता है। एंड आई विल टेल यू हाउ। Organic farming is completely circular. What emanates from the farm goes back into the farm. There is very little need for urea from outside in form of chemical form or any other pesticide that is chemical, which has linkages to the petroleum industry. कल मैं एक फार्मर से बात करता, किसान से बात कर रहा था जो जैविक कृषि वो फॉलो करता है और अपने खेत में वो जैविक कृषि करता है, और उसने कहा कि चाहे ईरान में वॉर हो, यूएस में वॉर हो, मुझे क्या फ़र्क है, मेरे तो गौमाता ही सब कुछ है। तो चारा वहीं से मिलता है, जो खेत से मिलता है, उसी से गोबर आती है, गोबर से मैं जीवामृत करता हूँ और मेरे खेतों में मैं उसको डाल देता हूँ और सब कुछ उगता है। सो one method of financing, Professor Ram Singh, is to follow जैविक कृषि। और खासकर जो हमारे सस्टेनेबल फार्मिंग जो करते हैं, क्योंकि हमारे एवरेज जो होल्डिंग है वो 2 एकर्स की है, तो 2 एकड़ में आप कोई कारोबार नहीं कर सकते हो। इट इज़ अ सेल्फ सस्टेनिंग मॉडल। स्पेशली इन दैट 2 एकर्स it would be wise to follow जैविक कृषि, because Jaivish Krishi will then reduce your need for fertilizer imports and put you on a better pedestal when it comes to managing the country's finances. Subsidies through DBTs, यहाँ एक वक्ता ने कहा था, माननीय वक्ता ने कहा था, and that I think is a very useful tool. Even today, we are not focusing on market making in agriculture produce. और मैंने जब मैं कमिटी में था कृषि मंत्रालय में, तो मैंने कहा है कि अगर स्टॉक मार्केट में मार्केट मेकिंग कर सकते हैं तो एग्रीकल्चर मार्केट्स में भी मार्केट मेकिंग होना चाहिए, क्योंकि जब मार्केट मेकर बैठता है तो दोनों तरह से शॉक्स अब्जॉर्ब कर लेता है और प्राइस में स्टेबिलिटी आती है, प्राइस में रेसिलियंस आता है, प्राइस में एक रिलायबिलिटी आ जाता है, जो एक किसान के लिए या उपभोक्ता के लिए बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है। एमएसपी टू एमआरपी, ये भी एक फिनेंसिंग मॉडल ही है, क्योंकि जब आप एमएसपी पर फोकस करते हो तो कमोडिटी हो जाता है और कमोडिटी में उतार चढ़ाव होते ही रहते हैं। पर जब आप इसको फार्म लेवल पर एमआरपी कर देते हो तो एमआरपी में 2 ही सिचुएशंस आते हैं, या तो प्राइस बढ़ता है जो किसान के लिए अच्छा है, या फिर श्रिंकफ्लेशन होती है, मतलब एक ही प्राइस पर आपका क्वांटिटी कम होता है। सो दैट इटसेल्फ मेक्स इट अ फिनेंसिंग मॉडल। सब्सिडीज जो ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग में आपने देखा होगा कि चलते चलते दी सब्सिडीज कीप गोइंग डाउन बिकॉज यू डू नॉट नीड टू मेक सो मच ऑफ इंपोर्ट्स। फाइनली कृषि जो है व्यवसाय से कारोबार होना चाहिए, और कारोबार करने के लिए जो भी हम उद्योग को सहूलियत देते हैं, मेरा मानना है कि कृषि के लिए भी हमें वो देना है। It is an industry, it should be put on par with any other industry that you think of. अगर हमने ये सब कर दिया तो मेरे ख्याल से ये नए जो मॉडल्स आएंगे ये कृषि को आगे बढ़ाएगा। हमारी सबसे बड़ी समस्या आज ये है कि किसान का बच्चा किसानी नहीं करना चाहता है, वो कोडर बनना चाहता है। अगर हर कोई कोडर बन गया तो किसानी कौन करेगा और हम कैसे खाएंगे? तो इन सब चीज़ों के लिए नई सोच की ज़रूरत है, नए मॉडल्स की ज़रूरत है, And models, financing models does not mean just a grant. It means various forms of making it viable. Thank you so much. Dhanyavad.
Thank you, Aditya ji. Generally, there's a perception or misperception that agricultural practices that are healthier and sustainable are not necessarily going to be viable. But you have shared your vision of a model that can help us achieve these objectives simultaneously. Key to
critical mass, the difference in prices between organic and inorganic farming becomes narrow. So if you have critical mass in organic farming, you will find that the price is right and so is the realization.
It makes sense. And your other point also that you made, that reducing market frictions using MRP instead of MSP will reduce market friction and take us will take us closer to our goals. Now I turn to Ranja. You have seen what your fellow panelists had said on different aspects of subsidy, sustainability, and food security. From civil society point of view, how do you look at these three-pronged issues agenda? What are the concerns that one should keep in mind or are going to play out at the 14th Ministerial? 8 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks to RIS and Professor Sharma for organizing, a series really of events, and congratulations on the report. Really great work. So let me just quickly not waste my 8 minutes, and I'll move back again to the WTO negotiations as the moderator requested me. So we've been following the negotiations, especially on agriculture, for a long time, and I think we've had, from a civil society perspective, major concerns on different aspects. First is, of course, the equity issue. And then secondly, how food security, because coming from a country like India, how food security is dealt with in these negotiations. And then now increasingly the question of sustainability is coming. So what I would like to do, and Dr. Kessi has really made my job much easier because he really took you through the tensions and the negotiations very well. So let me borrow from his description and quickly take you through some of the key concerns that maybe we've kind of found from our analysis and from watching the negotiations. The first is that the issues that he highlighted, key issues for developing countries. One was the public stockholding issue. One is the special safeguard mechanism, which is if we are suddenly flooded with imports, we should be able to raise duties to protect our farming and farmers. And third is, of course, huge issue has been cotton subsidies. And then, of course, from the beginning of the WTO, the biggest issue was the domestic subsidies, because we saw that developed countries, most of whom, the developing countries were known as the countries with major agriculture sectors, poor farmers, big share of the GDP and employment in farming. So they had interest in agriculture. But we see that's not true, right? All the developed countries have massive interest in agriculture, and they were giving massive subsidies to support their agribusiness. And so, one idea was that domestic support rules would be fair, and so that farmers in developing countries have their due access to their own domestic markets and also global markets. But we've seen, coming to MC14, these key issues which were on the table, and let me say that these are actually equity issues, because these are about leveling the playing field. The agreement on agriculture, as Dr. Kessi pointed out, Ashwiniji pointed out, that the whole PSH issue, why did it arise? Because the subsidy calculation is pegged to its historical 1986-88 prices, and we've had inflation of 7 to 8 times from that. Why do we need the special safeguard mechanism? It is again an equity issue because developed countries, under the agreement on agriculture, they enjoy the special agricultural safeguard. So they can protect their agribusiness farmers against import surges, but we do not have such an instrument. Cotton subsidies given by Western countries, particularly the US, has destroyed cotton farmers, not only in India, but poorest countries in Africa. So these were all really equity issues, but we see last year, actually, entire year kind of vanished because of the US tariff discussion, and WTO negotiations hardly moved. But this is not only an MC14 issue. On all these issues, negotiations have been repeatedly blocked. And as Dr. Kesey said, the US clearly said, I'm not interested in giving a PSH, though we already agreed to the trade facilitation agreement in Bali in return for a permanent solution. So from an equity perspective, all the issues which were really level the playing field issues have been blocked for a long time. But I just wanted to take 2-3 minutes to focus on what is of concern now going to MC14. We've watched, there were about 8 to 9 submissions, and then we now have the ministerial text, which is the chair's text, which Dr. Kesey explained. So we see food security language being diluted, but we see 2-3 key concepts making a lot of progress. And a lot of these have been advanced by the Agriculture Exporters Group, which is the Keynes Group, which has both developed and developing countries. And sometimes they work with countries such as the US and all to advance some of these positions. One big issue you'll see is reform. It keeps talking about reform, reform, reform based on Article 20. And it's clear based on, from the Keynes Group, what does it mean? Basically, you're moving to a regime, no subsidies, no tariff, full trade liberalization. Now, that is, of course, of concern for developing countries because, as Dr. Kesey was also saying, it's two paradigms. For us, it's also protecting farmers, food security, domestic production, domestic markets. And we need the policy space for that. But for farm exporters, it is they want everything, like they want full liberalization because they are farm exporters, right? These barriers are barriers for their entry into our markets. This is where the interest is. So this whole reform discussion, which has found mention in the current text on the table at MC14, it is worrying. Then there has been this effort to say there's been a stalemate, it's not moving, let's relaunch negotiations. That is again worrying because Dr. Kesey said, in particular, we've heard some very dominant countries say they don't want any mention of previous ministerial mandates, ministerial decisions and declarations, and then that would mean we go back to zero. So all the progress on PSH, SSM, cotton, domestic support, we lose everything and we start from zero. There's also the push for new approaches, which I think farm exporters, also US, may be wanting, and we don't know what that new approach is. And then finally, there's this submission which is on emerging agricultural trade issues, the very last submission, which was, I think, made on the 6th of March, and it's been submitted as a separate document for the ministerial, which really is actually talking about sustainability and even technology, so whole set of new issues. Now, the thing is, we, of course, have to produce sustainably, as previous speakers, how much time left? 1 minute, okay, yeah. As previous speakers also said, but the framework, when you talk about trade and sustainability, it has often been very, very challenging because we've seen the unilateral trade measures like Deforestation Act coming from the EU. How will our farmers even meet, given the process requirements? Like you need a certificate to say you didn't deforest while selling that export. So these kind of process issues would be major barriers. So these frameworks, like, emerging trade issue, new approach, which are very amorphous, very unknown. Our concern is that not only India, but most developing countries, LDCs, are not prepared to take this on. And I think finally, the major fight for us should be to protect the existing mandates. I mean, after putting in decades into fighting for leveling the playing field, we cannot go back to a blank board, you know. We just start afresh. And issues such as sustainability, there's the issue also of technology. For example, I heard that Panasonic is doing farming in Singapore and they don't need any farmers for it. Are countries like ours ready for that kind of, you know, digital technology in agriculture? Digital technology can be very useful, but it has many downsides. So without knowing what these new frameworks are talking about, it would be a major challenge. And I think going into MC14, we know there will not be any decision on these key issues, but I think what is the pathway forward from MC14 to MC15 and beyond? I think there we really need to think very carefully, engage very with knowledge and understanding of what all these new ideas that are being thrown. Are we ready for it? What do these imply? How do we cope? I think we should agree to those terms only when we are really fully ready. So yes, MC14, though we know we will not get any of our positive issues resolved, there are a lot of worries about what it's saying about the path forward, whether efforts will be there to erase past mandates, and then how do we kind of cope with it. And I take very much the point that domestically we need to address these issues, but in the global arena, how will we give away our policy space on these areas? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ranjan. We will open the discussion for Q&A now. Wonderful. I was going to ask them something, but I will hold it back. We'll just conclude by saying that, Ranja, you have completed the circle. You know, we started with Dr. Casey underscoring need for continuing with negotiations, making the progress under multilateral arrangements under the rubric of WTO. You re-emphasize that point. Other panelists seem to be arguing that we have to see what arrangements, what platform, what forms of negotiations will protect our interest. And if it is multilateral, so be it. If it is bilateral, then we should be open to that. But the question we have to ask is that today we have come to believe that we have to play, and we are ready to play a role at international level. We have some, when it comes to developed countries, negotiating with them, we have some levers to pull, some bargaining chips we have acquired. But many developing countries are in situations much worse than we. Maybe we can protect our interests through bilateral negotiations. How about providing leadership to other developing countries? So these are some thoughts you may reflect, and you may choose not to reflect on this because I want to give opportunity to a large number of students here. So we will take up questions from students. Where do we start? We will start from that very enthusiastic corner. Yes. Please keep your question pointed. If you want, you can also identify the panelist who should address your question.
So, greetings to the esteemed panel. I am Sakshi Agnihotri from School of International Studies, JNU. And my question is to Aditya sir. Sir, from your experience in the private sector and fund management, what financial mechanisms are the most effective in this fragmented world, as you mentioned, for stimulating sustainable agricultural practices while maintaining food security for this growing population of India and the world? Thank you so much.
We will collect several questions and then we will. Okay, let's be done with that corner. Yes.
Okay. My name is Sakshi Pandey. I am from SIS, Jawaharlal Nehru University. I have one question related, interlinked from the morning session and this session. Can plurilateral agreement be a solution to address the deadlock in agriculture negotiation within WTO framework? That's my question.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sakshi. Any other?
Sir, I am Karan from School of International Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University.
This
Sir,
round
yesterday,
goes to SIS JNU. Yeah.
SIS GNU. Sir, yesterday in a class of foreign policy, we were discussing about the Americans' intervention in Iran, Venezuelans episode, and unilaterally imposition of tariff. When we came to the end of the discussion, it was the conclusion that our class reached to, that it was just meant to curtail the rise of the global South countries like Brazil, South Africa, and India. My question is that when these global North countries are trying to curtail our growth, then what is the utility? I want to ask this question to the propounders, the passionate propounders of the liberal institutionalist in international affairs, that when these realist propositions are coming and these are curtailing the functioning of WTO in this conference today in earlier session.
I think we got gist of your question.
So I want to ask where will this liberal institutionalist ideology will take us to when these realist happenings are there in
Very
international
good.
affairs?
Got
Thank
the
you.
question. We can take one more. Yes, please. Yes, please bring the mic here. You can try to speak up. Perhaps we will be able to hear you all right.
Good evening, sir. I am Manoj Kumar.
Okay, all right. Manoj Kumar.
Yes, sir. So I am educated in Delhi. I want to ask because we talk a lot about agriculture. So we see with agriculture there is a problem with export policy. Farmers are with no choice what to cultivate next. Because for the cotton, it was 13% duty on import. And during the harvest season of the USA, that was removed. With such a policy fluctuation, how the farmers will sustain it? Because during I sow the seed today, I will get the crop after 6 months, and you change the policy for 2 times in that time only. So how will you take a market with the farms like the big farms USA has?
Sure, thank you. So now panelists can respond. Aditya,
Just
we
a
can
second,
start
sir.
with you.
Sorry to intervene. Last question.
I am the chair of the session. So Aditya, we will start with you. So in a minute or two, you could respond to the first question on innovations that will make agriculture sustainable, and also the last question. And other panelists can speak on the remaining 2 questions, and also if they want, they can
So
reflect
I
on
want
all
to
the
ask
questions.
the person who raised the question, innovations related to finance models or general innovations? You might want to clarify that.
Innovation and financial mechanism, the point you made, maybe Sakshi wants you to elaborate more on that. Yes, sir.
So Ms. Agnihotri, treat farming like any other business. Whatever any other business needs, farming needs that as well. Farming needs working capital, farming needs capex, farming needs opex, and all these need financing mechanisms. Therefore, whatever other businesses needs, farming needs. Having said that, we must make farming aligned with corporate India. For many of those who may not know, very large retail outlets do not purchase directly from farmers. They are afraid of the political impact of dealing with farmers, which is pretty sad. They get it through the APMCs, which are again politically controlled, nothing wrong with that, and then purchase from the APMCs. Now, because there is intermediation between the farmer and the retail chain, the farmer loses a portion of the pricing. And one of the worries of corporate India is whether contractual obligations can be met. And one of the worries of the farmers is whether they can deal with these big daddies. So apart from all the other financial models that we have all talked about, I think one is a trust between the producer and the seller. I think that is very important. Thank you.
Thank you, Aditya ji. Ranja, do you want to reflect on any of the questions?
Yeah, I'll take firstly the multilateral versus bilateral question, and also the question on plurilaterals. So I, for one, definitely am not supporting the WTO or saying that that's the only route to go. And yes, Ram, as you said, South-South trade deals which India had been engaged in, mainly South-South bilateral trade deals, definitely based on cooperation and collaboration among like-minded partners in similar stages of development. That definitely is very promising. The thing is, we do not have a choice. I mean, for us, we are seeing that the bilateral route can also be extremely dangerous. And we are seeing, I mean, in fact, the US is clearly saying they do not want MFN, they don't want multilateral trade anymore. They want to go the bilateral route. And there is no rule there. I mean, if you are a powerful country, you can do anything. That's what we see. But at the same time, I think and we've been most critical of the World Trade Organization, especially on agriculture rules. And I started out by saying how inequitable the AOA rules are. But the fact is, as long as negotiations are going on there, rules are still being formed, new issues and new approaches are being brought. We do not have any choice but to engage there. But of course, this should not prevent us from engaging in beneficial bilateral deals. Second thing is on plurilateral work in agriculture. No, actually, because subsidies is a multilateral issue. If you see the FTA bilateral trade agreement negotiations, it's understood that, for example, we can discuss agricultural tariff and other things, but subsidy is a multilateral issue because, for example, if we cut subsidies, it doesn't affect trade only with one country, it affects our entire trade with all partners, right? So that's why, and therefore, if we, in fact, this has been discussed also in the WTO, given the stalemate on the PSH, that should we do plurilateral? But of course not, because then you know, those who, like if you are in a plurilateral and you will not cut subsidies, others will keep subsidies, it simply will not work. And that is not only for agriculture, also fisheries subsidies, etc. It is, since it's a domestic policy issue and it impacts all your trade, it simply cannot be solved in a bilateral or a plurilateral forum.
Now I turn to Dr. Edwini Kashi. Dr. Kashi, would you like to reflect on any of the questions asked?
I think I'll just support, yes, I'll just talk about the question on plurilaterals. And I think, as our colleague just pointed out, a lot of the bilateral agreements, they would only focus on market access because with subsidies, you need a critical mass. And if you have a subsidy agreement, which, for example, does not include China or India, then the agreement will not be effective. So even in the context of most bilateral agreements, you find that they only offer marginal market access. So agriculture is very important in the context of the WTO if we really want to see genuine progress. But I think at the end of the day, I think some of the speakers have stressed the need for equity. And I think without that, then it will be very difficult because the exporting countries tend to look at things from their perspective. But if you see countries with growing populations or huge populations, they need to be able to enhance production and also their food security. So if we are able to strike a careful balance, then I think the multilateral route would be preferable to plurilateral as far as agricultural trade is concerned.
Thank you, Dr. Casey. Your point is well made and well received. I turn to Professor Mahajan now to reflect on the issues bilateral negotiations versus a multilateral approach briefly.
In fact, in my presentation, I had already said that while there are two approaches, bilateralism and multilateralism, and right from the very beginning, we had been opposed to multilateral agreements. The reason is that, you know, we are dealing with 170, 80 countries, and they don't have any trade relations with us, and sometimes we don't have to give concessions. For instance, we don't want to give any concession to, say, China. Then, if we have bilateral agreements with each of the trade partners, we can always keep a lower tariff for our FTA partners and a higher WTO tariff on China. So that is possible. So this is one strategic thing, and the other point which Professor Ram wanted to talk about, everything said and done, still there are people, those who are for globalization and the need for a rule-based multilateral agreements. हमें इसके बारे में एक बार विचार करना चाहिए राष्ट्रहित के संदर्भ में. क्या अपने देश के लिए क्या सही है? क्या हम अपने एग्रीकल्चर की को प्रोटेक्ट कर पा रहे हैं कि नहीं कर पा रहे हैं? क्या हम अपने जो फार्मर्स की इनकम को हम प्रोटेक्ट कर पा रहे हैं कि नहीं कर पा रहे हैं? इसके बारे में हमें एक बार जरूर विचार करना चाहिए. इसीलिए that is the only reason why we had been emphasizing, and the government has also understood this point, that agriculture and dairy are not negotiable, and this could be done only in the FTAs, only in the bilateral agreements, which was not the case with the multilateral agreement. We could only do this thing, that we kept a higher tariff on agricultural produce so that we can protect our agriculture. That was the only protection available to us. But in FTAs, we can always keep these, right from the very beginning, there was a set of people, those who were saying that, agriculture is not a trade issue. We should not include agriculture in international trade agreements, similar dairy. So these are something which are for the subsistence of our people. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Mahajan. Dr. Berthal, would you like to add something?
It works. Yeah. There was some question related to the cotton prices and all those kind of things. In agriculture, this typical cobweb phenomena operates. When the prices are higher in 1 year, next year, farmers will allocate more area, produce more, prices will come down. But cotton is protected under minimum spot prices, and it is procured by the Cotton Corporation of India. But generally, the expectations are always very high. If you, I don't know whether you remember or not, there हमारे एक commodity होती है राजस्थान में, इधर बहुत हुआ गुआर, जो 300 रुपये क्विंटल नहीं बिकता था, वो 35,000 रुपये क्विंटल तक चला गया, और लोगों ने उसको होल्ड करके रखा इस एक्सपेक्ट, क्योंकि ऑल ऑफ देयर वाज ए सडन सर्ज इन एक्सपोर्ट्स. तो ये फेनोमेना चलता रहता है. किसी ने एक क्वेश्चन रेज किया था कि ग्लोबल नॉर्थ वांट्स टू कर्ब द ग्रोथ ऑफ ग्लोबल साउथ. ग्रोथ को कोई नहीं रोक सकता. देयर मे बी सम ऑब्स्टेकल्स. मैं आपको एग्रीकल्चर से रिलेटेड एक एग्जांपल देता हूँ. एक बहुत ही अच्छी बुक है, स्टार्विंग फॉर साइंस. इट इज़ इन कंटेक्स्ट ऑफ अफ्रीका, पर वहाँ इंडिया का एग्जांपल दिया हुआ था. उस बुक में, बुक का टाइटल है, जिन्होंने उस बुक का रेफरेंस जो दिया था, हु विल फीड द वर्ल्ड, अमेरिकाज डिसीजन. और उस कंटेक्स्ट में इंडिया को देखते उन्होंने लिखा था कि इंडिया कैन नेवर फीड इट्स ग्रोइंग पॉपुलेशन बाय प्रोड्यूसिंग इट्स. और अगर आप फूड एड देते हैं तो उसको भी बंद कर देना चाहिए कि लोग पैदा करते रहेंगे बच्चे, अल्टीमेटली दे विल स्टॉप. व्हाट हैपेंड? ग्रीन रिवोल्यूशन केम, एंड विद इन 15 years वी बिकेम सेल्फ सफिशिएंट. सो टेक्नोलॉजी में बहुत पावर है, उसको कोई नहीं रोक सकता उसको. तो वो आप बुक जरूर पढ़िए, इट इज़ अवेलेबल free. Starving for Science.
Thank you, Dr. Berthal. In the interest of, there's a trilemma I'm trying to deal with, which is not to come in the way of dinner, you and your dinner. At the same time, give sense of participation to large number of students here by letting them ask questions, and also being accountable to my co-host. So in the interest of, just to strike the balance, and in the interest of equity, we'll take 2-3 questions from this side of the hall now. And we are not going to take questions from panelists.
No, I'm not going to. I want to emphasize on the next generation of farmers. That is very important.
Hopefully, yes. And also, so let's take 2-3 questions. I want to share with you that they are going to be very much here. So please take the upper step up and use this opportunity to interact with the speakers. We can take two questions. Yes, the girl there. And then we will see. Yes. Yes, please. Then it will be you, yes.
Thank you, panelists, for the insight. I am Koshika Pandey, and I'm an economics student at South Asian University. So my question is for Aditya, sir. Actually, it's not a question, I just want your thought on it. So when you were mentioning about the MRP parameter to take, and you also mentioned that if price increase happens, the benefits goes to the farmers. But I'm worried little about that when this price margin happens, so whatever the price differential is there, since the traders have a lot of monopoly on the agriculture produce, that price differential goes to those traders and not the farmers. So ultimately the farmer is the one who suffers. So what's your thought on this? Thank you.
And also the uncertainty that comes with it, yes. Dharam, you will get to ask last question.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Jagruti Reddy from SIS JNU. My question is to ma'am. Like, given persistent subsidy asymmetries, how can the WTO realistically deliver equity in agriculture trade? Thank you.
Yes, please bring mic up.
Thank you, sir, for providing me this opportunity. So my question is to Dr. Ashwini Mahajan. So as you like in entire your speech, actually you've just focused on like the poor people. My actually concern is, okay, like agriculture is one part of our total trade. So what about like our exports actually? So if we like if there is a trade, then definitely there is a talks actually, and we have to give some concession. We have to get the market. So like after like US trade, just one example, after US like impose tariffs actually, only one country imposed tariff, and like our entire trade actually it is affected. So just think about like if every country will think about the imposing tariff, then what will happen to our exports? So in this context, how you will?
I think we got gist of your question. So now there are 3 questions, one each for Aditya, Ashwiniji, and Ranja. So 1 minute, please, in 1 minute.
Ms. Pandey, you were talking about whether the farmer will realize the benefit of MRP. The underlying assumption is that from the produce to product, that transition happens at the farm level. Once it happens at the farm level, then obviously the benefits of making it a product goes to the farmer. Today, the government has enabled a creation of a portal called ONDC, One Digital Commerce, right? So farmers are indeed selling their products through ONDC and My Store. So this transition is already happening with the help of mini cold storages, with the help of mini processing units at farm level, at FPO level. Thank you.
Ranja?
Yeah. Thank you for that question, and that is the crux of the matter, that developing countries, including India, were told that we will get fair subsidy rules, that the Western countries would cut their subsidies, and there are a lot of studies to show how their subsidies have devastated livelihoods across global South countries. But that is and that is why a lot of these issues have come up, the public stockholding, and even the rules on overall domestic support disciplines. But you are very right that after more than, nearly now 3 decades of the WTO's being in existence, but we still haven't managed to get these subsidy rules equitable and ironed out. And it seems, as I was warning, that going into MC14, if we lose this history, that this battle for equity and a level playing field on subsidies in the WTO negotiations, if we lose all these mandates, if we lose this history and start from zero with suddenly new issues, new framework, it is really, we really have to question then whether it makes sense to kind of stay engaged in the WTO, whether we can at all in the future expect, equitable outcome or not.
Very good. Thanks, Ranja. Professor Mahajan?
Yeah. In fact, when I was talking about poor, I was not only talking about agriculture and dairy. In fact, poor is involved everywhere. Like in WTO unequal treatment to the developing countries, we we were forced to sign TRIPS, and that resulted into a huge loss to our public health, but due to some interventions from some good souls, we could safeguard our interest. Now, coming to the tariff issue, as I just told you, that US is the only country which has been allowed in WTO to have country-specific tariffs. No other country has got this concession in the WTO. Now, the interesting part is, so far WTO has not issued any warning or anything or any letter to US for having done this. The huge impact of US action on the global world order, but nothing has moved WTO to do anything. तो ये अनइक्वल WTO है, ये मैंने पहले ही कहा, और इसमें यस अगर हम कुछ सुधार कर सकते हैं तो ज़रूर कोशिश करनी चाहिए. मुझे लगता है कि मैं ऐसे 1000 कारण गिना सकता हूं जिसमें WTO में सुधार की कोई गुंजाइश नहीं है. धन्यवाद.
Dr. Casey? Dr. Casey, would you like to add your thoughts to...
I'll just add something. Yeah. I'll just add something on the issue of equity. Recently, the African group, as we were preparing for the ministerial declaration, the African group had made a proposal that we should include, because Article 20 talks about fair and market-oriented agricultural trading system. The Africans had wanted to insert equitable, but other countries opposed it because they said, what does equitable mean? So it is a very difficult issue. There are those who believe that WTO's focus should only be on trade liberalization, but when you move into things like what is equitable, then it becomes a bit tricky. But it is an issue which I think a number of countries have raised in the WTO, but there is no agreement as to how to ensure or to deliver equity as far as trade is concerned. So it is a very divisive issue at the WTO.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Casey. So I want to compliment the panelists for this session. It was almost the last session. Still, the level of interest you have raised among the audience is really remarkable. We have taken several questions, but we have taken only a fraction of questions that are out there. So that is a big compliment, the curiosity and interest you have raised. Thank you so much. It has been a wonderful set of panelists. I now hand over the session to...
Thank you very much, sir, for an interesting session. I would like to call Dr. Seshadri Chari, our member JBGC RIS, to present a token of appreciation for the panelists. Till he's coming here, I would like to especially thank the chair for timely managing the session and all the panelists for their insightful comments. Thank you. First, to Professor Ram Singh. Dr. Ashwini Mahajan. Dr. Pratap Singh Birthal. Mr. Aditya Shesh. And Ms. Ranja Sen Gupta. Thank you, Dr. Edwini, for being in the panel, and I would like all the panelists for a group photo. Sir, please, you may also join. Sir, आप भी करिए.
Good evening, everyone. After a day long of intense and fascinating discussions across 5 sessions, we have now reached to the final session of the day. And to steer us through this session, we have another set of eminent scholars with us. And I would request the chair for the session, Dr. Seshadri Chari sir, a very eminent geoeconomics and geopolitical commentator and member RIS GBGC, to please come on dais. Sir, please. I would now request Professor Ram Singh sir, Director D School, to please come on dais. Professor Sharat Kumar Soni, Associate Dean JNU, to please come on dais. And our Director General, Professor Sachin Sarma, to please. For some urgent reasons, we are not going to be joined by Mr. Yashveer Singh. Yeah. So I now request our chair, Chari sir, to please steer this session. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for absolutely providing a great interest in the subject. It's very difficult to get people nowadays for a conference of this nature. But we were just discussing before the conference about the modalities and the agenda, and we also suggested that people can register themselves. Our DG just told me that the last he logged in to find out about the registration last night, it was more than 400 registrations for this conference. And it's still going on. So we have opened the portal for others so that all good things have to come to an end. So this conference will end today. But the debates and discussion won't end today because this is practically the 13th session. We have so far held, the RIS has held so far 12 sessions in the last about 3 months. So this will go on. Even after the ministerial conference, we will have to hold similar conferences and gatherings so as to analyze what happened in the conference and whether the national interest, which the last panel also spoke about so passionately, have been taken care of. And we all have discussed how the multilateralism is under pressure. We all know about the two aspects of multilateralism, the geopolitical multilateralism and also the trade multilateralism. And in both the cases, we have global institutions, the United Nations and the World Trade Organization, which are again under strain for several reasons. Both have constraints as far as the structural models are concerned. Both need to sort of undergo massive reorganization, and they have to take the realities of the modern world, the changing geopolitical world where the north-south divide does not exist anymore. There is no north, there is no south. In economic terms, the north has become south and south has become north. And that is where the south-south cooperation, or what the Prime Minister has called as Dakshin, has now become more important and more relevant and more valid for future problems. The present challenges can be addressed if we have a strong Dakshin, strong South-South cooperation. And I'm glad to say that this whole idea of South-South cooperation and Dakshin, which the RIS has been thinking around for a long time, in fact. In these 40 years, RIS has started, in fact, RIS started as a research and information system for developing world. So what we call developing world then became developing economies, and then it became emerging economies. And now what we call the South-South cooperation is nothing but a reflection of what the RIS has been doing in the last 40 years. So now we have a very big gamut, we have a larger canvas to work and do research. And in this, I know that we have a very strong and robust student community. Of course, the student community today are going to be the rule makers and researchers for tomorrow. Especially, again, I am going to invite maximum claps here under the leadership of people like Yashveer Singh, Professor Ram Singh and Professor Sharad Kumar Soni. So we have these three people today talking to us on a number of these issues, especially pertaining to the agenda that the Cameroon meeting is going to discuss. And then we will have our DG, the last word we give to the DG. Thank you.
I have a great privilege in inviting Professor Ram Singh, Director D School, to please share his key remarks. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I'm really mindful of the fact that you expect us to minimize the speaking time, and I surely have taken good note of it. I am here just to say a few words. One is that it has been great experience forging institutional partnership with the RIS. So we initiated our partnership when RIS celebrated 40 years of their existence, and we completed 75 years. So now we are, from that point of view, so we are almost, 1 year older than we were. But during this time, we have organized several events jointly, and they have been spectacular success. They have been spectacular successes because of students. So I give credit to students from Delhi School of Economics, from JNU, now from South Asian University also. Through questions I learned that there are students. And with students, one can be sure that there is energy in the room. So I know that you started your day early on. Our students at Delhi School also started their day early. We have a parallel conference going on. I will just say that, that you are the hope of our country, and that keeps us motivated. That also means that, that we should be mindful of your perspectives on issues like even multilateralism. I want to add just one small bit, saying that in my view, we should push for multilateral approach for two reasons. One is that multilateral institutions provide a public good. The negotiation, the time and effort saved through multilateral approach save a lot of time. And everybody benefits, every other country. So we have been concerned about equity, justice, food security. So farmers, poor, not only in India, but also everywhere else will benefit from this process. Other is the point I want to reiterate, that we owe something to other countries, other poor countries, developing countries, by way of providing leadership. We are in a position that if we work with other leading emerging economies, we will be able to bargain better deals that will ultimately benefit Global South, and through that process, everybody on the planet. With these words, I thank you so much.
Now, may I request Professor Sarit Kumar Soni, Associate Dean, SIS JNU, for his remarks.
Thank you so much. Let me first express my gratitude to Professor Sachin Sharma for inviting me here to participate in this event. You know, as we are going to to conclude our partnership, you know, between RIS and SIS, I would like to emphasize on that only, you know, so I'll not take much time. To start with, I would say Jawaharlal Nehru University, including the School of International Studies, to which I belong to, I myself belong, and most of the students, has immensely contributed to policy making in India. You know, it has not only produced distinguished leaders such as Dr. S. Jaishankar, Honorable Foreign Minister, and Madam Nirmala Sitharaman, Honorable Finance Minister, as well as Delhi's Lieutenant Governor, Taranjit Singh Sandhu, along with numerous diplomats and policy makers. But its students have also played an active role in track 2 diplomacy. Our RIS DG, Sachin Sharma ji, he is also a JNU alumnus. So it's a proud moment, you know, JNU has produced a lot of, you know, policy makers, leaders, and diplomats. Notably, many students have contributed during India's G20 presidency, showcasing the university's continued engagement in shaping India's global outlook and policy discourse. The School of International Studies has been designed in a way that enables every PhD scholar to focus deeply on a specific country or region. This approach allows the students to gradually transform their knowledge base from that of a generalist to a specialist, equipping them with a nuanced understanding and expertise that is crucial for effective research, diplomacy, and policy making in an increasingly complex global environment. In this regard, I would like to mention that the School of International Studies, JNU, and Research and Information System for Developing Countries, that is RIS, can collaborate on areas focusing international relations and global governance, trade, development, economics, and regional cooperation, public policy and development cooperation, capacity building and policy-oriented training, and knowledge dissemination through joint publications and policy outlook. And this can be done through, you know, exchange of faculty, researchers, and experts, sharing of academic and policy-related information and publications, organization and participation in joint lectures, workshops, conferences, and training programs, engagement in collaborative research, publications including journals, articles, reports, as well as dialogue platforms. And finally, joint supervision, that is very important, joint supervision and mentoring of research scholars, particularly the PhD candidates wherever feasible. We could also explore the possibility of internship for SIS students at RIS. By doing this, the collaboration, I would say, between our two institutions will pave the way to learn from each other through better utilization of the rich knowledge repository that is there within RIS and SIS. This partnership, I think, therefore, will enable the production of an in-depth, evidence-based research, ultimately contributing to more robust, informed, and forward-looking policy making. In short, I would say the partnership between SIS and RIS is an effort to narrow the gap between academia and policy making. We look forward to working together, in this direction. I thank you, all of you.
Last but not the least, it's my great pleasure to invite our Director General, Professor Sachin Kumar Sarma, to deliver the closing remarks. He has been the great force behind this extremely amazing event today. So thank you so much, sir, for the guide and support.
Thank you.
And please.
Thank you very much. And I wanted to say in a very lighter mode, I was also a student of JNU. Okay. And let me complete. In JNU, if students start clapping, it means just wrap it up. So I was a student, I spent time there, so I know. So thank you very much. Okay, 2-3 things. One, I start with JNU itself, and also Delhi School of Economics. When I joined as DG RIS 6 months back, so my own experience was that the think tanks are working in one silo, policymakers also, they are working in silo, and academicians are very different. So what is happening that if you go to and talk to academicians, they will say that, oh, these are the bureaucrats, they are the policymakers. This is how they will. If you go to bureaucrats, they will say that, oh, they are the academicians, they don't know the practical things. So here, as a think tank, I would try to bridge that gap, where the researcher from the University of Delhi, from Delhi School of Economics, or Delhi University or JNU, they come together and they interact with the policymaker, and we will work on the relevant issues. So that I think so many PhD being submitted in JNU and Delhi School of Economics, how we can, the essence of this thesis or discussion, we can also influence the policymaker. That's the role I see for the RIS, that RIS will provide a platform through which we can bridge this gap. That's how we are looking forward. And this we will try to do through workshop, through training, through capacity building program, and we will try to more and more will engage with different universities. We also have the University Connect program, not only in Delhi, but also across within India, across different states. So that's how I am looking forward. And one thing is that we also have signed a lot of MOU, but signing MOU is very different, and doing action, that is the most important. And with Delhi School of Economics and JNU, we started, and we start working with them. We have the events. With Delhi School of Economics, we have the 3 events. Then JNU, we have started it. And with many other universities, we will start also working with them. This is all about the collaboration. I am thinking to take it forward in a very serious manner. And it would be really to exchange of students, to also to collaborate in a very different ways in terms of writing papers, book, or also giving funding for specific project to students as well. This is how I'm look forward on that part. Now coming to this event, this particular event. First of all, see, I am the face of, you can say, the RIS, but behind me there are a lot of people who are working there. You see the MTS here who's standing since morning from 8:30 onwards. Huge round of. There are a lot of administrative people who are standing there since morning. You have seen that the way they are working. And for last 3 months, they are working very hard. So huge round of applause for administration and the MTS. I also would like to thank my faculty, my researchers, my social media team, the Sneha, she's there, she's working hard. Mr. Sanjay, he also worked day and night. I'm telling you that I was keep scolding them, but yes, the net result was good. So I thanks my all RAS family to come together and to make this event very successful. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you very much. And the last, we have written this report and we are taking this report to Cameroon. We are going on Sunday night and we will share this report with Global South, with the countries who are working for the interest of the Global South. Will amplify the concerns of Global South, some of the concerns being raised in this particular event as well. So I will not take more time. I know that food security is very important. And so with this, we will close this event. And thank you very much, everyone, every participant, every panelist, from my staff, my admin staff, my faculty, Pankri, Dr. Mohanty, Amit, Pankaj, Das, everyone. And if I skip any name, please forgive me. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And to facilitate our speakers, I would like to request you again to give a gift of appreciation to our chair, Dr. Chari, sir. To Professor Ram Singh, sir. Professor Sharad Kumar Soni, sir. Thank you so much, everyone, for your patient participation. And we'll join for the dinner. Thank you so much.